This guy is the most talented dungeon explorer, and he was hired by a prince of the realm. They were there because a legendary artifact is in this dungeon. This place is full of traps, and Stech Atelier knew how to identify and disable all of them. Years of experience made him the best. He reads the place, goes ahead, and points out to the unaware about the traps on the ceiling, also mentioning that as they walked, he heard the sound of trap mechanisms that must be triggered by the wall. Atelier crafts mechanisms and disables all traps. They reach the heart of the dungeon, but to get through this area, defeat the local boss and be happy. But how do we defeat the dungeon boss? He threw a rock to get the Guardian's attention. Now, this is the soldier's job. Stech was only paid to guide them. They run in panic. The monster spews a jet of fire at the soldiers, but it's futile since the armor and shields have magical protection. The commander orders them to form a shield wall in advance to defend against the fire attack. They survive the attacks, then the commander asks Atelier to do something about it. He used a crossbow and hit the creature right in the mouth. By drawing the boss's attention, he was almost crushed. That soldier trusted his shield way too much. The protagonist swiftly dodges but ends up cornered by the dungeon boss. He was about to die, but before that, the soldiers execute a shield wall maneuver and save the explorer. In the monster's moment of distraction, the commander attacks from behind and hits the boss's face. The creature falls, and now it's the knight's turn to act. The man jumps, defeats the creature on the ground. They manage to defeat the final boss of the ancient dungeon, and now it's time for the soldier's reward. This battle left our veteran explorer impressed with his team. Satisfied with the work, everyone heads towards the room where the prize is. What interests them is not gold and jewels. It's the artifact in the deepest part of the dungeon. And there lies the dungeon artifact. Everyone is enchanted by the item's gleam. Unexpectedly, the knight asks Stech Atelier if he wants to touch the item. Stech Atelier is an experienced adventurer and knows that the dungeon artifact belongs to the expedition leader. But for some reason, he offers it to the hired explorer to be the first to have a chance to touch the expedition item. In the excitement of having this experience, Stech Atelier goes fearlessly and touches the demon's ring in front of him. But that look in the prince's eyes, it couldn't be good. An energy so powerful it shattered the floor and lit up the cave. It was like Stech was a light bulb, melting with the energy. It was fatal. The protagonist fell, and the smell, it said he was well done. The prince knew artifacts like this are loaded with negative energy, and someone needed to discharge it. Stech was betrayed. Damn the man who trusts another man. Balstic stepped on his hand and confirmed the artifact was deactivated. They got something incredible, but something went out of control. The artifact started to scream, and then it bonded to Stech's body. The explorer's body began to regenerate. Balstock tried to attack, but his sword couldn't hit Stech. A soldier shot an arrow. It was useless too. The prince was furious seeing his plan destroyed. This artifact has some kind of symbiotic power. It joined Stech's body. The cave was starting to collapse. If they stay in this dungeon, surely everyone will die. They have to get out now, and all the expedition's efforts will be lost if they don't get the prize. Balstock, the soldier's leader, decided to use the emergency scroll to save the prince. He ran to the man and activated the scroll. The cave floor collapsed, and Stech fell into the abyss. The protagonist was alive, and when he got out of the water got out of him, and then opens his eyes. He had been holding it the whole time. No one has ever been so close to death as Stech Atelier. He'd actually experienced the other side, and now returned to the world of the living. The knight and the commander who organized this exploration mission teleport out of the dungeon with a scroll. Unfortunately, they were the only ones to survive. All the other hired soldiers were buried in the collapsed dungeon. The worst part is that the honorable knight, Gerald, is the youngest prince of the kingdom, and he organized this expedition to obtain a legendary artifact in an attempt to improve his reputation in the realm. Soon, the succession of the throne of the kingdom will take place, and he has just miserably failed. Because of this, his reputation will be damaged. Commander Balstock explains to Prince Gerald that that artifact was not common. People believe that there are two types of artifacts, the independent ones being the most common, and the parasites. These merge with the owner of the relic and share its power. If the owner dies, the relic is destroyed along with them. However, there is a third type, the symbiotic artifact, which are artifacts capable of reviving their owner by their own will. And it would be entirely possible that Stech is still alive, so Balstock should spread posters in the cities with a relatively low reward, since a high reward would attract too much attention. Meanwhile, Stech Atelier wakes up after falling into the abyss. He tries to understand how he came back to life, and then the artifact electrocutes Stech. He discovers that he has merged with a unique artifact. In addition to being brought back to life, the artifact is conscious and can converse with him. The demon's ring says its name is Memento Mortem. The ring says that Stech Atelier is a alive now thanks to its passive soul repair ability, which brought his soul back to life, but his body remains weak. Because of that brat, the great memento mortem is now without mana. Stech Atelier tries to leave the cave and talks to his new partner. Stech tells that relics usually have one ability, so what would mementos be? Memento replies that if it were in its normal state, it would be capable of utilizing up to 40 abilities. Stech Atelier is impressed, as the maximum number of abilities a human could utilize throughout their life is 10, so now he can have so many. Stech asks which ability he can use now. Memento says none, as it is without mana. For now, he will have to rely on his physical strength to escape this place. In addition, the relic tells him that he has another 12 hours of life until they both die if he doesn't recharge his mana. If Memento runs out of mana completely, the passive effect that keeps him alive will be deactivated. Stech Atelier then questions that he wasn't really revived. Does that mean he is stuck with this artifact to stay alive? Several hours have passed since he was revived. The protagonist, motivated to stay alive, strives to the limit and finds the cave exit. Outside, Memento says that before he was sleeping for centuries, even though he woke him up doesn't mean Stech Atelier is his owner, he will only lend his powers for now. One of his abilities is to eat curses. With this, he can absorb energy from other relics and mana from living creatures after defeating them. Stech uses his instinct and notices footprints, and then the smell. It's a giant wolf, and it will be his mana source. The explorer is weak and weaponless to face the creature. Memento advises him to use one of his abilities. The air shot with the remaining mana, he can use at least this ability without exhausting himself. His ring tells him to aim at the wolf, and then the rest is up to him. Stech does this, and then the surprise. Sound of explosion. The blow is so intense that it disintegrates part of the wolf. Stech wonders if this is a basic ability that uses little mana. Memento, proud of his power, affirms that he is not a simple artifact like the others, and it would also be better if Stech didn't hesitate like a coward when using it. After these explanations, the protagonist decides to use the other ability. He looks at the wolf and activates curse eating. Stech was betrayed by a prince of the kingdom. That same prince now knows that when he returns home to Venetian, his brothers will mock him for his failure. His brother already has priority to receive the family throne, and now it has become even more difficult for him to have a chance. Now he will be seen as an idiot who tried to solve the kingdom's best dungeon and caused the death of hundreds of kingdom soldiers as well. After absorbing the curse, Memento says it wasn't enough, but it was already enough to have absorbed that wolf. Stech was deceived by those nobles of the royal family who killed him. Now that he has been resurrected, he needs to constantly hunt mana for his magic ring. For some, this may be a curse, but for Stech Atelier, it's an opportunity to seek revenge against those rich people. He goes to the city to pick up his things and some information. Stech was already being hunted for possessing the artifact, and then he must become a fugitive. There is the city guard, very well protected by guards. He thinks about picking up some herbs and burning them. His trap was ready. He puts the guards to sleep and sneaks into the city. Stech finds out that besides being betrayed now, he is a criminal with a reward for his head. This makes him more irritated to remember the injustice he went through. After getting his equipment, he doesn't know how much the news has spread, so it would be impossible to live in a village for now. The best option would be to leave the kingdom, but this didn't fit his style. It wasn't how he wanted to behave. Leaving the kingdom so obediently was out of the question. Memento asks if Stech would like to get revenge, and the protagonist agrees, saying that unless he's a coward, anyone would choose revenge. The artifact laughs and says it was finally getting more interesting. With his partner having such noble intentions with revenge, he will have this help. His ring explains that his abilities depend on how much mana is absorbed, and if he consumes something with a lot of mana, he will become much stronger. Stech now knows the path he needs to take to become stronger and be able to eliminate the Gerald from the royal family. In a bar, a soldier asks someone named Dalton if there was any place selling quality leather at an affordable price. Dalton replies that there must be some kind of leather like that in the black market. Dalton notices a familiar face. He was taken by surprise to know that Stech was wanted. Meanwhile, the protagonist is spying on some people coming in and out of the city and says that big cities like this always have back doors. Memento asks why he wants to enter this city, as he thought Stech would go straight to the dungeon when he heard him. However, the explorer calls the artifact dumb and says that an escaped scroll is essential when in a dungeon, saying that he will be massacred if he enters unequipped and unprepared. This is the same type of scroll that Gerald and his subordinate had used. He goes to the famous black market, a super secret place that few know the location of. He needs to knock on the door and say the secret code. Unfortunately, Stech forgot what it was, but luckily the owner of the black market is his friend Dalton, and is very happy to see him again. They have a lot to talk about, and he asked if his friend would like a drink. Stech rejects, but wants to use a table. He puts the wolf parts on the table. The explorer starts selling the claws, skin, and other things. things. Stetch asks Dalton how much a scroll costs. Dalton says around 600 crowns and is responded to by a request from Stetch. Wanting to borrow money, Dalton rejects the request, but that he doesn't buy a meal. Dalton asks what the hell he stole to be put on the wanted list. Stetch tells his tragic story in the kingdom's most dangerous dungeon and how the king's son betrayed him. Dalton explains that he doesn't have scrolls for that price, but knows a seller of stolen goods who could make a great price for a criminal. Just ask for Clyde and say that Dalton recommended him. Stetch approaches cautiously and the old man is sleeping. He wakes him up very politely. The stench of this old man's breath can be felt from afar. His illegal products are on the table in front of him. Unfortunately for him, no one is buying anything. To the delight of the drunk dwarf, the explorer is going to buy one of his items. He needs a weapon that he can use in a cave dungeon. The old man shows a pistol, which is not suitable for use against many monsters. He sees other weapons, but none of them seem good. The vendor suggests a hammer since he is in shape and has muscles. His choice is interrupted by Memento, who reminds the explorer that most dungeon passages are narrow, so such a big hammer is foolish. Startled, the protagonist tells Memento not to leave without his permission. Memento reveals that only Stetch is capable of seeing, hearing, and feeling its presence. With Memento's guidance, Stetch chooses a sword. In a dungeon, Stetch finds himself surrounded by various beasts, and he manages to knock out some without the help of the ring. But when he notices more presences, he points Memento to an entrance inhabited by monsters and launches an air bomb that devastates the monsters and then feeds on them with the Curse Eater. As he walks through the dungeon, he finds some rocks. With a pickaxe, Stetch begins to mine the azure stones and ends up encountering a trap. The boy said he could take advantage of valuable parts of it until he hears a scream in that direction. Pointing the ring to the location, Stetch tells Memento to illuminate, and then he is surprised by the sight: a giant mineral lizard. Which monster in dungeons is hostile? The creature shoots acid fire and hits his arm. Memento orders him to control himself and activates the recovery ability to regenerate his arm. Stetch knows the mineral lizards and explains that they use their acidic breath to eat minerals and strengthen their bodies using those minerals, so a normal attack would be ineffective. He prepares to launch an air bomb, but is prevented by Memento, who orders him not to shoot because he is in such a deep point of the dungeon that it could collapse with such magic. Now is the perfect chance for you to use that sword you bought. The explorer questions this decision, but is reprimanded again with his artifact saying that it would not be wise to hold on to it, and a medium-sized monster is the perfect guinea pig. Stetch draws the sword and advances toward the creature. He dodges an attack and moves above its head, where he thrusts his sword into its crystals. The artifact orders him to pull the trigger, and so it is done, killing the lizard. Using the Curse Eater, the creature's mana is devoured, and the boy laments about the sword's ammunition. Even though it was free, it seems like a big loss, as it is very rare and there are only 4 left. Even though Clyde made them with higher durability, what would happen if they break? Interrupted by Memento, who says he feels something wrong, the boy focuses his attention on the artifact, which tells him to be careful and not to relax, until another scream is heard, another mineral lizard. Stetch complains about not wanting to spend another cylinder while advancing towards the creature, which tries to scratch him. Just narrowly the boy dodged, seeing an opening in the creature, which he tries to attack, but is defended by the lizard, showing more experience than its predecessor, especially with its tail hindering him. But Stetch remembers that compared to the terrorist, this monster is nothing. Advancing on him with the sword, he tries to cut him, but it is soon shown that this one was more resistant than the other, not being injured by the blow. The lizard punches Stetch, throwing him to the ground, reprimanded again by Memento, who says something is wrong with this lizard. The boy tries to remain optimistic, saying that as long as the monster is a living being, it still has a weakness, but being interrupted by the creature, holding his head and hitting against the wall. The boy is reprimanded again by his artifact, this time for having been distracted in the middle of a battle. But it turns out that it was already part of the boy's plan to be hit. He puts explosive powder in his left hand and firefly energy in his right, thus creating a light grenade, creating an opening to attack the animal's mouth. But before hitting it, a warning appears. The cell activity was irregular, with 95% of the body being affected, so Stetch explodes. After a few seconds, Memento begins to regenerate him and says how he had ordered him to wait, and the lizard being magically modified, meaning that someone was in the dungeon and modified it, but does not know how it was done. The boy asks the artifact if any fighting monster could explode, but his doubt is answered with uncertainty of a maybe, and questioning if he was scared. The explorer says he is not and will move forward finding the way, then activating the ability to find the way. But he doesn't detect anything, not even using animal instinct, until he finds a skeleton. Stetch Stetch says that they do not react except if they approach them, but as it seemed to have been here for a while, it is completely petrified. Memento says that this skeleton will explode if touched, so it would be better to ignore it. But as he passes the skeleton, its body rises, and the artifact orders him to run because everything in the way is exploded. Stetch falls into a crater and asks what he should do if they explode even without him touching them, and the ring tells him to shut up until the explorer notices various minerals and his greed takes over, because with this amount, he would have money for the rest of his life. But when he touches the minerals, sparks start to come out, and Memento discovers what was bothering him all along, a strange mana filling the dungeon which Stetch was not able to sense, and the concentration of this energy was getting stronger every time they advanced, and the more they advanced, the more sensitive and explosive monsters they found. Stetch understands and asks if the bodies had become unstable because of the mana, which is confirmed by the artifact. But not only the monsters were affected, every object in this dungeon was being influenced by this mana, and due to the high concentration of mana, also blocking the scrolls, Stetch couldn't escape until defeating the thing emitting the mana to be able to flee. Walking for minutes, he finds the door of the dungeon guardian, where he deduces to be the one emitting the mana. Upon opening the door, he encounters a bizarre creature that even with his explorer intelligence was unable to comprehend, but Memento helps him. That's a genie, and at its center was the artifact. In this world, spirits are formed when mana and negative energy collide. They exist only to destroy their surroundings, as they have no consciousness, so they are closer to natural disasters than to a form of life. But how would there be an artifact in the midst of the spirit? Memento tells him that the guardian is the problem, as it merged with the artifact and was spreading mana in the dungeon, thus turning everything into living bombs. Stetch deduces that the answer is simple: defeat the boss. He advances towards the genie, who throws several blue stones at him, but they are deflected by his sword until one of the stones would explode near him. Memento warns him that this is the part of the dungeon with the highest mana concentration, so the interference makes it even stronger, and at this rate, the sword and the boy's body would explode. After the blows, the boy faces the genie, who prepares energy in his artifact until the ring tells Stetch to run if he wants to live, unleashing a huge energy blast, which Stetch is able to dodge, then seeing an opening to attack the genie, who even though its body is a single boulder, its junctions are weak points, attacking then a stone, but something happens. The stone stops halfway and returns, hitting his jaw. Stetch questions how he would cause damage to this thing, and Memento tells him to aim at the artifact in the core, because currently the core and the artifact are fused, so if he uses the Curse Eater on the core, it will lose all power. The genie prepares for another energy blast and Stetch for an air bullet. Both collide, but the genie's energy is stronger, forcing the boy to dodge, but the energy splits into several parts, which is dodged by the explorer, however, who is almost hit by the creature's fist, which he manages to dodge again. After realizing that long and short-range attacks were not enough, he advances on the monster, piercing it with the sword and pressing the trigger, but it shows effective, but only a little, and the genie attacks him again. Stetch is hit and asks Memento why the air bullet wasn't enough to crush the stones, and the ring explains that it's because of mana interference. However, they are interrupted by more stones defended by the sword. The boy laments and compares the situation to breaking a stone with an egg, until the genie tries to attack his left with its fist, but Stetch says that if he can't overcome a small challenge like this, he wouldn't deserve to fulfill his revenge. Dodging the blow, Stetch realizes that if he continues targeting the core of the beast, he gradually reduces defenses and will be able to attack with Clyde's weapon, which was able to cause damage. The genie prepares another blow, which is defended by Stetch, who only has one cylinder left, that is, one chance to hit, however. He notices something. The genie is trying to spin with this body. Even being warned by Memento, Stetch is hit by a stone. His artifact begins to try to heal him, and says it may not be the best time, but his body was reacting to mana, mutating. The boy just asks how long it would take for the mutation to be complete, and is answered that if he was in good condition, it would take a minute, which for Stetch was more than enough. Advancing with everything against the genie in a suicidal attack, shooting an air bullet at its core, which is the first attack to hit the genie. However, as the creature protected its core, it was difficult to hurt it, so Stetch stabs his sword into the core and explodes. But that's not enough. The genie prepares several stone stakes to hit the boy, warned by his artifact that he must move if he does not want to die. Stetch is refusing to die until he realizes the usefulness of the azure ore he had collected before, exploding with the creature. Our protagonist finds himself very injured, but on the bright side, the genie's core had been broken and he finally uses the Curse Eater on it and escapes the dungeon. After fleeing the dungeon, his body begins to recover with the mutation that was gone. Deciding to check his status, the boy notices that his animal instinct improved to level 7 and the Curse Eater to level 4. When he asks asks if Mento was awake, a pop-up appears, explaining that the artifact limit had increased from 100 to 150, and his air bullet ability had evolved into air explosion, as well as 2 new abilities added, including crosswind. Currently, the protagonist is in the process of unlocking Mento's hidden abilities, so the abilities will be unlocked after certain requirements are met, opening a shop where he has 8,305 mana stored, and in this shop, Stetch was able to buy 2 abilities, the Curse Aura and the Curse Devourer. The boy wonders which one to choose, but upon making his choice, the ability was acquired. The next day, Stetch heads towards Clyde's house, where he hands him the sword and says he would like him to fix it, as the weapon had saved his life several times. Clyde thanks him and starts to cry, saying he will fix it and make it stronger and more resistant. As a thank you, the boy leaves his dungeon spoils and his deposit of 3,000 crowns, asking if he could take some extra cylinders. At Dalton's bar, the bartender says Stetch was late, but he is questioned by the boy if he wasn't annoyed by breaking his main dungeon, and assumes that the mine he had counted on must have worked well. Dalton says that black market deals were overflowing, and asks if the boy would be interested. What is rejected by the explorer, who says he will sleep for a while. Now resting in a bed, the boy calls Memento, who says he feels dizzy. The boy asks if he didn't know anything until he activated the ability, which is assented by the artifact, which says it was reset the moment he met him, so most of his abilities were sealed, and he realized something last night. The air bullet is a basic spell without an evolution tree, but it changed, taking on a new form, as if it had evolved into air explosion, a skill made out of the explorer's necessity. Stetch summarizes Memento's speech by saying that he knew nothing about his future abilities, and then he just wants to sleep. After a night's sleep, Dalton wakes him up, saying there is bad news, and going to the bar, he finds Clyde very injured, as if he had been beaten up. Startled, the boy asks what happened, but Dalton just says one of his employees found him in an alley. While pouring a healing potion on the dwarf, who is healed, the explorer asks how much the potion cost, and the bartender avoids the question, saying it wasn't cheap. Clyde wakes up, and when asked what had happened, he says it had something to do with Derek's gang. All the employees are disappointed, except Stetch, who doesn't know Derek, asking who he would be. Dalton tells him he was a troublemaker they let be, because he doesn't cause any big trouble. But as once Dalton had taught him a lesson for causing trouble to travelers, he must have tried to get back at the dwarf. Clyde completes Dalton's speech, saying he also heard about Stetch when they were getting his money, saying that won't satisfy him, not until he reports Dalton's friend who has a reward and gets him arrested. This leaves the protagonist completely angry, while the dwarf tells him to be careful. The explorer retorts, telling him to focus on fixing the sword, and asks if he needs more money, while he leaves and tells them to put someone to protect Clyde. Memento teases his companion, asking if he was nervous, but he is told to shut up, as it's been a while since the boy hit people for no reason. The artifact asks if he will kill them, which is denied by Stetch, saying he won't kill everyone who made him angry, but they won't get away easily. Meanwhile, Derek was in front of guards, denouncing Stetch, but is quickly rejected by them, saying that Dalton is important to society unlike him, so they won't search his bar right now, even with a report like that, as it would be rude. Stressed, Derek returns to his friends, saying they told him to come back tomorrow. One of the members says the reward is nothing special, being only 400 crowns, and they already have money to relax for a long time. But Derek says he won't be satisfied just getting his money, so he wants Dalton to see his friend being thrown in jail, until they notice Stetch behind them. Derek says he was wondering how they could meet, but he was grateful to go greet him. But the protagonist is so angry, he says the gratitude is his, as it's been a while since he fought with another human, and was quite excited for easy targets to practice. One of the members holds his coat, but is met with a punch to the head. Stetch advances, getting a knee to the head of another gang member, while Derek says he was nothing but a miserable 400 crowns, trying to hit him with a punch. The protagonist dodges Derek's punch and retaliates with a hook to his chin, asking what was the problem, and why hadn't he put him in jail yet. When Derek was close to passing out, Stetch pours a healing potion on his body, saying it wasn't time yet, and he had messed with the last person he should have bothered. Mendo comments that he loved his beer for having that personality, while the protagonist beats Derek even more. The next day, Dalton says he heard that Derek and his gang were walking completely beaten up this morning, and asks what Stetch had done last night, who answers saying he had only done exercises. But they are both interrupted by Clyde, who says he has improved and fixed the explorer's sword. Showing the sword, the dwarf says he added extra weight in the direction of the blade, and used some trap wires to increase the offensive capacity, leaving it quite destroyed even without a cylinder. But about the cylinders, he hadn't been able to find enough alchemists to work on it, so He had only gotten 4, but as he knew Stetch wouldn't return to town for a while, he wrote down ingredients on this reference letter, which makes it so if he shows it to a specialist, he would be able to make the gas. Dalton also says he will notify the other branches of the black market about the boy, so he wouldn't have any problems accessing them. Stetch thanks them both, but before leaving, he is interrupted by Clyde, who tells him to give a name to his weapon before going, as it was extremely unique. Memento suggests the name Penetrator, which is accepted by Stetch. Meanwhile, in the Venezia kingdom, Gerald had returned home and was in his room until he heard someone knocking on the door. The prince instructs to ask who it is, and his brother Alfred enters. Alfred asks him if it had been worth it, and Gerald says yes, but his brother says that's not what he heard, as he abandoned the front lines, led a stray squadron, excavated a dungeon without approval, and if his father found out, he would hold him responsible, but he tells him not to say a word when their father summons him, as he would provide an alibi. Upon entering the audience, the prince greets his father, who says he hasn't seen him in a long time, but without further ado, his brother begins to speak, recounting that when Gerald heard about the Elven rebel army starting a revolt in the southwest, he rushed to suppress the rebellion before it could be notified. But General Enderell says this was news to her because, as the general of the West, why would they need Gerald to come all the way and suppress a rebellion? Alfred calls his servant, Conrad, and says his prediction artifact was able to see the situation, the terrain, and informed Gerald that at the moment of his return to the kingdom, furthermore, the rebels had leaked their plans to invade a class dungeon and steal the artifact belonging, and if Gerald didn't act correctly, the situation wouldn't end well. The kingdom asks Gerald what happened, and Gerald says that except for Vice General Balstock, the lead squadron was lost, but he was able to destroy the artifact. The king asks why destroy it, but is answered by the explanation of it being a parasitic type, so it would be better to destroy it than to leave it in enemy hands. Alfred adds that Gerald brought the head of the enemy general, which is shown as the head of an elf. Then the king accepts the prince's alibi, saying he should go rest. Meanwhile, Memento says he's noticing fewer signs of civilization the further south they go, and Stetch says it's because of the elves, as the last elf village in the great forest to the south was warned of the approach of outsiders, as they hated humans. The artifact says this means using abilities without Stetch being noticed, so being the perfect place to farm some dungeons. But it's rejected by the explorer, saying there are many rumors about how dangerous the Elven nation is. Stetch walks through a forest so dense that he can't see much ahead of him. In this place, even his tracking ability doesn't work properly. Maybe that's why it's called the Forest of Darkness. Apparently, some magic is preventing it from functioning. Along his way, he finds a person crucified. He frees the stranger and tries to wake him up. Meanwhile, Memento tells Stetch that they should leave, or they will be caught by the wild bubbles pursuing them. He notices pieces of bodies and deduces they must be the other people who tried to help before him. Stetch decides to use his air attack to clear a path and pass through. This can't harm these creatures, so he decides to use electricity magic. With the capacity of 2 car batteries, he fries all the creatures and dispels the curses. After escaping, he wakes up the lucky person whose butt he saved. The man, upon waking, thanks him and explains to Stetch what happened. He says the responsible ones were the elves, because who else would be eager to kill all the humans near the dark forest? The protagonist asks why the man ventured into this area if he knew the danger posed by the elves. The man justifies that he is part of a group of merchants heading to the capital and was forced to cross the forest to meet the deadline. His bad luck was being ambushed by several elves. Stetch was curious if the bodies in the wild bubbles were his companions, and unfortunately, they were. They died trying to save him. Moved by this story, Stetch says he will take the man to a point where he can find his way on his own. The man is surprised by such help. Using his instincts, Stetch realizes there is something strange about this place. Unlike a regular forest, the animal noises become more frightening as he advances. Ignoring these warnings, he manages to locate the forest exit. He guides the man named Patterson to the exit, instructing him to follow the path back to the road. Everything seems simple, but Memento and Stetch notice something wrong. He draws his sword and heads towards Patterson, saving the man as an arrow would have pierced deep into his back. The elves finally reveal themselves. A beautiful elf, An elf orders Patterson to come with her. Stetch, on the other hand, refuses. The 2 elves become alert, and the beautiful elf says she won't give another warning. Her arrows will speak for her. Stetch calmly says he is not ignoring or bluffing, and if she wants to fight, then just fight. The subordinates, with a look of hatred, ask if they can kill him. Contrary to expectations, the beautiful woman says they should talk first before doing anything reckless. This attitude surprises our Avenger. Even the elf servants didn't understand this action from their leader, Elena. She orders them to listen. The woman asks if Stetch knows why she wants this human. The explorer doesn't know, but he's sure she'll explain. The conversation is peaceful, so Patterson says he shouldn't listen to the elves. Elena asks Stetch what the man told him. After hearing it, the woman finds the story amusing and asks Stetch to follow her. Don't you think those curves are beautiful too? I am impressed. Stetch forces the man to follow as well. Upon arriving at a spot with an overturned cart, the direction was opposite to what the man had said before. Additionally, Elena goes to the river and retrieves the arm of one of Patterson's companions, who had a slaver's bracelet, indicating what the man intended to do in the elves' territory. Hearing the facts, Stetch now understands everything. Anger is visible on his face. The man's lies were clear. Checking the man's arm, he finds the same hidden bracelet. Patterson screams that Stetch shouldn't side with the elves. He's also human and should understand that they are enemies. Despite seeking vengeance, our Avenger rewards the man with a punch in the mouth. Stetch orders him to shut up. Despite being so proud of being a slave trader, he hid it before. Our protagonist says that for him, there's no such thing as we are humans. Any despicable person of any race he will despise. Stetch asks Elena what they should do. She wants to hear his suggestion. The answer is visible in the human's fists. Stetch wants to make this person pay the ultimate price. Realizing it would be his end, Patterson risks everything, trying to escape. Within seconds, he receives an arrow in his arm. Elena then prepares and hits his leg to prevent further escape attempts. Stetch watches closely, noticing that the woman can hit a man fleeing at top speed effortlessly. After capturing their target, the man begs for mercy, promising never to sell slaves again. He even pleads for the explorer's help, but Stetch turns a deaf ear to his cries. His final pleas for mercy are directed at the elf. Unfortunately for him, a few minutes later, Elena is washing her blood-stained arrow. While cleaning her arrow, Elena comments that she didn't expect Stetch not to save his fellow human. She thought he would protect his own species. He regrets to inform her, but he's not the type of person she thinks. If that's the case, the beautiful woman says he must understand that she cannot let any human who invades the elf's forest escape alive. When the girl fires an arrow, Stetch is confident, and the reason is that the arrow was deflected. Elena quickly steps back, realizing that Stetch must be a powerful mage as she didn't see him casting a spell. Our villain activates recovery magic and crosswind magic. Elena notices an enchanted ring on the explorer's hand. She says she doesn't sense mana from him, so he's not a mage. They will spread out and attack separately until the mana for the ring is depleted. The elves use level 5 continuous shooting, which gives more precision when focusing on a single target. The attacks are useless against the explorer. Stetch asked why they bothered explaining everything to him before if they intended to kill him from the start. Elena simply didn't want Stetch to think elves are a race that kills without reason. He needed to know why he was going to die. Memento tells Stetch to stop wasting mana. The explorer now uses his sword skills to defend himself. It's easy since the arrows only aim at his head. Stetch, on the other hand, tells Memento he won't use mana because any of his abilities would kill the two elves. Even if his ring thinks its owner is weak for showing mercy to those trying to kill him, Stetch uses his attack only to intimidate the enemy elves. Taking advantage of an opening, he hits one of the elves hard in the teeth. It's unclear if the elf didn't lose them all. Elena asks if the ring is an artifact, and Stetch shows it to her without concern. The woman is stunned by this. She hates such things and attacks Stetch more fiercely than before. With a look of hatred, she says something so disgusting can exist. This is unexpected for our villain. He doesn't understand what she means, but knows it's bad and about them. The beautiful elf takes advantage of this moment of distraction and moves to Stetch's blind spot. The woman is relentless and hits his chest. Now the scenario is 2 elves down and our villain with a chest wound. Despite the pain, he is able to control himself and uses his recovery abilities. Elena sees this, and even without knowing it's a spell, notices the wound closing. She then makes more holes in Stetch. He sacrifices his arm to defend himself, knowing that despite the pain, he can heal later. Stetch now decides to retaliate against the elf. However, Elena can predict his intention and shoots his ring to prevent the attack. He didn't imagine it was possible for someone to foresee his attack and stop it with a simple arrow. Memento explains that before attacking, a large amount of mana gathers in front of him. She can sense the mana and predict it will be a powerful attack. Practically it works this way, but one needs superhuman reflexes for this, so it's unlikely that Elena is an ordinary elf. Stetch agrees and advances with his sword, forcing her to retreat, but without giving her time to react, he advances again. He is repelled by Elena's arrows. Activating Crosswind, he repels the projectiles. Her strategy was to explode his head from a blind spot while staying cautious about the ring, but she's surprised when the protagonist hits her with a punch instead of using magic. Stetch tells her that feeling too many things is a bigger problem, as she can't move while in the air, and he knocks her out with a headbutt. After hours, Stetch comments that he has never had trouble with an opponent since he took swordsmanship lessons. Elena wakes up, questioning what he aimed to achieve by entering the forest this way, but the boy tells her it has nothing to do with the elves elves and he didn't want to fight her, but she would pay dearly for trying to kill him. He takes Elena's bag and says he was only here for the dungeons. She was lucky to get out of this situation so easily. He steals a map from her and says he'll return it if he meets her again. Elena tries to make him stay, but Stech ignores her. After a few minutes, he discovers that the dungeon is actually beneath a tree. Memento questions how he became an adventurer with such poor senses, and he explains that it's usually because trees don't grow close to dungeons due to the density of mana. Entering the dungeon, the boy is excited to explore it. Trying to activate the pathfinding ability, but lacking experience with this type of dungeon, he uses animal instincts to echolocate, mapping the place through vibrations. Memento starts a conversation, asking when he became an adventurer. The boy says he started at 12, and if he wants to continue his lifestyle, he must be capable of handling situations like this. After descending into the dungeon, the protagonist becomes suspicious because normally, something should appear at such a deep point, but they haven't seen anything. If there were monsters, he would hear their heartbeats. Then they come face to face with a gigantic tree, and Memento says they should have opened their mouth for something to happen. The explorer asks if it's a monster, but the artifact says it's a rigid root and advises against touching the other plants. Stech realizes it's no surprise not hearing any heartbeats since nothing here has a heart, understanding there's still a long way ahead. The boy advances through the dungeon, cutting and dodging vines pursuing him. Even though there are many, they're easy to handle, but when he opens his mouth, the vines trap him. Memento mocks this again. The root starts sucking his blood, but as it begins to hurt, the protagonist activates Crosswind and decides to take the situation more seriously, casting a fireball spell that devastates the vines, while Memento reminds him to absorb everything he sees. After finishing the dungeon, new messages appear stating the artifact's mana grew from 150 to 250, and 2 new abilities were added, including reflective skin. However, Elena approaches from behind. By reflex, Stech puts his sword to her neck. Elena says she's not there to fight. Suspicious, the protagonist asks if she wants a rematch and what brought her back to Nem. Was it the map? Surprisingly, Elena kneels and says she doesn't care about the map or anything else. She just wants her pendant back. Her companions arrive later, but she puts them to sleep with punches to the chest when they notice the necklace in the human's hand. Elena, the beautiful elf, says she'll do anything to get her pendant back. Stech says this is very naive of her, and if he were an evil human, he could take advantage in many ways. The girl seems unbothered and insists he's not evil since he saved Patterson, and then let him die after discovering he was a criminal. Stech then questions why the pendant is so important to her. If it's precious, he will return it. With one condition, she must help him avoid the elves while he searches for dungeons. If they encounter any, she must ensure they leave him alone. He even suggests he could pretend to be her slave or be taken for interrogation. Help avoid future battles with elves they might meet along the way. The elf then writes a letter to her unconscious companion, explaining she'll be away for a few days. If the elders ask, they should be told she's taking care of a distant area, and there's no need to worry. Elena remembers her past when the forest had been her home for as long as she could remember. Her grandmother, who took care of her, told many stories, always saying something about humans. Humans are creatures whose greed stops at nothing until they get what they want. Among all the humans Elena had encountered, none gave her any reason to believe otherwise, until she met Stech, who showed her something different from greed. Stech confesses to Memento that this moment feels strange, prompting Memento to mock him, saying it would be even stranger if they talked as if nothing had happened. Given that they were about to kill each other just moments ago, Stech tries to apologize for forcing her to follow him, but she interrupts, saying she isn't sure if he is a bad person, but she also isn't sure if he's a good one either. She asks why he wants to clear all the dungeons here, since even if he seeks wealth and artifacts from the dungeons, it doesn't explain why a human would venture into the forest for that. Stech replies that it's complicated, and he isn't sure he could explain it to anyone before elaborating on his goal. 4 days later, Stech finds himself in a hole, tied up with a rope. He comments that it's not too deep for him to escape, but the design makes it really difficult, confirming that there truly are all kinds of dungeons out there. Hearing a noise, insect-type monsters appear and are easily defeated. Stech asks if Elena is okay. Then they encounter a giant ant that attacks her. Elena dodges with a leaf, draws a scimitar, and injures the ant. Another ant is about to strike her, but Stech notices and attacks the monster threatening the girl. He tells her to stay behind him as the ant attacks. The explorer uses his fire magic on them, his powerful attack roasting the ants. Elena feels the heat on her face and wonders, what kind of human is this? Had he been holding back on her before? He could have torched them all from the start. Moreover, how many spells can this guy use? This last question she asks out loud. Stetch responds that he's not sure, but it's definitely more than 10 spells. He says these ants are the first inhabitants of this type of dungeon. Their exterior is resistant to cuts, but not to being roasted. Elena notices that the explorer seems to absorb something from the defeated creatures and asks if all artifacts have this capability. Obviously not, but for him, it's not so unusual. Elena explains that absorbing mana is inherently different from using it. This artifact being able to do something like this means it can access something more primordial in living beings, something like the soul. Stetch says that this artifact can indeed absorb the mana of monsters, but only from the dead. For him, this isn't something that harms people, so it's not a bad thing. These words don't seem entirely true to the elf, who finally says they should continue their journey. Now our Avenger becomes suspicious of the girl's words. Could Memento have access to his soul? It doesn't matter much since he's dead anyway. Reaching the deepest point of the dungeon, there are two entrances. The explorer asks the elf why it's so complicated, and she explains that the complexity of this dungeon is one of the reasons the elves have never been able to clear it. Stetch gets an idea, and then drives his sword into the wall, activating his animal instinct, which makes him feel hundreds of ants, as if the entire dungeon were an anthill. Elena reinforces that this dungeon is so complex that no one has ever reached the end. The girl grabs the explorer by the neck and squeezes, but instead of what he expected, she covers them with a cloak that renders them invisible. The reason becomes clear as a gigantic ant appears, searching for them. Memento suggests to his owner that he follow the worker ants to where they are taking the eggs, as it will surely lead to the queen. Stetch admits to his ring that this is a smart idea, but when he tells Elena, she says that all such tactics have surely been tried by the elves before and won't work. While the girl disagreed with all of Stetch's ideas, Memento was responding to his owner, making it seem like they were communicating without seeing each other. Their strategy was to advance deeper into the dungeon, with Stetch throwing fireballs while under Elena's invisibility cloak, cutting down the ants that were attracted, and the girl using her arrows to dismantle the ants' limbs. After a long time of destroying everything in their path with their skills, Stetch activates his animal instinct and senses something nearby that is terrifying. Elena finds objects lost in the dungeon, belongings of elves that are cursed. They were likely left by those who died here trying to complete this dungeon. Because they are cursed, she can't return them to the families. Memento comments that it would be good for his companion to take these items, as he needs such things for the aura of curse. Stetch is unsure if Elena will let a human keep the elves' belongings. Even though it doesn't seem right, he decides to ask if he can keep them. The busty elf questions why he wants them, as cursed items can kill the person who uses them. She then says that if he believes they can be useful, he can take them. The protagonist puts the bracelets on his wrists and says they can move forward now, his evil smile making it clear that the curses don't harm him. They continue until they find the queen of the place, likely the boss of this dungeon. Elena shoots arrows at the queen ant, which awakens all the eggs in the area, leading an overwhelming number of ants to attack. More ants approach through the dungeon tunnels, irritating the adventurer. The situation is now a complete disadvantage. His plan is to eliminate the queen first. As he launches fire attacks at the queen, other ants protect her from being roasted. This leaves the explorer with no alternative. Seeing how things are unfolding, he realizes his only option is to activate the curse aura of the items he picked up. Stetch uses an air attack to collapse the tunnels, preventing more ants from entering the queen's lair. Now it's just him and all the terrifying monsters inside. Activating his cursed items, it becomes unclear who the real monster is. Items exposed to dungeon energy for too long become cursed, causing adverse effects like physical problems and debuffs to the user. Most people want to avoid these items, but this doesn't apply to Memento Mortem, the artifact that feeds on negative energies. Stetch orders Elena to stay behind him and not move. He uses several items and sends a curse aura around, causing a debuff to all creatures around the explorer. All the ants kneel around him, including the queen. This effect also applies to Stetch, who kneels as well. Only Elena remains unaffected by the curse's negative effect, which surprises her. Stetch needs to maintain the effect on the creatures, making Elena responsible for killing the queen. Elena shoots 2 arrows directly at the queen, killing her. After that, the explorer releases the curse effect, and the other ants are ready to avenge their queen. Stetch grabs his elf companion and activates his electricity magic, killing all the worker ants in the area. The busty elf says she has never seen such a reckless human, but also admits she has never seen anyone who could clear a dungeon that the elves never could. The explorer absorbs the dungeon relic, the queen's heart, boosting his artifact stats and increasing his mana limit. Stetch takes the scroll that teleports them out of the dungeon and activates it. 3 days later, Arduo is in search of the next dungeon, the oldest and most dangerous dungeon in the Elven territory, the Red Tree. The girl warns that they will die there, but Stetch says he is stronger than before, and everything everything will be fine. Memento warns his companion not to reveal the secret of the strength. Elena says the most dangerous part of the dungeon is the elves. The Red Tree dungeon is just past the Elven village, and they won't be able to avoid them as they have been so far. Stetch must do everything the girl commands. Elena notices tracks on the ground, identifying them as deer tracks, but in reality, they are the tracks of striders. She explains that striders are the best scouts of the Black Forest elves. Elena explains that they are not the type to lead tracks as they pass. She also says they probably wouldn't defeat the explorer in a one-on-one fight, but if they come prepared to kill, he will die before discovering where the arrow came from. After a few minutes, Elena stops, saying it's strange because she can't hear any animals. Stetch uses his instincts and confirms this. The forest is completely silent nearby. When he activates his hostility detection ability, Elena is terrified. What she detected wasn't just hostility, it was murderous intent as she tries to alert her partner. It's already too late. His body is shattered, his consciousness lost in seconds, and he falls lifeless to the ground. Elena is horrified by her partner's condition. She spots some elves lurking nearby, certainly the striders. Perhaps Stetch will be the first human to die twice in this lifetime. They emerge from the darkness and strike again with a warning arrow. When they reveal themselves, all I could think was, this girl is like a green-haired Hinata mixed with Kiba. I don't know, but our elf gets furious and protects her adventurer partner, questioning why they're attacking. The striders return the question, why is Elena walking alongside a human? Their names are Jesper and Ida, and they both aim to eliminate every human who enters elf territory. Something they didn't expect was Elena opposing them and preventing them from ending the life of this man they just hit. The girl says they don't understand. This person is the only one who can defeat the Red Tree, so they have to go to that dungeon. They investigate the situation. Among the humans' belongings, they find Elena's possessions. Jesper says she was blackmailed by this human. Elena should just give up becoming a strider. Hinata says they won't listen to excuses, but they'll take her to a council meeting. The protagonist who entered the forest to defeat the 3 famous dungeons of the region was captured by the elf protectors of the region and taken to the capital city of the elves. Jesper tells the girl she's been away from home for so long, she could at least smile now that she's back. Elena ignored his request and told him to shut up. Jesper didn't understand what was wrong with this human. He wasn't dying even with the bleeding. Elena asserts that once Jesper understands how valuable this human can be, he wouldn't dare treat him like this. Jesper becomes furious hearing that he should respect a human. Hinata orders both of them to be quiet because one of the elders is coming to talk to them. The elf, whom we don't know if she's an old lady or a teenager, greets them, Strider Jesper and Strider Hinata, and the relic protector, Elena. It's good to see you. Elena was tense with the situation. The elder then asks why Jesper brought this human to the city. Jesper reveals that this is someone who stole the protector's relic and also blackmailed her with it. He brought him to be interrogated. The woman asks if he isn't already dead. They're not sure, but this human had a huge hole in his arm that can't be seen anymore. She orders him to be thrown into a cell for now. Elena must follow the elder. The girl wasn't happy with this situation, but she couldn't refuse an elder's request. The woman comments that the Red Tree dungeon is out of control and consuming all the elf forests. A week ago, an elf was dragged into the dungeon, bait because it's expanding to nearby areas. This is because of the parasitic nature of this dungeon. The elf village will only be able to contain it for a while longer. The woman then seems disappointed. While all this is happening with the forest, Elena had the relic stolen and also became his guide. All this she couldn't deny, and none of the elders will accept it without punishment. Sometime later, the darkness fades and Stetch opens his eyes. Our villain wakes up and a huge headache follows him. Besides the deafening sound of thousands of elves screaming around him, he's in a stadium. Memento could only heal his partner's body, but couldn't awaken his consciousness. Memento quickly explains what happened to his partner. Stetch was hit and was unconscious for 4 days until he healed. The elves locked him up all that time, and today is his trial for his crimes and his public execution. The elder elf with a large bus orders silence, and everyone respects her command. She says the human must speak. He entered the dark forest and stole the relic that Protector Elena guarded. Is this true? The explorer could see Elena up high. Her appearance doesn't indicate she's happy with this situation. The human replies, yes, that's true. At that moment, all the elves in the stadium shout aggressively. Now Stetch realizes that it wasn't something important only to Elena. The elder then asks if it's true that the explorer used this pendant to force Elena to guide him through the forest. This he also admits is true. The woman with a large bus then asks his goal with this. Is it to kidnap elves to serve as slaves? Stetch just directly says the truth as always. My goal here is to destroy all the dungeons in this place. This statement catches everyone off guard. Only Elena already knew about it. The elder then asks if this is true. How many soldiers did he bring? And what is the location of have all of them? And how does he plan to feed so many people in elf territory? How skilled is their army? Our duo of undead responds that they have no allies. It's just him alone who defeats entire dungeons. This statement is an insult to the elder and all the elves who heard his words. She then orders Jester into the stadium to make the human tell the truth. The Strider comments that he should have told the truth from the beginning. Now it's too late. He was so quick that Stetch didn't defend himself from the punch in his stomach. He was out of breath, and it was said that this was only the beginning. While the explorer was encouraged to tell the truth to them, the elder says that the accomplice Elena Drainwire is now allowed to speak. The first question is why Elena didn't call for reinforcements when she was robbed by him. Why did she let the human blackmail her? Elena actually didn't want her entire tribe to be held responsible for her protector's failure, but she didn't tell them that. Her response is that this human's actions in destroying the dungeons have proven useful to the elves. Elena says that even though she doesn't trust him, it's true that the human cleared the Dry Root dungeon and the Anthill dungeon alone. The elder gets upset, saying that's impossible. Everyone knows that clearing a dungeon requires an army and months of preparation. While Stetch was getting beaten without fighting back, the elder claims that Elena should have confirmed it outside the forest. Surely this human has a hidden army to have defeated those dungeons. Elena firmly says he doesn't have a hidden army or hidden supplies. Everything was done by her and that human together. Another elder questions why Elena is protecting this human and lying. Our elf says to the entire council that she's not lying and everything is true. Renata draws everyone's attention to the battlefield that human isn't normal. All the spectators realize the saying that human has an incomprehensible aura. Stetch withstands more than his opponent's fists. He claims that Jasper will collapse before him. Elena then tells the elder that everyone knows the village is on the edge and he's the solution they've been looking for. The girl reveals that he's someone who can absorb monsters and dungeon energy. Memento questions why Stetch hasn't used any abilities until now. It would have been very efficient here. The explorer says that in this situation, it would have worsened if he had caused a commotion, as if he were counting on his newly acquainted partner to handle this situation. The elder questions Elena. Is the act of simply absorbing mana against the laws of nature? She will insist that this is true. Renata interrupts the conversation and advises releasing the monster. If this is true, they will know. Mentioning the monster brings concern to the elders. Renata is respectful and asks if Elena agrees that the explorer proves his abilities against the most powerful creature they know. She says that's perfect. Jester, upon hearing his name, surrenders and asks the explorer to calm down. As a gesture of peace, he frees his arms. The creature's roar shakes the entire stadium and Stetch's ears. Do they want him to go deaf today? There stood an armored bear before him. Stetch had never seen reports or records of a domesticated armored bear, so how were they keeping it in a cage? The elder thought it was an exaggeration, but Renata disagreed. If what Elena said was true, then this might not be enough. The elder with the large bust ordered him to demonstrate his abilities, and he understood they wanted him to fight that monster, but he wondered if they wouldn't give him his weapon. The protagonist realized his ring could hide beneath his skin. Memento made it so as not to draw attention and be separated from its owner, thinking the elves might have taken it. Stetch decided to use fireballs to see how the bear would react. The bear defended against the fireball with a single blow of its hand. This volibear is truly impressive, our villain said. Stetch decided to use the blast of air. This attack was powerful, and yet the bear resisted, enduring the pressure of the blast, which was unbearable for all the other elves sitting in the auditorium. Soon, the bear was unscathed, which shocked him because his attack didn't affect it. The bear roared and attacked him, but the protagonist dodged the attack and used his electricity ability, which left the bear feeling dizzy. Renata asked Jester if he had given any artifacts to this human before. He hadn't done that, and they had taken all his objects. Volibear smelled like barbecue, which surprised the elders because they didn't expect that. Elena, on the other hand, was excited. Volibear's still ready to attack, and Memento reminded Stetch that he was running out of mana. He knew that, but he found out that his electric-type attacks were effective against the bear. The armored bear attacked him, and he avoided the attack using a wind boost. He jumped to Volibear's head and shot a fireball directly at the bear's face. Its head burned, and it screamed in pain. Our Avenger grabbed its tongue, forcibly opened its mouth, and grinned wickedly. Could it be that inside this fake Volibear is even weaker against electricity? After a thundering smash, Volibear was being absorbed by the human. They called him a monster because it went against the laws of the universe. The elder with the large bust ordered everyone to be silent. They must respect him now. Besides, what choice do they have now? The elder who doubted Elena before apologized for it. Our favorite elf then asked what they planned to do now. What else could they do? They had no choice but to let him clear the dungeon because that dungeon was a threat to them too. For the first time, they asked the human's name, and he answered. The elder stated that, to fulfill their request, he risked his life to demonstrate his abilities. But first, she wanted to ask why he initially took Elena's artifact. He explained that he didn't know it was an artifact and had no intention of taking it from her because he wanted to challenge the red tree. With a serious look, the elder said that if he wants it so much, they won't stop him. However, they won't support him with anything other than basic supplies. Stetch feels like this woman doesn't like him. Elena says she wanted to go with him, but the elder didn't allow it. She tried to persuade her because the red tree dungeon was on another level compared to the other dungeons, and no matter how strong he was, sending him alone was risky. However, the elder repeated her words. She still needed to take responsibility for losing the artifact. Memento says that basically, they don't want to send their precious elf to a dangerous dungeon. I think they're right. What about you guys? Elena really wanted to help, but they didn't let her. Since she was so worried about him, Stetch asked if she had forgotten that his artifact got stronger every time he cleared a dungeon. He said he's not as weak as the elves think. He doesn't plan to die. The elf elder ordered to return his equipment and asked if he needed any supplies. Stetch replied that some potions would help. Meanwhile, near the dungeon, the Striders tried to stop the roots from crossing the border they had created. Their captain aimed at the roots and commanded his colleagues to block them at all costs. Before he could avoid it, the roots captured him, wrapping around his body like in those weird animes you might imagine. An explosion freed the captain, and they celebrated that help had arrived. To the surprise of the elves, it was a human who was there to help. The captain asked what happened. Why is there a human so deep in the dark forest? Renata warned not to dare touch that human. If anyone did, she would cut off their pee-pee. The captain asked Jester why 2 Striders were accompanying a human. Jester replied that he didn't know, but the elder's order said he was probably their last and only hope against that dungeon. The protagonist burned all the roots outside and waved to them, saying he's going now. Pointy ears. Meanwhile, in the elf village, Elena asked her grandmother why she stopped her. The old lady with a teenage face replied that she would never send her to the red tree. Elena's grandmother only had Elena after her Nora and her son died because of the red tree. Elena is her only granddaughter and living family, but the girl was worried about her people dying, and if their frontline soldier lost, not only would all the elves be wiped out, but the entire forest would turn into a dungeon. Wouldn't it be better to support him as much as possible? Her grandmother didn't agree with her. Is Elena their best chance? Not for her grandmother. She already lost her son, and going to the red tree wouldn't improve anything, only increase the chances of losing her last family. Elena wanted to disagree once again, but her grandmother wouldn't allow it, because this is not up for debate. No matter how strong that human is, if he dies, they won't have problems. What the elves need to do is come up with a plan B. The elder with a sad look said he can't be compared with Cain. At least this human can buy some more time for the elves. Meanwhile, in the red tree dungeon, elf skeletons were scattered everywhere. The atmosphere of the dungeon was quite intense from the start. The protagonist agreed, as he could almost smell the blood in the air, which was a bit worse than in the first dungeon. He examined the area and found dungeon plants, so he asked his artifact if it knew anything about these plants. Memento was surprised to see where the protagonist had reached, as his ability to find a way didn't work in the first dungeon. He drew his sword and attacked the roots with his sword. When he released the gas cylinder, it caused an explosion that broke the ground. He descended and replied that its effect was a sinkhole, as he found some underground plants. He recognized them as familiar and smelled an unbearable odor. He approached the flower and saw an elf inside it, completely dehydrated. Memento couldn't feel any life from that elf, considering the foul smell coming from the room. He assumed that everything in that place was probably elves. Some roots attacked from behind, and he cut those roots with his sword. They didn't let him interrupt their meal, but he also didn't plan to let them eat peacefully. He removed all the living elves from those sacks and tried to wake one of them up. As he kept screaming, Stetch slapped him to calm down and be quiet. "Here, why you bully me, you Why you bully me? He shouldn't be afraid of those plants." He gave him an escaped scroll and instructed him to use it to leave as soon as everyone woke up because he had to go now. The elf grabbed his shirt and asked him to wait because they had to save someone who was the only reason they were still alive. He didn't want to leave without that person, Cain Drainoir. And speaking of the devil, Cain regained consciousness and wondered if they still hadn't had enough. He's at his limit now. Someone destroyed the wall in front of him, a human carrying an elf boy. The elf was happy and confirmed that was Cain. Stetch was amazed to see those disgusting things. He ran to Cain and explained that it might hurt a bit, but he should bear with it. The other elf asked to be gentler with them, and in a few seconds the elf boy was the one who should be gentle as he carried Cain out of the dungeon. After they got out, our Avenger asked if it was Drainoir. Is it really who he thinks? Memento says yes and is not sure about letting that weak elf take this important person. Stetch asserts that he can feel the owner of this dungeon behind that wall and that he's eager to get his hands on Stetch. Cain is safe now. The protagonist did what he's used to doing to get into places places and destroyed everything in front. In this place, he found what he expected, a giant and terribly strange creature. He didn't know that disgusting plants like this could exist. The tree began to move its branches towards him when he asked if it had any information about the dungeon guardian. It was a subspecies of the world tree, probably of the same species as the tree growing over the dungeon. It was so imbued with mana that he couldn't even discern what it should have originally been, and now it was just an abomination. Stetch was impressed to see that the tree was coiling its vines to defend itself, showing to be semi-sentient. He attacked the tree with a fireball, but a wall of blood appeared to protect it. He was worried because that monster was very cunning, and none of his attacks were having any effect. He assumed that electric attacks wouldn't work either, since it was a tree. That made sense because the guardian had been at the top of the food chain of the dark forest for centuries, so it wouldn't be easily defeated. It probably wasn't the first time it captured a mage so powerful and absorbed his mana. The protagonist attacked the tree with his sword, commenting that the person was a mage, but was blocked and severely injured by the vines. Even with passive abilities helping, he ended up being captured. Stetch drank a healing potion to preserve mana and threw the tube at the monster's head, warning it not to get cocky for being a bunch of mana. He was then shocked to see the tree laughing at him and wondered why a disgusting monster ignored the basic instinct of the guardian to protect the dungeon. He realized that the tree's influence went beyond the normal limits of a dungeon because there were no other monsters, only carnivorous plants. It even had a mechanism to capture and store future nutrients, indicating that it had an ego. The more he looked at the tree, the more disgusting it seemed. Using wind magic, he managed to escape and became furious. Stetch challenged the tree to attack him again, promising to kill it, even if it was the last thing he did. The monster became enraged and attacked, and he avoided all the attacks using his dancer skills. After dodging the attack several times, he was surprised to see that a plant could be provoked. He noticed that the tree was struggling to cut its vines into smaller and thinner pieces. Stetch honestly said that there was something he wanted to try against the armored bear, but couldn't because of the many people watching. A combination of fireball and air blast, creating a storm of flames. The tree tried to protect itself with its vines, but still got hit. The heat of the atmosphere made Stetch sweat. Memento instructed him to unleash as many attacks as possible while he had the chance, so he ran towards the tree. He used electricity magic on the vines attacking him from behind. Memento began to find his partner very confident. Does he have a plan in mind? Stetch said to look closer. The tree's body was made of solid and rough vines, but there was a part that seemed particularly important. He approached the tree's face and punched it, making his hand penetrate deeply into the tree's throat. He used a curse aura on it, knowing that alone wouldn't be enough, so his artifact asked him to do something else. He remembered Gerald and used his desire for revenge as motivation. He activated his curse devouring ability to absorb the cursed items he took from the elves before and were in his fist. With this, he reinforced his fireball ability into Darkness Inferno. A fireball turned into a hell, emitting high-temperature flames and incinerating the target. Outside the dungeon, two elders and Elena went to the entrance of the dungeon to inquire about the current state of the dungeon, and if they knew if the human was dead or alive. There was no way to find out at that moment. It had been a while since he entered, but there were no abnormal activities. The elder said it was her turn to try to suppress this dungeon. Captain Nazir panicked at the intention of Elder Bellinora entering the dungeon. The man advised her not to be hasty. To everyone's surprise, suddenly some elves appeared, and he instructed his people not to shoot at them and to lower their bows. Jester was surprised to see that they were the missing elves, and ordered them to be moved to a safe place. The elders, Elena, and Captain Nazir were shocked to see these people, especially that Cain Drainoir was alive. Elena ran fiercely towards her father. They wondered if the human was responsible for this. Cain opened his eyes, and the girls cried with happiness to see that he was really alive. The elf asked Captain Nazir to send reinforcements to the dungeon, explaining that a strange human had entered alone and saved them. They received his escaped scroll, but as powerful as it was impossible for a human to leave alive, so he pleaded for help. Then a strong wind came out of the dungeon, and a lot of dust, shocking them. Elder Bellinora shouted that they must all go help the human right away. Jester and Renata prepared to go, and then the unexpected happened. The human teleported with the scroll out of the dungeon, and it collapsed. Stitch was talking to his hand when he realized he had a big audience in front of him. Everyone was shocked to see the human alive, and their attention turned to him. They were happy because the red tree had been eliminated, and he saved them all, making them free. While a hero emerged among the elves, elves. Gerald wanted to leave as soon as the soldiers arrived. He asked Balstock to wait and take care of some things for him, which surprised him. He handed him a letter and instructed him to look at it because it was a new dungeon that a spy in the kingdom of Gallia had discovered and sent to him. He wanted him to take care of it, so Gerald instructed him to choose some people from his elite guard and get the artifact as soon as possible. The dungeon was technically in Galan territory, which could cause international conflict, so he had to be careful and not get caught. He understood his task, and the prince decided to go first to the northern border, meeting him there after finishing at the dungeon. Meanwhile, Stitch was leaving the forest with Elena. He told her that he wasn't racist, but wouldn't it be dangerous to go to a human village with those pointy ears or face paintings? She asked him not to worry because as long as she had those marks, she would look like a regular human to others, although it was useless for those who already knew her identity. Stitch was surprised, wondering if it was some secret technique of the elves, but he wasn't so surprised since they could even detect dungeon formations. He remembered that Cain explained to him that certain mana-sensitive elves, like his family, could see the mana flow. Sometimes mana concentrates at a point so densely that they can't even look directly at it, and that's when a dungeon forms. The protagonist understood that he meant that a dungeon had just formed, and he confirmed it. Memento was happy because there would be no one to interfere, but that had been the situation for some time, so they needed to clear it before others found out. Elena was ready for them to leave, as she would go with him. He thought she was too old-fashioned, as no one else repays the village's debt. Memento thought she would be useful, as an elf's ability was really useful. The protagonist agreed, maybe because she used to be a strider. She's fantastic, as Elven mobility is a powerful archer and even detects dungeons. Elena wanted to know why they were going in that direction. He explained that a small village was ahead of them. They would rest there before traveling for another week. After covering some distance, they spotted the town, and he instructed her to stay behind him all the time, even though she looked human. Memento questioned why the explorer was so confident. Doesn't he have a bounty on his head? Stitch believed that was nonsense. They would never recognize him, since he wasn't even wearing the same clothes. Memento now doesn't know if his partner is an idiot or not. They reached the entrance of the village, and the guard asked for his name while looking at the wanted list. He replied that he was Ryan Gosling. When asked the woman's name, Elena thought about Stitch lying and also did the same. It's Selena Gomez. The guard looked at them suspiciously, but soon gave them the permission plate and instructed them not to lose the permission and have a good day. Stitch was impressed with Selena Gomez's cleverness. She then asked why lie. She did it, but still doesn't know why. Memento questioned if he's an idiot. He never told her that he was currently wanted. He asked her to enter the hotel first, where he would explain the whole situation. The bar was quite noisy, with people talking loudly. Compared to the forest, this place is much worse. He offered her a drink to try. Selena Gomez took a sip, but immediately spat it out because it tasted bitter and unpleasant, similar to dirty water. Memento had to agree with the elf. He didn't understand why humans drank that. Stitch sighed and decided to talk to her about the matter. He explained the whole situation while they ate, and she was surprised to learn that, in the end, he even received a reward because of it. He stated it was her choice, and allowed her to return to the forest if she didn't want to help him with revenge. However, Elena found his desire for revenge reasonable, and remembered his words in the forest. She would have to be a hypocrite or an idiot to stop him. He had even saved all the elves from extinction, so she said that in the name of the Drain War, she would pay her debt. Our protagonist felt strange remembering Elena's parents, who supported their daughter going on a journey without knowing what it was about. Elena commented that getting revenge on the king was not an easy task, although Stitch was probably someone who could do it. She asked about his ring, and Stitch instructed her to be quiet for a second, as some customers were talking about having the king's soldiers on all the roads and land, because many people had been robbed there. Elena soon realized this would be a problem since the soldiers would be patrolling the roads, and they had no idea what was hidden in the forest, so she wanted to know what Atelier's plan was. Sometime later, the soldiers were gathering people planning to travel the trade road. There had been many incidents recently, so they sent soldiers to solve the problem. Merchants with money to hire mercenaries for security would pair up with poorer merchants who couldn't. The protagonist saw an advantage in the situation and decided to find someone to take advantage of. He approached one of the merchants and asked if they could accompany him. The man replied that he was already poor and accompanying someone else, but he should ask that man over there, whose name was Farquaad Filch, a famous merchant. Stitch didn't need to look much to know that this guy was a pain in the neck. He asked Merchant Farquaad to let them accompany him too, but he got furious, as he had already said he would only take his own people and no one else. The man just commented that people around were watching him act. So, the famous merchant changed his stance and asked if they were at least adventurous. When they said yes, Farquaad allowed them to join as well, which was easier than Stitch expected. On the way, our Avenger talked to his benefactor, who replied that he was a dungeon explorer. The man was surprised, and said he had also wanted to be an adventurer or explorer, but got an arrow in the knee from a goblin when he was young and couldn't follow that career. Elena, as a true warrior, was always alert to find something strange, as Stetch asked her to stay vigilant for any danger. At night, while resting, she said that nothing seemed out of the ordinary yet and hoped it would stay that way. They were startled to see one of their companions fall and wondered what was happening. They were dazed as the mana particles had already dispersed. Stetch couldn't foresee this and also passed out. She ran to avoid these particles, knowing that everyone would fall if they continued. Hidden in the bushes, she saw some people around the merchant and wondered if they were the robbers. The thieves were annoyed by having so many mercenaries for defense. They were probably important people and must have valuable things. The thief asked the boss if they would take everything, but he refused, as the target was Farquaad Filch, not to touch anyone else. They were surprised to realize that one of the targets was awake. Stetch was still moving after the mana dispersion. They all attacked simultaneously to incapacitate the threat. The protagonist was furious at them for using magic to rob and attack in a group. He began to use all his taijutsu to knock them out. After defeating 2 thieves, the others were terrified of him resisting the spell. The reason for this is that our protagonist had acquired a passive skill, Magic Resistance Level 1, reducing negative effects by 20%. Memento explained that it wasn't just a passive skill, but their connection was getting stronger, making him a superior human being. Stetch didn't like how it sounded, but Memento said he did. The thieves called their boss, asking him to do something about it, but he was surprised to see someone resisting his spell. He didn't even know it was possible, and asked his companion what was happening. Shale was also confused, as there was nothing wrong with his ability, but the opponent was strange. He was furious and asked who he was, why he wasn't affected by the spell, and if he was a mercenary. Stetch wasn't a mercenary, but witnessing a robbery, he couldn't stand idly by. Those few words were enough for the thieves' leader, so the man decided to end the game. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Stetch, kicking him directly in the face. He was hit, and to Stetch's surprise, he couldn't figure out how he did it. Stetch tried to talk, but the thief only communicated through violence. Another kick was precise on his nose. Perhaps Stetch wouldn't be able to stay conscious even resisting the sleep spell. The thieves' leader asked Shale if he had lost his talent for magic, as this guy was a weakling who resisted his spell. The short man asked if he preferred to cast the spell himself if he could. The thieves' leader proposed something unusual for his companion. He wanted to take this man with him, while the thieves were against it. Elena was in the trees watching the situation unfold. She was sure he had disappeared for a few seconds, so she wondered if this thief was normal. She didn't know why they were taking Stetch, but had no choice but to follow them. On the way, Memento was furious with his incompetent partner, who had been passing out too often recently. Stetch always let his guard down against other humans. He asked what he should do against someone who disappeared. Memento was trying to convince him that Stetch should fight alongside him in these cases. Why didn't Mr. Floating Skull show up and do something? The conversation with an invisible being was interrupted when the man placed a mug of hot drink on the table as a sign of peace. Stetch, on the other hand, was irritated and questioned why the thief was letting his guard down now. He apologized and introduced himself. His name was Garrett and wanted Stetch to become his companion. He called himself a great patriot who loved this kingdom. He was the leader of the honorable bandits who served the people. Stetch thought that whoever could be a patriot in this crappy kingdom introduced himself too, saying his name was Brian. He asked if Garrett thought he was stupid. Why would he join a group of bandits? Garrett was taken aback by this aggression, then insisted that they were an honorable criminal group, only robbing the rich to give to the poor. However, for Stetch, a bandit is always a bandit. Garrett's soldiers couldn't believe this man wanted to join them. Rob and Garrett reminded his companions of their origins. Bernard was a beggar and was now a valuable member, and the shy Shale was a garden gnome and now a powerful wizard of the group. Garrett pounded the table to say that he made this happen. He had a good eye for finding diamonds in the rough. Something unexpected passed by the man's ears and made a small cut. All the torches were hit at a terrifying speed, and then they screamed that they were being ambushed. But what army would be hiding in the forest without making any noise? For Stetch, it was obvious that it was Selena Gomez. While they were distracted, he had the chance to escape and ran. Selena whispered for Brian Gosling to come in this direction and then joined him. Stetch wanted to know how many guards she killed, but Selena said she didn't kill anyone unless necessary. They were all just unconscious. To the couple's surprise, someone appeared in their path and looked too tired for it to be easy for him to intercept them. Garrett didn't want to let him go since he failed to convince him and asked if he knew what would happen now. He was frustrated and wanted him to stop being persistent, as he had tolerated him enough. Garrett ran towards them to attack, but they attacked first. They were surprised to hit the void. Selena Gomez and Brian Gosling still didn't understand how it was possible. Thanks to Memento warning Stetch that his stomach was the target, he managed to block the attack and then moved away from Garrett. The thief hinted by asking if Brian could see anything. Memento told Stetch that the artifact on his shoulder allowed the man to travel in the spiritual and physical realms, making him like a ghost. To the human eye, he was invisible, but to the eyes of a superior being, he couldn't hide. Shale reached the three who were fighting. Garrett tried several times to hit Stetch, but failed, and was even struck by the fists of vengeance. It must have hurt a lot, judging by his face. Brian shouted for Selena Gomez to act now. She threw daggers and almost managed to hit the ghost. Shale couldn't believe how that guy reacted to his boss's movements. It shouldn't be something a human could see. Stetch almost managed to knock out some of Rob and Hood's teeth. Even with his ghostly ability, Garrett struggled in the fight. Shale was sure the man's movements were improving during the fight, so he decided to help him and used magic on Stetch. But Elena threw a stone at him and stopped him. Besides singing, Selena was excellent at aiming. She didn't want him to interfere, and all the other thieves attacked her to capture her, but she used her strong wind ability. They didn't know she could use magical abilities and were pushed by the wind pressure. Garrett was worried about their critical situation. Soon, Merchant Farquaad arrived with his men and ordered them to attack everyone. Stetch Gosling was happy to see the reinforcements, but was speechless when he ordered them to attack everyone. They ran to attack while Stetch raised his hands in peace. But those idiots didn't realize it due to the darkness that allies were fighting before they arrived. So he had no choice and drew his sword to defeat the mercenaries as well. Shale soon woke up and asked what had happened. His boss was worried and asked if he was okay. He didn't know why, but their location was exposed by the people they robbed that morning. The most surprising thing was that they brought reinforcements, and one of them was a giant brute that weapons had no effect on. The only thing they hadn't tried against him was magic, so they asked Shale if he could handle him. He tried to use his drag magic, which reduced the target's movement speed by 30%. His magic failed because the man wore a cloak of magic resistance. His boss realized they were determined to get them that day. He couldn't believe they had gotten such expensive equipment. He took his dagger and ordered Shale to help the other men. Garrett disappeared and instantly was on the giant Robocop's shoulders. He tried to hit the head but struck the helmet. Before he could try again, Robocop used his arms and hit him from an impossible angle. For his arms in that position to make sense, he would have to be a rubber man. After that, he was thrown to kiss the ground. The punch he was about to receive would be fatal, but the giant felt things heating up. Stetch cast his fire magic on the giant to stop him. Such powerful magic made Garrett's hair stand on end. Even with a protective magic cape, the giant could not nullify the fire's effect. Memento commented to his partner that this was a joke. An inferior magic item couldn't block his incredible spells. Stetch had to acknowledge that his partner was excited about this. After Stetch gave the giant a breath of fresh air, the Titan attacked him with all his might for revenge. Such slow attacks were no threat to a veteran explorer with hacks. He even remembered that Volbear was much stronger and faster. This giant was like an open book, so predictable. He hit the guy's butt, and then Elena emerged from the trees and applied a chokehold on the giant. Despite her seductive appearance, Elena was like a heavy missile and buried the giant in the ground with great force, enough to defeat him. Garrett stood up smiling, saying Brian was playing hard to get. He wanted to join the incredible band of honorable thieves. Stetch had to hold back from smashing the guy's head too. He justified that he didn't like the Venezia royal family, so he would help defeat them. With his scariest magic, he made all the soldiers feel what it was like to be struck by lightning. Everyone on the battlefield was astonished by this magic. Something like that was terrifying. The mercenaries gave up resisting, and soon everyone was defeated. After being tied up, Farquaad cursed Stetch for being with those thieves all the time, using it to say that one shouldn't associate with commoners. Stetch made it clear that Farquaad had put him in this situation when he attacked him. Garrett interrupted and wanted to know how Farquaad tracked his camp. The merchant didn't want to reveal his secrets, but it was enough for Garrett to suspect it might be a tracking medallion among the stolen treasures. Shale put the man to sleep while saying that's why Garrett should let him handle the merchandise. This is what happens when he grabs everything without knowledge. Satisfied with the interrogation, Garrett offered a water bottle to his new ally and commented that Brian seemed to resent them. Did he have some history with the royal family? Stetch said he wasn't wrong. But as for Garrett, what was his goal with this man? Was it a scam? Garrett stated that the royal family had been corrupted for a long time, using the fear of neighboring kingdoms to amass an absurd fortune by taking money from citizens and allies. This is why Garrett acts. He can't see his country act this way. This guy is one of the main lobbyists of Venetia. He sends military funds to the northern borders to avoid paying taxes in Venetia. Garrett repeated that he doesn't steal from just anyone. Stetch whispered that he had similar goals, but Garrett's methods took too long to affect Venetia. With everything cleared up now, Brian Gosling asked if he could leave, or if Robin Hood would try to recruit him again. Since Brian wasn't planning to reveal their plans to anyone, he wouldn't do anything. So Garrett shouted commands to his allies, and they would leave in an hour. This was a goodbye, but Garrett hoped it was a see you later. Our protagonist smiled, thinking he didn't want to be associated with thieves again, but if fate willed it, they would meet again. After leaving the group of bandits, they walked for a while and arrived at a dungeon, confirming that Elena could detect dungeons. This one looked so clean and elegant, perhaps newly formed. They entered the dungeon, and Stetch could light the way with a fire ability. Elena noticed a monster hiding ahead. Stetch asked if Elena had fought goblins before. She had seen them a few times in the forest. He didn't know about the goblins she encountered in the forest, but those in dungeons were treacherous. He would show her how they hunted their prey. He located traps set by these dwarves and disarmed them. After doing so, he said they got very angry when prey didn't fall into the traps and attack that way. Stetch also showed how they were great at catching fire. With his barbecue magic, he set them all on fire and then absorbed the mana from the creatures. Elena felt sorry for the little ones for a moment. Maybe the real monster was the adventurer who fought like a ninja and cast spells like Gandalf. Inside this dungeon, another group was exploring the place. A girl named Millie wore a pendant that guided them in the right direction, and they progressed while guiding others, the Ballstock Special Forces. Millie guided the group and told them to stop. Something was wrong. This trap had been disarmed. It might be a monster with intelligence, but it was likely the work of a human. Raymond now realized they hadn't encountered monsters yet, which was improbable. Emmerich, despite not seeming intelligent, deduced that someone must be here. What they found further ahead confirmed this theory: a goblin barbecue pile. Millie was sure there couldn't be a flaming monster in this dungeon. It was the work of an explorer. Returning to the goblin barbecue responsible, progress was easy for the duo. They finally reached the dungeon boss's lair. Upon opening the door, they encountered a giant creature with 10 eyes. You can see 9, but one is hidden. Tired of fighting giant creatures, Stetch was quickly attacked by the monster. With his agility, he dodged and used his arc ability to discharge electricity throughout the giant monster's body. The sound of this fight and the giant monster echoed throughout the dungeon. Even the Ballstock group could hear it. As they approached the origin of the noise, they saw the colossal and frightening creature facing something even more frightening. What would Millie do? In the boss arena, Elena used her agility to shoot arrows stealthily at the creature's eyes. Stetch continued charging the boss's battery, but like an iPhone, it never got full. Millie ordered Raymond to get ready. The man questioned if it was serious. His leader's silence indicated it was. While Stetch struggled to defeat the boss, Raymond prepared an arrow reinforced with precision magic. His target was a fatal spot to defeat the biggest obstacle in the dungeon, the rival explorer. It's impossible for anyone to dodge, but to their surprise, the explorer evaded the attack without even looking in their direction. Raymond's heart sank as Stetch was now looking at him. For a few seconds, Raymond's ally managed to save him from becoming a barbecue like the goblins they had found earlier. They were safe now, but that didn't mean it would stay that way. Stetch might not have hit them, but next time they wouldn't be so lucky. He asked if they weren't going to lie and say they didn't realize he was human. He felt the killing intent in that arrow. Raymond was paralyzed while processing the information. This guy had just fired a fireball. Surely he was the one who defeated the goblins alone. He was dangerous. Stetch was very irritated. The guy wouldn't answer his questions, wouldn't try to convince him to spare his life. That wasn't the case. The sound of electricity echoed through the corridors. Emmerich arrived in time once again to protect his ally. However, even being the group's tank, he couldn't resist the attack he blocked. Memento warned that the shield was a magical tool that redirected magical energy. Emmerich, while feeling his body paralyzed, could only think that this mage was not normal. While the two men dealt with one monster, the other monster was like a porcupine, roaring in pain. Elena then went to ask who these humans were. Stetch didn't know. He only knew they weren't on the same side. Elena suggested they finish them off first and she would help. Stetch thanked her for doing so and kicked them away with great force. Something made him think he didn't want to eliminate other humans. For Elena, that wasn't a problem. The elf shot to be fatal. Millie intervened and blocked all the arrows. This was unexpected for our exploring duo. The red-haired girl used a whip sword and took advantage of the distraction to capture Stetch with her weapon. Emmerich quickly hit him like a train. Raymond used this moment to try to hit the fatal arrow on his target. Stetch, furious at these humans attacking him, broke free and destroyed Millie's sword and repelled the arrow. Raymond failed once again and narrowly dodged Elena's arrows. In this scenario, they were at a disadvantage. That woman was also dangerous. Stetch tried once again to ask who they were and why they were attacking him, but got no response from the rival group. Memento said they wouldn't give information to targets. They were undoubtedly trained professionals. Stetch pondered if that person had sent them to eliminate him. These people must be after the treasure of this place. Millie, while staring at her enemy, told Raymond and Emmerich to attack the man, and she would handle the woman who attacked from a distance. To complicate the couple's situation, the boss positioned itself behind Stetch and Elena. They would have to face 3 people on one side and the boss on the other. Millie attacked Elena fiercely, and she was able to defend with her wooden bow. At the same time, the boss focused on attacking our beautiful elf. Channeling fire in its giant mouth, it attacked the girls. Stetch, near the spot, fought the two men while worrying about his exploration partner's safety. Emmerich, despite being a tank, also had weapons to attack, forcing Stetch to retreat further. This time, our protagonist tried to use his wind bullet magic and hit the shield directly, but couldn't get past Emmerich's defense. Raymond, with his precision magic, still couldn't hit Stetch effectively. Even 2 against 1, the two men were cornered against this mage. The person before them was accustomed to fighting in dungeons. Elena nearby resisted all attacks against her and left Millie in the same situation as her. The giant creature now approached from behind Millie, and Elena took this moment to stealthily go behind Millie. Her kick was blocked by the girl. Elena warned that she didn't only know how to fight from a distance, she could also handle close combat. Millie and Elena exchanged punches, and the two girls seemed to have the same level of close combat, their attacks like mirrors hitting each other equally. The fight went beyond fists, each using their equipment and maneuvers to try to defeat the other. Millie then positioned herself on top of the boss to see the battlefield. Elena was furious with her, but her biggest problem was Stetch defeating her allies and about to cast a big spell. Millie shouted for Emmerich to stop him, but Stetch anticipated things. He used 2 spells simultaneously, Air Explosion and Crosswind, to affect everyone on the battlefield. He shouted for Elena to hit the two men. Raymond was about to go blind, but narrowly dodged, the injury being just a scratch. He escaped safely from this attack, but Millie was hit by the mage's spell. Emmerich had nothing to do, so he began to absorb Stetch's magic into Millie's body. Our protagonist didn't care about them, and decided to focus on the boss now. Stetch jumped on the multi-eyed creature and used his exploding sword. Within seconds, the creature's head was in pieces, and the explorer was absorbing the creature's energy. Now it was just him and Elena against those 3 wounded adventurers. Stetch asked Elena to go to the other side to get the artifact. He would finish these 3. Elena wanted to make sure Stetch needed to go that far with these people, saying they would be buried when the dungeon collapsed after they got the artifact. In a dark tone, Stetch asked if he had ever told her why he survived that time. He was alive only because Gerald let his guard down. Our Avenger wouldn't make the same mistake. He was about to finish the 3, and then Emmerich used a smoke bomb that filled the area. They were willing to risk everything to be the first to get the artifact. Emmerich ran to where Elena was, and Raymond took his last chance to hit the target. A red silhouette and someone received a fatal arrow. Unfortunately for Raymond, Elena wouldn't forgive so many times those who tried to take her partner's life. In the smoke, Stetch couldn't act. Elena eliminated one of the men and quickly reached the other. Selena Gomez used a movement ability to overtake Emmerich. She also threw some presents at him that stuck to his arm. Stetch finally came out of the smoke and focused on reaching the artifact before any of them. That could be something unique, and they had to be the first to lay hands on it. Emmerich couldn't beat either of them in speed. His last attempt would be to stop the mage from reaching it. Stetch was tired of how many times this person blocked his spells. Now he had no shield to do that. He told him to block this now and fired. The fireball hit the mark. Emmerich felt his skin peel with the heat. His last moments were seeing those two reach the dungeon artifact. He wouldn't be able to complete his mission or survive today. As soon as the artifact was removed, the dungeon collapsed on them. Outside, our duo used a teleport scroll and were safe. This made Stetch furious. Why were those people so desperate to get that artifact that they even sacrificed their lives to try to get it? Elena remembered Raymond shouting to leave them behind and get the artifact. So what was so special about this bracelet? Secretly, Stetch asked Memento's evaluation of this item. The ghost skull said his partner must be stupid. This item was from a newly formed dungeon. It couldn't be anything. Hurry and give it to him to devour. Stetch thought about Memento's words and decided it was nonsense. He must be jealous and decided to put the item on. He reflected that he hadn't tried any of the artifacts they had taken until now because Memento had eaten them. This time he would at least try. It was surprising. Information on how to use it blossomed in his mind, as if he always knew how. The name was Barak. Memento was angry, asking how his partner dared to use other artifacts when he already had Memento. Furthermore, when an artifact bonds with its user, Memento can no longer absorb it. Despite the scolding, our protagonist didn't care. Barak was now logged into the explorer's Stetch atelier. Selena Drainoir asked if Stetch wasn't going to absorb it this time. Stetch then picked up a stone to test its effect. By enchanting the object with his artifact, it became more powerful. He explained to Elena that it was like the enchanted item was a magical tool. Stetch said he felt that the stronger he got, the more artifacts he could possess. This made Memento angrier, as his partner was using other artifacts besides him. It was betrayal. Sometime later, they encountered a man who was waiting for them. Stech and Elena were to stay under his care. Elena began to realize that her partner was someone with good connections. Soon, they set off while he looked at the map. He instructed her that if they continued heading north from where they were, there would be a mountain range called Rakasha and one of the largest mining cities on the continent called Sentigma. That was where they were headed. But something didn't make sense. The city he mentioned was in the opposite direction, but their guide insisted they had to do something first. It's difficult to enter Sentigma because of its tight security, so they needed an alternate route. The reason he was placing those stones along with the money was to pay the toll. The merchant warned that they were quite lucky because it's increasingly rare to find people like him willing to take this route. Now, they could hide in the wagon. When Elena climbed up and showed her beautiful legs, for some reason, Stech's cheeks turned red. During the hours on the road, he had to control himself so nothing would go out of hand. And of course, they passed through security without the merchant having to show the wagon's goods. When they arrived, the merchant showed them the city and advised them to go to the bars first to gather information about the place. They went to a bar where the owner had heard a lot about Stech through Dalton. His name was Balthazar. He would have loved to welcome the two, but they arrived at the worst possible time. Naturally, Stech was curious to know more about this, while Elena was once again hating that terrible thing humans like to drink. Balthazar revealed that there had been more monster incidents around the mines in recent days, so all the kingdom's soldiers gathered to subdue the area. Balthazar suggested that if Stech had any sense, he wouldn't go to the surface and draw attention, since his head was valuable. Our protagonist was not happy with his situation, and made it clear that he did not intend to stay in the city for long. His interest was in the black market smiths and alchemists. When would they arrive in the city? Balthazar, surprised by the question, said the kid didn't really understand the situation. Because of the subjugation, there were hundreds of soldiers in the city, and for that reason, all the blacksmiths were involved with orders for the army. Stech, then furious, realized he couldn't get what he came for in the city now. Balthazar explained that even though army services didn't pay as well, in times like these, they helped make the city's area safer, so they took all the army's orders. Stech shouted that he had a lot of money. Wasn't there any greedy blacksmith who could be introduced to him now? Given its importance, Balthazar said he would try to find someone for him. A few days later, Stech was crying at the bar table. He had so much money and gems, but no one wanted to accept them. Wasn't his adventure and revenge more important than protecting the city and its inhabitants' lives? Elena then came over to thank him for the human clothes he had gotten for her. One might say our protagonist's sadness would disappear right away. But before that, Balthazar came to him with good news. He had found 2 people to help him, and to start, Stech could buy them a drink. Before his eyes, Stech saw Hope, a blacksmith and an alchemist. They were Casper, the alchemist, and Letty, the blacksmith with strange muscles. They greeted each other, and Casper made it clear that the situation wasn't good. Everyone had dozens of orders to fulfill, but as a favor to Balthazar, he would prioritize Stech. And here we see once again the advantages of having good contacts. Casper wanted to hear what the explorer needed so they could decide if it was possible. Stech showed his sword, which he'd been using, made by a friend from another city. The two had never seen anything like it before. Before even touching the sword, they said it wasn't something that could be easily fixed. Letty inspected the item and was surprised by the quality of the sword. She also explained that the gas recipe used to activate it wasn't something easily obtained anywhere in the kingdom. Therefore, she suggested replacing the gas in the cylinders with gunpowder. Casper confirmed it would have more firepower and be easier to reload than gas, but it would be much more expensive. Stech then smiled and showed his heavy gold coins, and because of that, he also wanted to request defensive equipment made of leather. Casper commented that leather equipment might also be difficult to obtain at a time like this, and asked Letty if she could do something about it. The blacksmith said yes, but he had to provide the leather to be used since all the city's raw materials were used for the army. Sometime later, Stech was using 100% of his brain to figure out where to get leather. Balthazar mocked our hero because all the monsters near the city were stone types and had no leather to be harvested. Stech then, in a moment of madness, asked if the monster Balthazar mentioned yesterday was a stone type too. With a serious look, the man said he didn't have direct information about that, but judging by the wounds of those who survived, it must be a beast-type creature. Balthazar then explained that the army came to the city because no one could defeat this creature. Stech's intention was obvious to everyone, but he said he wouldn't do anything stupid. It was just curiosity. Balthazar, a man who understood that men like to face dangers, the small scar on his face proved it, told Stech that the man over there was an informant from the black market. If he wanted to find out how to encounter the creature, he could tell him. The brave soldier woke from his dreams when Stech banged the table with a gift for him. He asked about the monster incident in the mines. The soldier was furious because that wasn't something he could tell a stranger who might spread gossip later. Stech said he didn't want to spread rumors, he just wanted to know about the moment they were attacked. This made the man even angrier. He vented that it was true. He was the soldier who fled instead of fighting. Did the kid have a problem with that? Balthazar quickly stepped in to knock some sense into the soldier using the best way possible. He said it was obvious the man should have fled since he was a precious source of information for the black market. The informant revealed that the monster in the mines was a manticor, which was strange to Stetch. This creature typically appeared in the deserts of Kalded. Why did it come to the Raksha Mountains? The informant recounted that they were excavating a wall in the mine, and when it broke, the creature emerged for the first time. He was sure the monster had bat wings and a scorpion tail. Upon hearing this description, Stetch was mesmerized. This was the perfect leather for his equipment. The soldier could hardly hold his reward for the information. The gold was very heavy. Stetch thanked him and revealed that he was going to hunt the creature. The man's advice was to give up. That thing couldn't be defeated even by a powerful group of adventurers. Only the army might succeed. He tried to return the money, insisting he couldn't accept it for a young man to go and lose his life in that place. Stetch, in turn, said he wasn't just a pretty face. He was much stronger than he seemed. To demonstrate, since it was a manticore, it should be weak against this. He then fired a small attack, perfectly hitting a candle on a nearby table. The bag of gold had already been taken again, and the soldier asked if the young man was a mage. Stetch said he wasn't. Did he have a problem with that? The man didn't, but he wanted to ask a favor of the young man. Later, Stetch and Elena arrived at the mines using the secret route the man had informed them of. They went through the sewers and now smelled like a public bathroom. Upon seeing the entrance, Stetch could already imagine what the monster had done inside. After seeing the condition of the entrance, he used his animal instinct to track the monster. The smell of rotting flesh pierced his nostrils, and he cursed because his sense of smell was very sensitive, but he needed to endure it. The hardened trails in the mud led only in one direction, and he thought the area around was safe. He was exploring the place when Elena called out after seeing a severed arm, wondering if it belonged to the soldier's comrade. The informant had asked them to bring back mementos of his dead comrades, so Elena collected the belongings from the bodies to take back to him and moved on. The creature was prowling the area. Stetch asked Memento if he knew anything about the monster, if it had any weaknesses or something, since that was his specialty. Memento explained that manticores had thick skin, so most weapons couldn't pierce it, and they were also resistant to magic. Stetch even asked if it was unfair for it to be resistant to both physical and magical damage, but it still had a weakness. The inner parts of its wings were thin and particularly vulnerable to physical attacks. They reached a place where they saw more bones and blood, assuming much more was happening there, wondering if the manticore did that too. Memento affirmed that there was nothing else around that could have done that, and Stetch couldn't disagree. But why? Suddenly they heard a tremendous roar that scared them. Memento was sure it had detected Stetch and was waiting for him to approach its territory. As nervous as he was now, Stetch wasn't going to back down. Elena then said the monster couldn't be that big of a deal. The 8 hours of terror training she did with her grandmother was much worse. Memento and Stetch, for a moment, wondered who this woman was. Our explorer calmed himself and slapped his face to regain focus, then began to prepare as Batman would in this situation. He was going to lure the creature, and Elena would stay here to provide support at the right time. Stetch trusted Elena completely and said it was time to greet this creature. He said this while enchanting a dagger with his new artifact. Inside, he searched for the monster, but found its egg instead. They were surprised because a manticore must be at least 50 years old to lay an egg, so it was rare to see something like this. Stetch assumed he wouldn't need to worry about money for a while if he could get his hands on that egg, but for a moment, he thought he was too addicted to his work. His focus was revenge. The monster took advantage of his distraction and almost swallowed Stetch's head whole, ending the Manhua. Luckily, Stetch was quicker and didn't die a second time. The creature still didn't give up and nearly hit him with its long scorpion tail, which he blocked with his dagger. His weapon got wet with the acid from the venom. If that got on him, it would be a problem. Memento stated that the creature used its egg as bait because it knew it was very resilient and they wouldn't be able to harm it. Stetch didn't need to think much and decided the best thing to do was run, so he did. The creature roared furiously at him. How the hell did this coward decide to flee so quickly? As if challenging Stetch, the monster roared again. Our protagonist accepted the challenge and tried to use his fire and lightning magic simultaneously, covering the manticore's entire body with it. Then Memento warned him to be careful. The monster's tail almost hit him again, and this time it launched poisonous stingers. Stetch continued to run and throw magical attacks to lure it, and despite the high magical defense, the manticore felt some effect from the magic. It also kept launching stingers, which Stetch defended against. The creature then started receiving multiple arrow attacks, which also didn't affect its thick skin. After some time, the creature reached the trap and got stuck in the wires he had placed in the tunnel. Stetch then threw as many fireballs as he could, and Elena shot all the arrows she could. He shouted to add even more power because the creature was going to give in, but that didn't happen. The manticore, feeling cornered, roared so loudly that the attacks were dispersed. The duo now had to face the monster head-on. Determined to win, Stetch approached while Elena provided support. The monster covered its eyes to avoid being hit, so Stetch climbed even higher to hit directly on the wings. The stealth attack was effective, and now the monster decided to fight back. It hit him with its head, smashing him against the cave wall. He was injured and spat blood, worrying Elena, who could only shout for him and hope he would respond that he was okay. Stetch used recovery magic, and Memento reminded him that it wasn't effective. This magic only restored the body's health, but didn't heal open wounds, injured organs, or broken bones. Stetch knew this and said it was worth the effort. That dagger was exactly where he wanted it, and now he just had to use it. He attacked the manticore with electricity magic, and this time the electric arc had a significant effect on the monster, its scream of pain echoing throughout the underground. This made him very happy. His plan was working. The thick skin was resistant on the outside, but the sword made the electricity enter the body and damage the monster from within. Even though he had the advantage, the creature's resistance was so great that it was still holding on. With a roar of desperation, the monster nearly deafened everyone to disperse the attacks on it, then tried to use this moment to strike its foul stinger and defeat the insolent human. Stetch and Memento synchronized and used an air explosion magic to disperse the creature's attack, avoiding the stinger and the acid it also released. The creature also tried to attack with its claws, and Elena was alert to take advantage of any mistakes to blind the monster. The monster also realized the archer was the easiest threat to eliminate and decided to attack with its tail. Elena, confident in not being noticed, was almost severely hit. Stetch, with sharp eyes, anticipated the monster's movements and saved the future mother of his children. The tail was very annoying and dangerous. Because of this, Stetch warned her to stay away and just hide for now. He was sure the manticore was taking damage from the electric attacks, so why was it still standing? Memento agreed it was effective, but Stetch needed to land a critical hit to knock it out. The explorer missed his explosive sword. With it, he could blow it up through that hole, but unfortunately, the item had been left behind for repairs. With no choice, he concentrated everything on making even stronger electric spells, using maximum power. The monster's battery was at 100% and about to explode like an overcharged phone. Stetch used everything he had, but the monster didn't fall. Now, he was in trouble. The manticore looked at him for a few seconds, then fell heavily to the ground. If he had been under the creature, it would have been a draw. Stetch focused on reaching the creature's neck as quickly as possible, and didn't notice the monster's tail was about to strike him from behind. A powerful arrow prevented the tail from hitting its target. Elena watched everything carefully and wouldn't let the manticore do that. Stetch grabbed the shovel he had found earlier and would use it as a weapon. Hitting the spot where the dagger was near the monster's wing, he tore off the manticore's wing. The scream of pain could be felt even by him, and Stetch felt it in his ears, but the noise wouldn't stop him from continuing the attack. He drove the shovel deep into the hole where the monster's wing had been. The brutality left Memento and Elena speechless. Stetch fired a fireball into the hole, exploding the monster from the inside out. The impact sent pieces flying in all directions, including onto the veteran monster hunter, Stetch Atelier. Look at the size of the hole that became the area. The powerful attack also affected Stetch, so Elena ran to him with a healing potion. Memento had to acknowledge that it wasn't bad at all. His partner was proving to be an impressive warrior. Elena couldn't see Memento and didn't know of his existence, but she still had the same thought as the relic and praised her adventure companion. Stetch was incredible. He had won, but something felt strange. Elena and Memento asked simultaneously what was wrong. Stetch said the bodies this monster had eaten weren't here inside. Memento agreed that on the way here, they had seen many devoured bodies. This thing's stomach should be full to the limit. Stetch also thought about the egg. This manticore seemed to be male. At that moment, everyone's hearts pounded, and then a stealth attack surprised Stetch. A tail was about to blind our protagonist when Elena, in milliseconds, kicked Stetch out of the attack's path, saving him. Before he stopped sliding on the ground, Stetch warned Elena to watch behind her. The monster's tail had grabbed the girl by the neck and was ready to break it. In desperation, Stetch shot an air explosion, hitting the tail precisely and freeing the elf. That was close. Stetch should have known there were two due to the egg. This one was the female and much larger than the male. Moreover, it was much faster and stronger than the previous manticore. Its attack was so swift that he couldn't dodge it. Stetch was thrown toward the creature's tail, and this time there was no saving him. He was skewered like a kebab. right through where his heart should be. The pain of being impaled and the venom's acid corroding him was maddening. Seeing this, Elena should have gone into shock, but Stetch, still conscious, ordered her to retreat again. This was the manticore the informant had reported. Its wing was injured. Stetch used a fireball to attack the monster and free himself. Despite having a hole where his heart should be and venom flowing through it, he managed to stand up. Despite his warning, Elena decided to come and cover Stetch while he recovered. Before she could do anything, the creature, with its speed, hit her from the side, breaking her bow and throwing her far from the scene. With the force of the impact, it was impossible to tell if she was unconscious or worse. Stetch's situation was critical too. He quickly took another healing potion and worried about Elena's state. Memento noted that she wasn't dead yet, but it wouldn't be long before all three of them perished if this continued. The female manticore, furious over her partner, charged at him. This time, Memento took the lead, capable of casting spells for Stetch while his partner focused solely on attacking. Stetch had no choice but to attack and try to defeat it before being defeated. Using wind magic, he launched himself up and dodged the attack. Using the moment when the creature's vision was obscured by dust, Stetch had only one chance to do this. He descended, cutting the creature's batwing, and before reaching the ground, he landed on the monster's head, blinding it in one eye. Now, he needed an eye patch. The manticore retaliated, biting half his abdomen. Despite the pain, Stetch smiled, adrenaline flooding his body. The monster even tore a large chunk out of him, but before he could see the wound, the creature kicked the human away. Still lying on the ground, Stetch's abdomen was fully healed. This time, the human roared loudly, startling the monster. This prey was acting like a true crazed predator. Elena opened her eyes, feeling pain all over her body. Remembering she was in a battle, she was startled by what she saw in front of her, a cautious manticore facing a wounded human. What Elena couldn't see from behind Stetch was that he was insane. Memento reminded his partner that their mana was at its limit. They had, at most, one more spell left to stay alive. Knowing this, Stetch handed his dagger to Elena and said he wouldn't last long. He needed her support now, and his life depended on it. The manticore watched its predator closely, and then suddenly, an electricity spell hit its back, running through its body. Stetch used everything he had, and it was enough to knock the monster out for at least a few seconds. He just needed this time to get closer. Using his new max-level weapon, he dug a hole in the monster's other eye, and then shouted for Elena to cut off the creature's tail now. Elena flew like a bird and positioned herself behind the creature. Using the blade he gave her, she perfectly severed the tail. Stetch used a powerful stinger against its own owner. He knew the manticore was the top predator in this place, and this was the most powerful weapon here. Stetch pierced the monster, hitting its heart and killing it instantly. Finally, they had defeated it. Now the question was, who was the true monster here? After some time, they returned to Balthazar's bar. Everyone was stunned by the situation. Just these two had defeated the manticore that the army couldn't. Stetch said not only that, but she had laid an egg, and he managed to take that too. Balthazar would receive a reward in exchange for the information, but the man insisted that the story he had to tell now paid the price. After all, this was what plagued the entire city, and was resolved by the selfish explorer who wanted priority over the blacksmiths, helping the army protect the city. The informant soldier was in the same place, drunk as always. Stetch approached him to return the belongings of his friends who had died down there. Stetch said that was all that was left of the soldiers' remains down there. He wished he could have brought more. This comforted the man's heart. His cowardice that day tormented his heart every night, but at least he could take this to their families when he visited. Despite the sad situation, Stetch was happy to have helped someone on his adventures. That night, an alchemist visited the bar, having heard there might be a manticore egg there. Casper was amazed by the egg, while Letty was impressed by the creature's leather. Balthazar warned everyone that if anyone lost or damaged these items, he would personally drag the responsible party to hell. Stetch laughed at the excellent customer service, feeling at ease. Letty didn't know what Stetch had done to kill the creatures, but their hides were quite damaged. She knew that was the least of the problems when fighting a manticore, as it was almost a miracle he had returned alive. Stetch agreed with her, saying that if he had worried about the hide during the fight, he would have died in an instant. Casper informed him that the bag on the table was the leftover money from upgrading his weapon. Stetch was surprised to see so much money left over. The blacksmith said his sword was in the workshop and should be ready by the next day, but the armor would take about 3 days to complete, even if they started now. The protagonist was shocked to hear this, as he believed it would take much longer to cure and tan monster hides, but Letty said only amateurs took that long. Elena arrived with a problem. She asked if there was any chance to repair her bow. Letty declined, and the protagonist assumed it was too damaged to be improved and would need to be remade. However, that bow was crafted with Elven technique, so Elena wondered if something of the same quality could be made. Stetch apologized to her, as it was his fault her bow was so damaged. She was saddened because it was an old bow given to her by her grandfather, knowing it would eventually wear out. Memento appeared and agreed with her, making Stetch feel even more guilty about the destruction of such an important bow. The protagonist suggested they visit the blacksmith the next day to see if they could fix it. She thanked him sadly, wished him a good night, and went to her room to rest. Memento asked if he thought they could find something with elven craftsmanship. Stetch was so irritated he wanted to tell Memento to shut up while he thought of a way to help her. Meanwhile, Prince Gerald was commanding the soldiers to rebuild the defensive wall as quickly as possible before the next wave of monsters. Nothing was going according to plan. A soldier appeared and reported that Castle Brendan had made contact and that this time was different, making Gerald anxious. The person contacting them was Balstock, who asked how the prince was doing, which pleased Gerald as it came at the right time. He asked if anything had disappeared. Gerald became a bit anxious and informed the prince of a problem. Balstock asked if he remembered sending a task force to retrieve an artifact from a new dungeon a few weeks ago. The prince held his head, imagining they might have returned empty-handed, but the situation was worse. Balstock reported that he had sent a team to monitor them, and they reported the dungeon was in ruins. The prince was worried because this meant someone already had the artifact, and wondered if his royal guards had betrayed him, but that wasn't the case, as all the royal guards were chosen from orphans with nowhere else to go, and were all bound by a blood magic oath. There had never been a single traitor until now. Prince Gerald knew Balstock trusted his guards, so he didn't doubt their loyalty. But this wasn't just about an artifact. His dignity was at stake. He didn't know what his brother Alfred would do if he found out, so he instructed Balstock to find them as quickly as possible. Back to our protagonist, Stetch, while having breakfast, asked about the number of weapon shops in the area. Balthazar mentioned that Stetch's girlfriend had gotten up early and left. After thinking for a moment, Balthazar warned that there were many strange men in the city these days, so Stetch should be careful. He threw the napkin at him, insisting she wasn't his girlfriend, and ran off to find Elena. Later, he arrived at the market, wondering where she had gone. He remembered he had never explained the value of money to Elena. He hoped she wasn't being taken advantage of, but Memento suggested he not worry about her, as she was more cautious than him. He overheard some people talking to a girl and turned to see Elena with a stranger. Suddenly, Stetch was startled by a loud noise. What he saw didn't surprise either the protagonist or Memento. Just 3 men stood no chance against that girl. One man furiously charged at him with a dagger, but before he could strike, Stetch punched him, sending him crashing down hard, terrifying his companions. Elena didn't waste time and left the man with a broken skull, damaging some nearby walls. Stetch asked if she was okay, and Elena questioned if he was worried because she couldn't defeat that woman in the dungeon last time. Stetch was definitely not concerned for her safety, but rather the danger of her killing these men by overexerting her strength. Moving past this, he wanted to find a safer place. On the way, Elena wondered what he was doing there. He had come looking for her and asked why she had left so early in the morning. Elena explained that elves believed ancient valuable tools contained the spirit of their ancestors, and her bow contained her grandfather's soul. She was determined to repair it as soon as possible. Her words pierced the protagonist from all sides, making him feel even guiltier, groaning in pain. Memento was surprised to realize that the elf was much cleverer than he thought, as she was trying to make Stetch feel guilty. She was murmuring about burning the bows, although finding a sufficiently isolated place was difficult. Elena visited some shops but didn't have the courage to go in, fearing they might discover her elven heritage. Stetch understood what had happened and asked for some time, confident he could find a bow she liked as promised. Memento laughed, thinking he might be joking, and wondered where he would find something to replace a bow that meant so much to her. Stetch told him to stay out of it, but his artifact did not take orders. Stetch called her over to check out one of the shops he found, and they entered. He assumed that being a mining city, there would be all sorts of rare items available there, and asked if anyone was around. Elena found some bows placed aside, and the protagonist was happy she found one she liked, which looked quite elegant. She commented that the wood of those bows was agonizing to be destroyed, and that their craftsmanship was poor. Hearing this, both Stetch and Memento were sure they would never find a suitable bow for her. The shopkeeper came out, apologizing for being busy hammering something, and asked if they were looking for anything specific. Memento asked to speak with Stetch before he talked to the shopkeeper. His artifact commented that while there was a lot of random junk, there were some rare items hidden there. The protagonist needed clarification on this, knowing that Memento saw things differently from humans. So, he asked his artifact what it saw. Memento was holding something that could be perfect for Elena, but wondered what it was. Later, she looked at the weapon he had given her, and the protagonist was pleased she found a weapon she liked. Stetch was surprised by the idea of using a magical tool that adapts to the user's mana. Elena thanked him for the gift, and named the weapon Licordacchio, which astonished him as she had already named it. The protagonist felt uncomfortable having put these cursed items in the store, and his body started to feel strange and heavier. He tried picking items that wouldn't attract attention, but Memento felt great absorbing the sweet scent of dark energy and death, making him seem worthy of being called a partner. But Stetch didn't like it at all. Elena asked when they would leave. Stetch explained that Letty said her equipment was ready, so they could leave as soon as they picked it up. Later, they left the city and soon were killing goblins, just as Goblin Slayer liked to do, kicking them like soccer balls. Stetch was on alert when he saw a goblin chief and ensured that they were close to a village called Gialan. If that was the case, the chief in the village wasn't putting much effort into protecting the surroundings. He instructed Elena to handle the others while he dealt with the big one. She confirmed she had no problem and began punishing the nearby goblins. The goblin leader charged at the malicious human with his spear. At first it seemed like he had hit him directly, but to his surprise, the human was tough. Stetch grabbed the spear, smiled like a villain, and suggested they speed things up. A few noisy minutes passed, leaving all the goblins in the area scattered on the ground, with Stetch absorbing the mana of their leader. Elena asked if their next goal was to teach a lesson to the corrupt lord of the village. Stetch replied that their aim was to help the villagers and cut off one of the royal family's sources of income. He told Elena about hearing something interesting from his friend Dalton. He revealed that a lord named Borden had started collecting tons of money, and what surprised Stetch was the rumor that the chief of Gialan was hoarding hundreds of artifacts in his personal vault. If this corrupt person had so many artifacts hidden in the city, he would be forced to share with our protagonist. They entered the village where a soldier was taking a man's pig. The man begged them to let it go, saying his family would have nothing left if they took it. The soldier scolded him and ordered him to be quiet, saying everything they had belonged to the lord, so he should stop complaining and hand over the pig. Elena looked furious, ready to use force to stop this cruelty, but Stetch held her back. He recognized it was wrong, but instructed her to wait for now, as they needed to assess the situation and not draw attention yet. The family man had his last animal taken as taxes, and now couldn't feed his family. The two approached the man and offered him a gold coin in exchange for a place to stay if he didn't mind sheltering them in his home. They made a delicious meal for them, even though the guests insisted they didn't need to do so much. The man explained that things started to get worse a few years ago, initially raising the prices of public facilities like the water well. But since then, taxes had increased so much that they now had to give more than half of what they produced to the town leader. Additionally, the situation was so bad that the lord didn't have enough supplies or money to leave the town. Stetch was speechless hearing the man's story. The people here couldn't save money and were indebted to the lord of the lands, everyone trapped by debt. Elena was even more furious upon learning how the men treated people in these lands, even taking the farmers' lands if they couldn't pay the high taxes. The man added that even the town soldiers weren't spared and had their wages reduced, making our protagonist think about how stupid the town leader was. By doing such idiotic things, he weakened the town's economy and security. After hearing everything, Stetch asked how the man knew so much. The man said the village bar was where you heard everything and got any information. Stetch remembered how Dalton always knew all the gossip from his town and the kingdom, and how the bar was where they should go. Later, the soldiers in the tavern were surprised because they had never seen Stetch before. They asked what his profession was, as he had just defeated a man in an arm wrestling match. Stetch laughed and replied that he worked here and there as a mercenary. The soldier was surprised to hear about the mercenary, sensing something different about him. One arm wrestling match was enough for the men to become friends, and the man offered him a drink on the house. While they were talking, the man was surprised to hear from the young mercenary that there were goblins near the village. The soldiers were supposed to keep the surroundings safe, but Stetch insisted he even encountered a goblin leader. In the end, the soldier accepted his words, but if Stetch had defeated them, they were safe again. Our protagonist mentioned he had barely escaped with his life. He even said only an experienced man like the soldier could handle that goblin leader. First, you beat a man in a test of strength, and then recognize his strength and praise him. Just a few steps, and now the soldier respected him and started sharing his stories. After some mugs of mead and many stories and laughs, Stetch heard everything about the village and how the chief had a lot of money and bought all the artifacts he could. Stetch then revealed to the men that this was perfect, as he had an incredible artifact with him and was interested in selling it. The men's greedy eyes gleamed like politicians eager to embezzle money, making Stetch disappointed at how easy these idiots were to read. The man laughed and admitted that their chief would buy any artifact, even if it had fallen into a used toilet. If the young man took it to the castle, he would get a good price. He explained that these matters were handled by Grandmaster Chelsea. Stetch left the bar a bit tipsy. Elena remarked that he took a long time, asking if he got the information. Our protagonist felt embarrassed for making her wait so long. They talked a lot and drank too much, but he got the information. While walking, Elena commented that she didn't understand why humans liked drinking that bitter liquid so much. After some time, the elf mentioned they were being followed. Stetch picked up a stone, used an artifact to enhance it, and threw it in the direction of the person, showing he knew they were being followed. He simply ordered them to leave if they wanted to keep all their teeth. But instead of fleeing, they gathered to confront the outsider mercenary, shouting at him to hand over the artifact and leave the town. Before the man could say another word, Elena broke the soldier's teeth. Using her knee, she stomped on the man and jumped 3 meters into the air. Even Stetch was surprised, telling her not to attack people while they were talking. He even commented that he didn't know how he had managed to defeat her in the past. Memento made sure to mention that our protagonist only won because he was buffed by him. Before Stetch could join in to help, she had already broken the teeth of 5 soldiers. After a few minutes, all the soldiers were tied up. When Stetch saw the leader of the soldiers, whom he had befriended at the bar, he made sure to kick him in the face. He then approached the man and asked how they had assembled this group so quickly to come after him. Was this all planned from the beginning? It seemed they had a habit of robbing people around here, but he asked, who is the boss organizing this? These idiots couldn't be capable of doing this on their own. He said he wanted the person's name right then. If he didn't speak in 3 seconds, his fingers would be the least of his worries. After much persuasion, the man didn't hesitate to say that the person responsible was Grandmaster Chelsea. This left our protagonist doubtful, but the man confirmed it was Lord Chelsea who sent them here. He even explained that the Grandmaster ordered them because Duke Borden had been spending too much money on artifacts, so they needed to replenish the town's funds. Stetch was embarrassed to realize that the men hadn't even thought about stealing for themselves. They were just following orders for this idiot. He then asked if they knew where this person kept the artifacts. Before the soldier could respond, the man from earlier intervened, saying they didn't know. He shouted that Lord Chelsea was very cautious about spreading his information. Not even a common soldier knew where the artifacts were. Stetch agreed that made sense, but the soldier from before shouted that he knew something suspicious. Near the chief guard's barracks, there was an unusual post. He mentioned seeing them taking a large piece of meat down there. Stetch quickly asked, "What use is this information? I don't want to know about a pile of meat." The soldier replied, "Are you dumb? How is this useless? If there's a large amount of meat being taken down there, it means there's a wild monster. This means the monster guards the dungeon or the place where the town chief stores his valuable relics." Then we are shown the chief of Jellin Borden. The man received a visit from the Grandmaster named Chelsea. He came to ask if there had been a response from Prince Lapters. The town duke said he didn't need to be impatient. They should only worry about fulfilling the order, which was to increase the artifact collection for him. The duke explained that he was particularly interested in the latest artifacts they had collected, especially this last one, which was worth more than the other 2 combined. Borden said they had to send these artifacts for the prince to see personally. If everything went well, they would be set for life. He emphasized that Chelsea's job was to ensure nothing interfered during this time. Now back to our dear explorer's house. He was staying at a villager's house and had hidden the guards he defeated last night in that house too, before executing his plan to steal all the town chief's relics. These people couldn't leave and reveal his presence in the town, so he told them, "If you don't make any noise, you can leave alive after I finish my job." Our protagonist then prepared some kind of potion, while telling Elena they should get ready to infiltrate that well and get the town chief's treasure. If they were smart, there would be many protective traps in that well. Even though he didn't know exactly what was down there, the best way to get in was through the well itself. Elena had no objections, but asked how he planned to enter that well without any guards noticing and how he would deal with the possible monster inside. While preparing a potion, Stetch said that the monster inside was definitely a living biological creature. Since it ate meat, it was a carnivorous creature. All they needed to prepare was a special meal to keep it calm. While staring at the potion that would solve this part, he wondered, "The problem now is getting out of there. How will I do that?" He replied that in this situation, he would need Elena. She had to cause a distraction at the right moment so he could escape the place. He said she could use any method to draw attention, even throwing a meteor on the town. The important thing was to distract all the guards. After hearing this, she wasn't worried. He would go in alone, deal with the monster, and escape with the artifacts. This had to be very dangerous. She asked, "Why can't I go with you? Am I just an obstacle? Is that what you're saying?" Smiling, our protagonist said that wasn't the case. It was a 2-sided operation. She was definitely important to help him escape while staying outside. Then he asked, "Can you do that?" With these words, she was very pleased while admiring her artifact and said yes. He could count on her for everything. At night, while our protagonist observed the place, he heard a noise that caught his attention. Looking closely, he saw it was a pig Elena had hunted and said it was a good job. It was bigger than he expected. He then took his dagger and said he would prepare the perfect meal for the creature by adding the potion he had prepared and cutting some pieces. Elena observed the place he would have to invade and said there were many soldiers there, asking how he could get past all of them, especially carrying such a large piece of meat on his back. The protagonist was almost done climbing the castle and regretted having to carry something so big. He climbed the wall but now had to pass unnoticed by the guards. Choosing a spot, he found the well the soldier had mentioned. Using his stealth, he entered the castle and then opened the well, from which a horrible smell came out. He said this was definitely from a monster, so there was a very large monster down there. Memento told his partner to be quicker and throw the food before the guards noticed his presence. While trying to throw a huge piece of pork down, he heard the familiar name Chelsea. A man approached, asking the guards if they were doing their patrol job well. Although they said nothing unusual was happening in the regions, he ordered them to increase security and stay more alert. Stetch hid and was barely noticed by the soldiers. With his heart still racing, he said this was thanks to his reflexes, which had increased with experience. Memento commented that the man was their chief and was even stricter. If they were ordered to increase security at this moment, it was because they were about to do something important. Stetch also didn't understand the point of collecting so many artifacts just to keep them stored in a room. They talked while Stetch was holding on at the well's entrance. He said that once he was sure the bait was taken by the monster, he would go down. After some time, he jumped into the well. He commented that his nose must be broken because he could barely smell the horrible odor he had smelled earlier. His thought was interrupted when he heard the breathing of something very big in front of him, a sleeping monster that he recognized as a Burnipa. Memento wondered how they managed to bring this monster from the swamps to here. Stetch said it was very interesting, showing that nothing was impossible if you had a lot of money. He passed calmly in front of the monster and said he had used a very large dose of sedative. It definitely wouldn't wake up for some time. Memento still didn't understand how they managed to keep this creature under control. What were the humans doing? After walking, Stetch reached a locked door. He commented that for a normal person, this would be an obstacle, but for him, there was no lock good enough that he couldn't open. It didn't take long before he was standing in front of a room filled with treasures. In all directions, he saw a lot of gold and jewels. More importantly, Memento told him to look further ahead. When he did, he was surprised because it was exactly what he was looking for. He checked the artifacts and saw that the dagger and the helmet were nothing special. They didn't compare to his Barak artifact on his wrist. Memento, almost drooling, told him to give them all to him to eat. Stetch did so, and upon consuming the two artifacts, Memento increased his capabilities. His mana limit went from 850 to 3250. His lightning ability evolved, unlocking a new skill called Tesla. Observing all this, a sort of system window, not much explored by us, appeared. He realized he was much stronger now, but there were still many abilities locked that needed much more mana than he could currently handle. This motivated him to become even stronger. He handed over two artifacts, but there was still one that was different. He tried to open the vial to understand what it was, but he couldn't. So, he decided to take it with him and study it later. After collecting as much gold as he could carry, since gold is very heavy, he encountered a now awake monster on his way out. Damn, the effect didn't last long at all. He grabbed his dagger and quickly stabbed the creature in the neck. Before he could execute an explosion skill, another monster hit him, throwing him far away. The blow was strong, dragging him several meters on the ground, and even making him bleed from his mouth. He wanted to leave unnoticed, but it looked like he would have to fight this creature. Stetch prepared to cast a wind spell, but it was nullified, almost causing him to be fatally struck by the giant monster. He didn't understand what was happening. Memento said there must be Dispellium embedded in these walls, an impressive piece of work. Dispellium is an extremely rare material that nullifies any magic. It's used to make cuffs for wizards. This information made Stetch very angry, especially because it was extremely expensive. So, this is what the country collected so many taxes from the people for. Outside, Elena sighed. It had been a long time since he went in, so it was time. She activated her artifact and then shot arrows at the castle. She made a big bow this time and remembered this was Aida's specialty. Elena had no experience with large bows. Despite this, she successfully fired the incredibly powerful arrows at the castle. The impact was so powerful that the guards wondered if it was a bazooka. Elena, with her sharp vision, said she was about 500 meters away from them, so they definitely wouldn't notice her location in this forest. She then prepared to fire more and more shots. Soon, the entire fortress was trembling. The enemies announced they were under attack from an army. Dozens of bazookas were hitting the fortress. Chelsea, upon hearing there were enemies, began to sweat with worry. It's always at crucial moments that bad things can happen. He shouted for everyone to locate the enemies, but as the soldiers observed, it seemed they couldn't react or defend themselves. One of the men on the wall noticed the shots were coming from deep in the forest, and shortly after realizing this, he was hit by one of the arrows. Chelsea shouted for them to enter the forest and find the enemy. "It's just one one person! Borden, realizing the attack, went to Chelsea to get information about what was happening. The man warned it was very dangerous to be outside. Someone in the forest was destroying the castle. They ordered the bridges to be raised so no one could enter the castle. Observing this, he said they couldn't stop her. Her next shot perfectly hit the bridge chains, causing it to collapse to the ground. Even the girl was surprised by this attack power. It was difficult to control. While Elena caused chaos at the castle deep underground, Stetch fought the creature. Unable to use magic, how could he defeat such a large monster? Numento, acting as an advisor, said that when they couldn't use mana, he was also affected by it. But that wasn't so bad. This was the perfect opportunity for Stetch. The protagonist was furious. How could this be perfect for him? Was he going crazy? Then he remembered that Stetch had worked hard to get a new sword and armor. Was his partner an idiot after all? Motivated by his companion's words, he found an opening and attacked the creature from behind, stabbing the blade into its neck. Resilient, he then activated the gunpowder explosion embedded in his sword. Seeing the effect, Numento commented that this was what he was talking about. That crazy dwarf was able to make something this powerful? Stetch remarked that this could blow his arm off at any moment. The other Burnipa attacked quickly. He dodged the creature's attack by jumping to the ceiling. Using another ammo capsule, he prepared his dagger. When the creature had its back turned, he had the opportunity to attack again, but before he could get close, the monster quickly turned and roared ferociously at him. It had many teeth, its breath was heavy, and the sound was very loud. So, to create a new opening, he faced the monster, and when it attacked, he slid under it. Stetch used his sword and didn't need to use the explosion. The flesh underneath wasn't tough, and he cut the Burnipa's belly like butter. I presume even its privates were cut in half. Now he regretted not exploding and burning the monster, as he was covered in the stinking creature's remains. Even Numento acknowledged that his partner now smelled like sewage. Stetch would trade all the treasure there for a bath at that moment. He tried to use the curse-eating ability, but it didn't work due to the mana-dissipating stones present. In this case, the Burnipa's mana would be wasted. Numento wondered how Stetch would carry so much gold up. It was too heavy to climb the well. This question made our protagonist think better. What should he hide now? He had already made a mess down here and up there. Elena must have caused chaos too. He said that, in this case, he would leave through the front door. All he needed to do now was find a way to get to the castle. Using a hidden lever, he pulled it, and an elevator opened in front of him. This led him into the castle, which was connected to the town chief's castle. The protagonist hid as some soldiers ran down the corridors, shouting that the castle was under attack and even the gate bridge was broken. Stetch, hiding, had no doubt that only Elena could cause such a commotion. Using his animal instincts, he analyzed the location of everything nearby that made noise. He knew where the stables were and heard the soldiers saying the enemy's weapon was arrows, but not normal ones, and that the bridge couldn't be closed. After that, he was sure it was Elena and decided his path. Jumping out a window, he headed to the horses. It didn't take long for the guards to see someone without armor riding a horse, while carrying a sack so large it might be heavier than the horse itself. Stetch managed to escape and decided to head straight for the village. During the ride, Elena joined him, asking if the plan worked. He said only half of it was done so far. The next part was to go to the city. She reminded him that they would be followed from all sides now. Did Stetch plan to fight the soldiers? No, he was just going to the village, and after some time, they arrived in the city. He asked Elena to stay hidden and do what he had asked when he gave the signal. Stetch prepared a large fireball and lit up the entire city with a flame so large it drew everyone's attention. Then he shouted as loudly as he could, "Listen, citizens, this is your only chance. Leave this city immediately. Escape this oppressive regime. If you want a new beginning, use this and leave this city now." At Stetch's signal, Elena threw the sack, which must have weighed 2,000 kilos, into the air. Our explorer and outlaw used a wind spell to spread all the treasure and jewels throughout the town square. The man who took him in and all the villagers couldn't believe the absurdity of what was happening. Soon, Chelsea and his soldiers reached them in the city and questioned what the outsider was doing. "Why are you spreading the treasure you just stole? You won't leave here alive." Stetch said a few words. "I'm returning it to the owners." Unable to argue, Chelsea ordered the soldiers to kill the thief. Although he disliked Chelsea, Stetch knew these soldiers were just following orders, so he used his ice magic to immobilize them. For a few hours, they wouldn't be able to stop the townspeople from taking the scattered gold and escaping. "This is a warning," said Stetch before fleeing. "If the leader of this town continues as he has, his life will not be spared next time." And that was how Stetch made the town of Belen empty of inhabitants. The next day, they were far away, and the protagonist still hadn't managed to get rid of the bad smell on his body. Elena could hardly stay near him. After trying his best to get rid of the smell, how about using a perfume? He distributed all the gold to the villagers, but he brought this with him. He revealed to Elena that it was actually an artifact. The girl, upon inspecting the vial, managed to open it easily, which he didn't understand, as he couldn't open it with all his strength. Stetch took the vial and checked what the artifact's effect was by touching the liquid. When he discovered the effect, Stetch said Elena should keep it. Despite being an apparently important relic, Elena didn't accept it. Stetch then explained that it increased the physical abilities of the bearer and would be very useful for her. Even with the explanation, the elf girl wasn't happy. Memento then spoke in his mind, saying he shouldn't be so stupid about certain things. Ever since he met the girl, she had shown repulsion for cursed relics. Unlike magical artifacts, relics were something they remembered with sadness. Knowing this from Memento, he apologized to her, saying he wouldn't pressure her to accept something she didn't want. She was speechless. But in her mind, Elena remembered that despite being proud of her strength, she was weak compared to Stetch. Her magic didn't compare to his, and in physical combat she had been defeated by other humans. Even her precious bow was destroyed because she wasn't strong enough. These memories weighed on her mind. What if she had been a burden to Stetch all this time? Elena then decided to ignore her anger at the relics and took the vial. Our protagonist had changed his mind about it, but Elena told him to shut up, and then she quietly said, "If I'm expelled from my village because of this, you'll take responsibility for me." Those words, even the dumbest Stetch would understand the meaning. Tell me in the comments, do you know what this means? He then takes the entire bottle of perfume. Our protagonist asks how she is feeling. Is she okay? The girl responds that it is an artifact that enhances her senses and cleanses the impurities from her body. Its name is Amrita. Stetch says that's great. The effect should start soon. And just as he said, the artifact begins to spread on her arm first. Seeing the elf's face of suffering, Stetch remembers the time he assimilated with Memento Mortem. For him, it was like truly dying, but she must not panic. Everything will be fine. Elena simply collapses to the ground and passes out. Sometime later, she regains her senses. When she opens her eyes, she feels her senses are overly sharp and her brain cannot process everything. Even her heartbeat sounds too loud, and she can feel each grain of dirt on her fingers. Stetch notices that his partner has finally woken up. How does she feel? Are you tired? Can you control your artifact? Our protagonist was worried, but Elena says that her senses are very enhanced and that smell is killing her. Can he please stop stinking? While things are being resolved between the duo, we are shown the royal family again. The prince has received a letter he was expecting. Laptors is not satisfied with the information he received. To avoid repeating what he read, the prince hands the letter to his general, Mark McDowell, to see for himself. It seems that Noble, who was sucking up to the prince and promised to deliver very valuable artifacts, was robbed by someone. The prince says he doesn't mind the lost artifacts, only his image being tarnished because someone dared to steal something that was his. Mark asks if they should go after the thieves, and the prince says that's obvious. An offense to him is an offense to the royal family and must be punished. The prince, whom our protagonist hates so much, orders his general, Mark, to be responsible for tracking down this unknown person who is tarnishing the royal family's reputation. The man, holding one of the highest positions of power in the kingdom, accepts the mission to bring back the head of this person. Then we finally return to our duo of adventurers. It seems strange, but the horse complains about being mistreated by Stetch, and somehow the animal feels superior to the human. After all, it is he who has beautiful legs warming his back. Elena, despite being blindfolded, can feel everything around her with her other senses. The elf has decided to deprive her eyes for now because her senses are too heightened for her to process. Since she can continue to travel even blindfolded this way, Stetch looks at the map to see the path they followed to their next destination. He chose the most difficult path possible to make sure they weren't being tracked. However, this path is worse than he thought from now on. They wouldn't be able to continue on horseback. Elena asks him to wait. She can feel something he doesn't imagine is nearby. Elena removes her blindfolds to confirm, its wings flapping and approaching. To confirm the girl's suspicions, Stetch activates his animal instinct to also enhance his senses. To his surprise, he detects nothing. So how can she hear that far? She explains that it's the roar of a monster and a faint sound of humans. She asks Stetch if he will save them. The protagonist says it doesn't make sense for soldiers to be in this forest. That means they are people who deserve to be saved. The problem is how to cross this bridge, and this fog is very dangerous. In that case, Elena tells him to step back. It seems the monster has noticed them. When Elena pulls out her bow, Stetch recognizes that it looks really cool. Even cooler is when the artifact's curse accumulates in her left eye. When her cursed artifact concentrates on her vision, the Sharingan comes into play, and her arrow seems to travel miles to the target. He wonders, did it hit? Just one shot exhausted Elena, and she said yes, and the humans also noticed. While Stetch was trying to see what was in the distance, Elena can't even stand up and almost collapses. Just one activation is very tiring. She needs to get used to it first. They then walk slowly across the bridge. They abandon the horse. As they walk towards the direction of the battle, at the site of the confrontation, the humans are injured. It doesn't even seem like they came out victorious. If it weren't for the external help, they would have died. While they were still treating the injured, the duo arrived at the scene. And what surprises Stetch is that unfortunately, the group in trouble was that annoying guy. It didn't take long for that guy to call out to Stetch and say that this world is really small. They met again. Damn, Stetch thinks. What is he doing here? What is he planning? And the guy doesn't answer. He just says that fate is saying he should join his group. Stop resisting. Even if he refuses, he says he should at least join the meeting to find out what they are doing here, and that Stetch can help. He also greets Elena. He didn't immediately recognize her beauty due to the bandages and large coat. And after all, why is she blindfolded? Stetch seems to get annoyed with Memento because his artifact recognizes that Elena is better than him. It seems the girl is already mastering her artifact. Despite not wanting to do this, they follow to the camp of the thieves. They are camping here because the path ahead requires a bridge to pass. They are still building it. Stetch then asks what this has to do with fighting monsters out there. Then Garrett responds that they seem tasty and they need to eat to survive. Just thinking they would eat those monsters makes Elena nauseous. Are all humans that disgusting? Garrett knows that Ryan Gosling doesn't want to go with him. But still, he insists on going to the group meeting to hear about their plans. Maybe he'll feel like helping them, and nothing like a good argument. He remembers that the bridge they need to move forward is destroyed, so only when his group builds a new bridge they can pass. The only way to cross the mountains is via a bridge or using a cave, which is very dangerous. Knowing that the only way is to build a bridge or go through a cursed tunnel makes Stetch curious about the cause of the bridge's destruction. Despite Garrett's arguments, Stetch does not agree, so the man asks for at least a favor from him. So, sometime later, Stetch was using electricity to take down the monsters surrounding the camp. The humangos are powerful beasts, and yet they were annihilated by Stetch's enhanced electricity magic. The poor monsters were destroyed so thoroughly that there wasn't even anything left to eat. Having seen the powerful magic before, was still amazed because this was even more brutal. What kind of training has this guy been doing for this? This magic is even more powerful than conventional electricity magic. But Stetch knows it consumes a lot of mana, so it's not something he can use freely. Elena says Stetch seems tired. Doesn't he want to rest a bit? But in fact, he wants to test more abilities. He forms a concentrated shape of his electricity magic and asks Elena to inform the direction of the monsters. The elf, with her senses even sharper than Stetch's, says they are 400 meters to the right. Then, with a concentrated shot, he fires and hits the school of monsters flying towards them. The target was hit perfectly, but one monster survived. It screamed fiercely, causing Elena to suffer with her sensitive hearing. Unfortunately, among the monsters were some harpies. These creatures are much more powerful, and Garrett's group decides to help defeat them. However, Stetch yells for them to back off or they'll get hurt. When the protagonist prepares to make another electricity shot, Garrett yells for his companions to step back or they'll become barbecued. Stetch uses the full charge of his Arca magic, the Surge. A wave of electricity crosses the entire sky and destroys all the aerial monsters in front. This level of destruction was something no one there had ever seen in their lives or even knew was possible. Garrett, watching this, tells his companions that this is why he insists that this guy join them. After the magic, Garrett orders everyone to collect the monsters' bodies and help the injured. After using so much power, Stetch is a bit tired. Garrett even questions why he is making so much effort if he doesn't like him. He also says that the girl, from afar, the protagonist, is tired due to being stunned by the noise. So, the best thing to do is for them to join to rest. They don't need to help, and that was how 2 days passed. While they rested, Garrett's men managed to rebuild the main bridge. Garrett offers food as a reward. Thanks to the two adventurers, the monsters stayed away since then. Those things dominated the territory and were eliminated. Now this place will be safe for a long time. Garrett was explaining that they will be safe here for some time, and can even charge a toll for the new bridge they built. Their discussion was interrupted when the little dwarf came to inform that their pursuers were spotted near this place. They did not expect this, so Garrett runs to the location to check if they are safe. They are not friends, but Elena asks if they should help. Stetch doesn't admit that he likes these people, but decides he will investigate alone. Elena should stay here and keep an eye on the situation. It didn't take long for the two to be watching from afar a caravan that stopped near the mountains. This group has been following them for a long time, and they'd had countless fights while being hunted. And this time, it seems the group is bigger with more mercenary soldiers. Judging by that flag, he recognizes whose soldiers they are. They hired a mercenary group called Drakes. They are powerful, so they won't be able to provoke them and run away. Despite everyone in the room recognizing the strength of this group, Stetch had no idea who those people were. Garrett explains that they are famous in the kingdom, especially their leader named Garrett. He is called the Dragon Destroyer or Dragon Slayer. This surprises Elena. A human managed to kill a dragon? The truth is that man never killed a dragon. It's just propaganda he created himself. But that doesn't mean he isn't really powerful. He then asks why that special name must have a reason. The explanation is that the artifact he carries with the dragon head is called Spiratus. It can shoot explosive bullets like a dragon's shot. Despite Garrett's words, Elena questioned why that seems impressive. For a moment, Garrett forgot he was talking to two monsters, but he argues again that it has infinite bullets, as it can eat stone and shoot explosions. Memento tells his owner that this is easy, that artifact is no big deal. Anyway, Garrett didn't convince the two that that man is really powerful, and so far they have only fled from that group, but now their plan is to defeat them. Stetch questioned if they are counting on his help. Garrett responds that of course. After all, Stetch is the strongest member of this group. Our protagonist never accepted joining this group and questioned why Garrett can't infiltrate them and kill everyone. After all, they have the artifact that makes people invisible. Irritated, the man says it makes you invisible, and if it were possible to make other people invisible, they wouldn't even be here asking for Stetch's help. Memento, speaking in our protagonist's head, says the man is telling the truth. The ability to enter another astral dimension costs a lot for the user. Just one person would already be impossible, and it was only with this explanation that our protagonist understood why Garrett was so tired in the battle they had. If Stetch decided to help, Elena asks what they should do. Stetch questions if she would be able to defeat them. Everyone hears shooting arrows. Although they are powerful, there are many obstacles to the location. If they are discovered, they will lose their advantage. Stetch then asks if the little dwarf can use that magic to make people sleep. Garrett explains that that man is not a mercenary for nothing. That kind of magic has no effect on them. His mercenaries wear armor with magical protection. After hearing all the things they can't do, our protagonist says he already has his plan. Garrett doesn't understand Stetch's plan because he talks about cages and making them run. Then we are shown Garrett's camp. There are kingdom soldiers and mercenaries who are celebrating. For them, each day alive is an achievement, so they drink until they sleep. The soldiers will stay on guard. It's very strange, but even Garrett's artifact deserves to eat too. It feeds on stones for pleasure. It seems this thing has an appetite too. The men's camp was peaceful. Then suddenly something almost pierced Garrett's head. An arrow from Elena almost ended the battle. The men realized they were being ambushed, so they shouted to search where the arrow came from. Before they realized, the weather was cold, and ice magic took over the whole place. They were stuck to the ground. Garrett doesn't understand who would dare to attack a fearless group like his. Elena aimed directly at the head, and even so, the man defended the surprise attack. This proves the Dragon Slayer is strong. Stetch, impatient, decides the only way is to face them directly. Long-distance attacks won't be enough. Garrett had to admit that Stetch has giant balls indeed. He can't even imagine what lies between them. Don't judge me. Those were the character's words. I didn't make it up. Garrett was surprised to see that the attack against his powerful group was being done by only 2 people. Now that the enemies appeared, he breaks free from the ice easily. He was just waiting for the enemy to think he had an advantage. What most bothered Garrett is that the mercenary was insulting, calling them bandits. But the man identifies himself as a righteous man helping the poor. Even Stetch agrees with Garrett that they are bandits. No need to try to deceive people. Garrett was completely confident in his victory against these 2 people. Stetch tries to attack them with his electricity-imbued blade. It had no effect, and he almost had his face crushed with a punch. The man didn't have the speed of the 2 thieves, so Garrett hit him from behind easily. But Garrett's defense made up for his lack of mobility. The attack was useless, and the enemy's counterattack was almost lethal. Luckily, he could enter the dimension of idiots to escape. I mean the astral dimension. Garrett realized they were not just ordinary bandits, and was alarmed when he was hit by arrows. He was worried because there was another member, and assumed it was the same one who shot at him first. He wondered how they managed to get close to him like this. The protagonist ran towards him, aiming at the center of Garrett's armor. He attacked with his sword and pressed the release button, causing an explosion. Garrett coughed up all the food from before worrying his soldiers. Stetch assumed the attack should have pierced through, but he was surprised as Garrett backed off in time to soften the blow. The giant smiled and praised the protagonist's weapon, but now it's his turn to show his strength. The protagonist ran towards the mercenary soldiers, and despite being criminals, the man had genuine concern in protecting his soldiers. Garrett ran to attack the protagonist using his fists fists this time. Stetch tried to block and was pushed back, maybe breaking his arm. Before he could recover, Garrett ran again for an even stronger attack. Elena was worried because he was too close not to hit Stetch too with an arrow strong enough to overcome the armor. Garrett also didn't know how he could help in this fight without some attacks strong enough. Memento recognizes that this Garrett is strong. He acknowledges his flaws and compensates with the right items and strategies. Stetch, even close to being crushed, told Memento to save the praise for when they defeat the enemy. The protagonist decided to try to block the artifact's blow with his sword with electricity magic. He was able to repel the attack, but it didn't cause any damage to the giant man. Then he wondered if his magic would work. He used the explosion ability and attacked, but Garrett absorbed the attack with his artifact. This shocked Stetch, as Garrett was a much more difficult opponent than he thought. Garrett reveals that he expected the man to have a magical artifact. He claims to have defeated countless people like Stetch. Garrett ran to attack him but missed because he is very slow. The soldiers cheered for their leader, and despite the disadvantage, Stetch insists on the same attack. Even Garrett questioned if he is dumb enough to try the same attack that doesn't work several times. And despite being underestimated, Stetch was smiling. Garrett was ready to attack again, but unexpectedly, he fired his artifact at the ground, destroying the entire place's ground. And with that, the ice holding his soldiers was destroyed. All his men were free now. They were ready to join the boss in battle, but Garrett ordered them to stay out, as it's very dangerous for them. Understanding their leader's words, the men retreated because they knew the man was ready to do something much more dangerous. The giant challenged Stetch again to continue the battle, and so the protagonist did, attacking directly with more speed. He didn't expect the man to choose close combat. Is it really a good choice to want to fight at close range? The closer he is, the farther he is from using his soldiers as a shield. Stetch, with his malicious smile, replied that this was what he wanted. Now his men are in his cage. Garrett didn't immediately understand what that meant, but soon, the screams from afar made him realize what Stetch meant. All the soldiers were in shock on the ground, literally. They were well done inside. Garrett didn't realize another wizard was with them. The truth is, there's no other wizard, but Stetch's ability used on a large scale, creating a cage that hits anyone trying to leave its area. The weaker soldiers can't resist like Garrett and can't escape. Even Garrett found Stetch's methods cowardly. This bastard is the true villain here. Now that they can't escape, what remains for them is to try to help their boss in combat. This explains how Stetch wanted to make a cage. Now Garrett comes into action and, with his artifact, defeats the weaker mercenaries. Garrett feels weak dealing with these wimps, while Stetch faces the real boss alone. Even Elena, who is distant, can handle the common and weak soldiers. For Garrett, it's even more surprising to realize that the woman aims directly at the joints. It's not just the boyfriend, she is also scary. After a few seconds, all the soldiers were defeated, and one was taken as a hostage. Garrett was furious and questioned if they had no dignity. How can they fight so dirty? Stetch even gets annoyed hearing these words from a mercenary. A life and death duel has no rules, and dead people can't complain. He prepares to cast his wind magic, and Garrett repeats that magic has no effect on his magical armor. Despite all Garrett's confidence, this attack has a great physical power, and even his strong armor doesn't block the powerful impact. Garrett now realizes his opponent was conserving energy before. That wasn't his most powerful attack. Stetch shouts that now he got him. Then Garrett helps and attacks directly the giant dragon slayer. The combined attack's force throws the man against the wall. At this moment, Garrett wonders, who is this guy? That magic is more powerful than a traditional wizard's. The man's armor was broken. Garrett then decides he can't hold back anymore. He will use everything he has now. Before he realized, one of the black spheres was above him and hit him powerfully with the electricity magic. Garrett can't help but be impressed with Stetch. Even so, Garrett, burned like barbecue meat, was still standing, but the sword would deliver the final blow. Facing his last moments, Memento shouted in Stetch's mind, "Dodge that now!" A shot almost took a piece of his ear, and then exploded in the background with deadly energy. This firepower goes beyond what they told. That's why he didn't use it. For sure, it would kill his companions. Now, on the brink of death, that's no longer a concern. Garrett was shooting in all directions, hoping to hit the enemies or cause the most damage possible before dying. Stetch didn't count on that. This way, he has no way to counterattack. While the two men didn't know what to do, suddenly a green light hit the dragon's head. Garrett, curious about what that was, had only a few seconds to realize it was an arrow blocking the cannon. The explosion was so powerful that it must have burned the hair of everyone near the place. Of course, the responsible was Lena. Only the girl could hit an arrow with such precision. After the defeat of the mercenary leader, only the rest of the troops were left, who were like trash compared to the trio. And so, they were all all eliminated the next day after a long night. The people were working to repair the destroyed things, and Stech stayed up all night on watch. Elena questioned why he was making so much effort, and even denying to admit he wanted to help these people, the bandits who robbed the rich from the royal family and distribute to the poor of the kingdom. Stech and Elena were called to Garrett's tent. He was very grateful and also wanted to show something important to Stech, something that was kept. Then he places it on the table. It was simply Garrett's artifact. It turns out that Stech had donated this to them, but the man refuses. He says he doesn't deserve the merit of having this. It's Stech's. The only reason is that none of his men can use this artifact. To demonstrate, Garrett uses the artifact. It changes appearance and size depending on the user. The point is that only Garrett, who had a powerful physique, could withstand the rebound of this thing. Anyone else would lose an arm. Stech had no intention of using something like this, as it doesn't suit him. But Memento suggests to his selfish partner to offer it to Elena. The protagonist even asks why Memento is being so generous with her. Memento explains that this is an investment. Stech, as his partner, will have more chance of success in his mission if he makes this girl even stronger to support him. It's not charity, it's an investment. And if so, our protagonist offers it to Elena. He makes her take the gauntlet while holding her enchanted bow. And as expected, it adapts to her body, so she can use the relic and hold the enchanted bow. Garrett acknowledges that Elena is stronger than all of them, and can use this to strengthen her shots and use as a shield because the item is resistant to magical attacks. Stech then accepts the gift and questions, what are these papers and maps on Garrett's table? These things were in Garrett's possessions. Stech then realizes they are direct orders from the royal family. This crest is unmistakable. Garrett was specifically a client of Alfred Messer, one of the kingdom's princes. The information was about an escort mission of supplies on the northern front of the country. The information here is about the route of the supply wagons. There are 35 industrial-sized wagons going from the south to the north of the country. Given the importance of this cargo, Stech soon thinks it would be a great loss for the kingdom. And Garrett, if he could harm that guy with this, he will try. The protagonist then questioned how long they would take to reach the location to intercept these wagons. Garrett assumes the only way is to intercept them in 20 or 25 days at this place in Lycia Canyon. Despite the question, Garrett didn't expect Stech to suggest they take all these supplies. Stech even says if Garrett owed him, this is the chance to pay his debt and still make a profit. They can make this straight and intercept the wagons and steal all the supplies. This would be perfect. No mistake. Despite knowing this is bad, it's an exaggeration. Garrett accepts, but says that according to the map, it seems the distance is short, but it's immense. They wouldn't reach in time if they went around the canyon. The only way is to go through the underground dungeons. However, the risk is even greater, as they would face much more powerful monsters than harpies and humongous. Garrett's words had the opposite effect on Stech. He became even more determined to defeat all the dungeons that exist on the way to the location. This makes Garrett rethink if this lunatic won't end up killing all of them. So after some time, Stech was in front of a dangerous dungeon that crosses the canyon. This dungeon is rank S, and its entrance emanates a terrible energy. Stech thanks the man's guidance and heads to the cave's entrance. Memento comments that it's probably one of those death worms that is the boss of this dungeon, even though they saw the cave's entrance from afar. Until they reach the entrance, there are a lot of obstacles. Stech was even discouraged by the work it would take to cross all this. However, a strong explosion caught his attention, and when he went to check, Elena had the ability to destroy all the rocks along the way. Memento, admiring, says that's what a true archer is. I say more. These are the curves a beautiful archer should have, like those of Olympic archers. You comment if they are amazing or not. Later, everyone arrived at the dungeon, feeling an intimidating aura. Garrett wondered how such a cave could be natural. He never understood the mechanism of dungeons. Yawning, Stech was asked by Garrett if he was all right. He explained that he was tired from spending the previous night gathering materials, but assured them he would be fine. Smiling, he stated that if they made it through the dungeon, they would reach the northern supply caravan quickly. Surprised, Garrett began to regret coming. Stech suggested he stay behind, but Garrett, wanting to avoid concerns, said he would be the first to run if things got dangerous. This reassured Stech. They entered the dungeon, while their comrades wished them luck and promised to build the bridge. Inside, the darkness made it difficult to see. Stech slid his arm along the wall, and soon they heard a loud noise which impressed Garrett. The dark energy seemed to indicate an S-grade dungeon. Suddenly, Stech mentioned 65%. Confused, the others asked what it meant, and he explained that it was the survival rate for dungeons ranging from D to A, but this one seemed much worse. Concerned, Garrett asked about the survival rate for S-grade dungeons and was alarmed to hear it was 15%, dropping to 1% if they encountered the dungeon guardian. Memento, irritated, urged them to focus on moving forward. They delved deeper, and along the way, Memento Morton warned to watch out for traps behind them, as there were magical traps. Stetch used an automatic reflex to grab the two and quickly moved away. He looked at the trap and was certain they were magical traps. Elena was constantly scanning the area with Amrita, but didn't notice anything and had no time to react. Stetch clarified that they were magical traps, so she couldn't detect them with her senses or mana flow, and most people were killed without even knowing what hit them. Memento commented that he was lucky because he was alert. Garrett asked Stetch if they could move forward, worried about the dangerous traps. Stetch suggested using an air blast to destroy the stones with the traps, an idea that pleased Garrett despite the risks. Memento considered that continuing to cast spells could exhaust their mana or cause the cave to collapse. Stetch reflected on the options, but Memento reminded him that the traps were triggered by living energy, suggesting that Stetch use the ring under his gloves to conceal his energy. Stetch, using his cursed equipment, covered his energy with a dark aura. Although he felt nauseous, he found the idea of using the curse interesting since it didn't consume much mana. He asked the others to stay back and move forward. They reached a huge magical trap. Memento instructed Stetch to pass through it, which he did cautiously. To his surprise, everything seemed to work as expected. Garrett asked what he was testing, and Stetch, excited, called them to follow, saying he had found a solution. "I never want to do that again, you damn." At the end of the dungeon, they spotted a group of rock eaters where the real adventure began. They jumped and used a tracking ability, guiding them to the center of the trail. Later, Stetch applied an elixir to Garrett's dagger, explaining that it was an extract of mahjong flower, capable of melting metal and minerals. Surprised, Garrett asked if it was safe to use that on weapons. Stetch assured him it was, as the extract only melts what's necessary, like the soil for the roots of mana flowers. He instructed Elena to pour some into the mouth of her artifact so her arrows could pierce the rock eater's shells. However, he warned that the effect diminishes with excessive use, so she should conserve her arrows. If they encountered any rock eaters, the plan was simple: focus on getting past them and proceed to their destination. Stetch used his pathfinding ability, guiding the group until an unexpected earthquake shook them. Puzzled, they wondered what could be happening. Elena, always alert, suggested that something was approaching. Stetch was pleased with the hypothesis, as it spared them the effort of searching for the enemies. Suddenly, a monster emerged from the ground. Stetch, reminding the group of the instructions, asked them to move forward while he dealt with delaying the monster. He raised his hand and launched an ice wave at the creature, attempting to freeze it. However, the rock eater shattered the ice and advanced, which worried Stetch. One of the monster's tentacles lunged at Stetch from one side, but Elena, quick and precise, aimed and hit the target, eliminating the tentacle. Stetch praised her growing archery skills, impressed with her accuracy. With the threat temporarily contained, everyone tried to flee. As he ran, Stetch enchanted his sword, preparing for the next attack. It didn't take long for another rock eater to emerge and attempt to attack him, but he sliced it in half with a decisive strike. However, more monsters emerged from the ground, attacking him in a group. Garrett, realizing the danger, rushed to help him, blocking some attacks and giving Stetch a chance to react. Even so, Stetch knew they couldn't face all those monsters alone. He instructed Garrett to keep fleeing, reminding him it wasn't the time to fight. As they ran for their lives, Elena, with her strength and arrows, easily destroyed the approaching beasts. They kept running until they found an empty cave. Seeing a door, they quickly opened it, entered, and closed it behind them. Silence filled the place, and they sighed in relief, thinking the worst was over. But Stetch didn't let his guard down, knowing the real danger still followed them: the dungeon guardian. The guardian observed them from a distance. Memento Mortem suspected it was indeed the guardian, but Garrett wanted to be sure, questioning why it only watched them without attacking. Stetch was also uncertain, so he picked up a stone and threw it at the guardian. The monster responded with a mocking smile before attacking him with an ice blast. Stetch barely managed to block it with his sword, but still got injured, bleeding. Quickly, he used a fireball to break the ice forming around him. Wiping the blood from his face, he smiled, excited to test the strength of this S-grade guardian. Concerned about how easily the guardian attacked, Stetch wondered if it was merely toying with him. The guardian retreated, seemingly uninterested. Stetch instructed Elena to cover him from behind while he and Garrett attacked head-on. Garrett, realizing they were facing the dungeon boss, trembled with fear. Elena positioned herself at a distance, preparing her bow, while Stetch advanced with a fireball. Before the fire attack could reach the guardian, its cooling ability extinguished the flames, covering the area in a dense fog. Taking advantage of the visual obstruction, Stetch approached and attacked with his sword, but was surprised when ice emerged from the ground, wondering if it was another attack from the guardian. Elena shot an arrow that pushed the guardian back, giving Stetch the opportunity to strike with his sword. However, the guardian dodged, grabbed the sword, and smiled. With a pull, it froze Stetch's sword, and the ice quickly spread up his arm, which concerned him as he knew the guardian was trying to immobilize him. Garrett then appeared from behind, using his steel technique to attack. The guardian, sensing Garrett's Garrett's approach made spikes emerge from its back to block him. This distraction allowed Stetch to kick the Guardian and retreat, helping Garrett to his feet. Garrett tried to strike the Guardian's face, but was quickly overwhelmed, feeling useless for not even being able to buy time for Stetch. Stetch was stunned to see Garrett manage to stab the Guardian in the head, though the monster avoided the blow in a way that indicated it felt threatened. Seizing the opening, Stetch used Tesla to electrocute it, while Elena attacked simultaneously. Distracted by Elena's attack, the Guardian was paralyzed by the electricity. Stetch advanced, using the crosswind technique to dodge the Guardian's ice attacks. However, one of the attacks pierced his leg, surprising him as he hadn't expected the Guardian to still be able to strike. Determined, Stetch delivered a decisive blow, piercing the Guardian's head with his sword, using all his additional attributes. For a moment, they thought they had won, but to their surprise, the Guardian's head engulfed in flames, which quickly spread around. Stetch immediately warned Garrett to be careful with the rapidly spreading flames. He used an air blast to launch Garrett away from the danger. Elena, stunned, tried to understand where all those flames were coming from, and then a shadowy dungeon guardian, now with fire attributes, emerged before them. Confused, she questioned whether it was still the same guardian or if it had transformed or evolved. Elena jumped down, searching for the other two, when she heard Garrett groaning in pain and spotted him. Worried, she asked if he was all right and why he was alone. Garrett explained that he used the wind pressure ability to escape the fire, and upon regaining consciousness, realized he was alone. He wasn't worried as he trusted Stetch would find a way to survive. However, he was shocked to see Stetch's body engulfed in flames, realizing he had sacrificed himself to save him. Elena was also shocked and confused, as she couldn't hear anything, not even with Amrita, and she couldn't detect Stetch's heartbeat. She feared that he had passed away, regretting not stopping him and cursing herself for feeling powerless. Assuming she still wasn't strong enough, she apologized to him. As the dungeon guardian approached, Garrett tried to get Elena's attention, but she seemed to be in shock. He reminded her that it wasn't the time to lose focus, but she remained out of sorts, believing that the mission had failed and that their only option now was to try to survive. Garrett, aware of the danger, doubted if they could escape the Guardian, even with his hiding skills. He worried about how they would get around the Guardian's flames and how they would avoid the rock eaters outside. Even so, he knew they had to act quickly, as they were the Guardian's direct target. Suddenly, an energy surrounded Stetch's body, surprising Elena, who finally heard his heartbeat. Garrett was also astonished to see Stetch's body enveloped in an aura that healed him, regenerating his flesh. This happened thanks to the passive ability of a bound soul. When Stetch regained consciousness, his artifact asked if he was ready. Stetch heard his artifact asked if he was finished, and it hurt him, as he never imagined he would go through the resurrection process. The dungeon guardian, sensing the opportunity, tried to attack him again, but Stetch dodged with his crosswind ability. Furious, he commented that this could be his second death, but now he had more mana than ever. With the crosswind, he pushed the guardian back, picking up his sword and realizing that all his clothes had been burned. Stetch cursed the guardian. Meanwhile, Garrett and Elena, still in shock from Stetch's resurrection without a single scratch, stared at him. Garrett, terrified, asked if he was still human. Elena, with a furious expression, made Stetch feel uncomfortable. Would they have preferred if I hadn't come back to life? I'm very sorry, explaining that he had no intention of deceiving them. Elena, however, focused on the battle, said he could explain later, as the dungeon guardian was the priority. Garrett knew the guardian was the focus, but he was confused when he saw two of them. He asked if it was normal for a dungeon to have two guardians. Stetch, also perplexed, didn't understand what was happening, as it was the first time he had seen something like this. Faced with the situation, he instructed the two to deal with the Ice Guardian while he would handle the Fire Guardian. He knew they needed to keep the Guardians separated, even if it was risky to fight one of them alone. Stetch charged at the Fire Dungeon Guardian, attacking it with his Ice Wave despite the elemental incompatibility. He wanted to show who was the boss and used Cursed Devourer, absorbing the dark energy from cursed items to strengthen his ability. Even after using some items, they still had 5 left for future situations. Stetch then enhanced his active Ice Wave ability into an avalanche, which surged towards the Guardian with massive waves of ice and snow, destroying everything in its path. The Fire Guardian emerged with huge flames, but the avalanche engulfed it. Stetch instructed his companions to hold off the Guardian, while he, grabbing the Fire Guardian's head, used the Ice Wave to fight one-on-one with it. Elena fired an arrow, but the Guardian caught it. Stetch was surprised when Garrett attacked the Guardian with his sword. Though it was difficult to pierce the creature's body, ice spikes emerged from the Guardian, trying to hit Garrett, but he vanished from sight. The Guardian, furious, was struck by an arrow from Elena right in the opening in its head, which made it give her a fierce look. Garrett seized the opportunity and ran, kicking the the arrow deeper into the Guardian's head, pushing it back. The Dungeon Guardian then charged at Garrett, punching him in the head and sending him flying toward Elena. Ice spikes began to emerge from the ground behind her, but Garrett warned her, allowing her to dodge in time. The situation was becoming critical, and if they didn't act quickly, it would be impossible to win. The Guardian's ice blast obstructed their vision, isolating Elena, who was attacked. She tried to defend herself, but the cold energy was so intense that it froze her artifact, making her arms almost immobile. Surrounded by ice tentacles, she couldn't find a way out. Stetch instructed her to use her vanishing ability, and Garrett grabbed her, running away. A massive explosion occurred, and a rock eater emerged from the ground, attacking. Elena struggled to breathe due to Garrett's ability, but he instructed her to calm down and breathe, warning that she might feel dizzy as it was her first time. Surprisingly, the rock eater attacked the Ice Dungeon Guardian, while the second Guardian just watched. Stetch appeared from behind, attacking the Ice Guardian, taking advantage of its distraction. He began punching it with force, crushing even steel with his bare hands thanks to the reinforcement effect. Memento instructed Stetch not to back down and to keep pressuring the Guardian. Stetch followed the instructions, punching the Guardian multiple times and violently knocking it down, causing the dungeon hideout to start burning. He wondered if the temperature was about to rise, but before he could think further, was attacked by the Guardian's fire, burning his arm. Memento warned him not to hesitate, as the Guardian would counterattack if he exposed himself. Stetch then used an ice wave against the Guardian, but realized something was wrong. Even with an opposing attack, the Guardian seemed unharmed, and instead of weakening, its flames grew stronger with each attack. The protagonist realized he was approaching this the wrong way, so he decided to try again with maximum power. He attacked the Guardian with a fireball, which startled the Guardian, causing it to jump away, dodging the attack. This shocked both of them, and the protagonist was surprised to see the Guardian evade the attack. After reflecting for a moment, he understood the reason. The Fire Guardian had separated from the Ice Guardian's body. The body temperature began to rise as soon as they distanced themselves. It seemed that one had been acting as a coolant for the other, even though it was a lesser attack. This time, he tried to land the attack directly with all the force he could muster. The protagonist attacked the Dungeon Guardian using his Fireball ability and raised his body temperature, which became unbearable for the Guardian, causing it to start trembling. The protagonist was thrilled to see that his technique was working, realizing that this was the true trick to defeating it. If he could keep the two Guardians separated and increase the temperature, he could subdue them. There was no reason to prolong this, as it was time to end everything once and for all. He used Curse Devour and Inferno to attack the Shadow Dungeon Guardian, giving it his all. Suddenly, the Dungeon Guardian attacked him with flames. Avoiding the attack, he ran toward the Ice Boss. Memento became alarmed when he noticed that the Guardian was trying to approach the Ice Boss, so the protagonist instructed Garrett not to let them get close, as the Ice Boss was protecting the other. This was easier said than done, as Garrett wasn't sure what to do from a distance, so he asked Elena to lend him her artifact for a moment, and a firing nozzle appeared on the artifact. He shot at the Ice Boss, wondering if this was how the artifact was supposed to be used. The Ice Boss was thrown back, which made the other Guardian furious, causing it to attack. It was difficult to dodge, as the recoil effect made aiming difficult. Elena advanced to cover him, hoping that her technique would be enough to block them. She enhanced her active ability with wind gusts, transforming them into a whirlwind that pushed the enemies away with a strong gust of wind and temporarily reduced the chances of disarming the enemies within the spell's range. She was amazed, wondering if this new ability was also one of the effects of the artifact. Elena managed to push the boss back. The protagonist placed his fist on the fire boss's chest, asking if he had enjoyed his brief moment of hope, and then placed his hand on its head, saying it was time to die. Grabbing its head, Stetch used his Inferno technique to defeat the boss. Seizing the moment, the Ice Boss attempted to attack him, but its body began to melt. The protagonist pleased with the result, as they had finally defeated the boss. They wondered what they should do next, and whether they should take the artifact, since they didn't see any passage there, so they assumed that what the Dungeon Guardian was holding might be the artifact. Garrett suggested they take the artifact and leave the dungeon immediately, as he wanted to get to the next location as quickly as possible. The protagonist felt the same and grabbed the artifact, wondering what it was. Suddenly, a dark energy emerged from the artifact, making Stetch feel strange. He asked Memento Morton what was wrong but received no answer. Wondering if Memento was asleep, Elena and Garrett, shocked, didn't understand what was happening. Stetch, confused, realized that his artifact had activated Curse Devour. As he felt his mind fade, he abruptly collapsed to the ground. Later, while resting at the camp, Garrett went to check on Elena. Concerned, he asked if she was all right, knowing that she wanted to take care of Stetch, but reminding her to also take care of herself. He offered her a drink to lighten the mood. Stetch had been unconscious for 5 days, and Garrett wondered if he would ever wake up. Elena knew that he was improving, though he still had a long way to go. The situation was better than on the first day, but there was still a dark red mana circulating throughout his body. He had likely passed out because his body couldn't process all that strange mana from the black artifact. Garrett was worried because they couldn't afford to waste any more time. They had already waited 5 days for Stetch, and if they continued delaying their plans, they would miss the opportunity to attack the supply caravan. Elena mentioned that there was a way to speed up Stetch's recovery, but she wasn't sure if it would work. Surprised, Garrett asked why she hadn't mentioned this before. Elena explained that she had never been in a situation like this and didn't want to risk something she didn't fully understand, fearing it could worsen Stetch's condition. She had hoped he would recover naturally, but she knew that if they kept waiting, it would ruin their plans. So she decided to try to help him recover as quickly as possible. Garrett liked the idea and left Elena in charge of waking him up while they prepared to leave. He was confident that if they set out now, they could catch up with the caravan, so he trusted in Stetch's quick recovery. Elena took Stetch's hand, which began to glow. She knew that to overcome the dark mana, she needed pure mana to cancel it out, just as she had done before. She channeled her pure mana into his body, eliminating the impurities and maintaining her rhythm in Stetch's subconscious. Stetch, however, didn't remember where he was, his name, or what he was doing. Flashbacks of his memories appeared, but a strange flashback of an unknown man left him confused. He wondered if that was someone else's memory. In the flashback, the man was sleeping with his head on a table, and upon waking, realized he didn't know when he had fallen asleep. He was happy to see 3 people standing before him, as he had finally created new life, but wondered why they weren't moving. He then remembered that he hadn't yet given them names, so their individual minds hadn't been activated. He used magic and wrote her name, Destra, the kind and supportive elf. After receiving the name, she was able to breathe and move. He named the dwarf Axton, an annoying and stout dwarf, but fair and honest. The human was named Cain, a stubborn and determined human. All received the gift of life, and then the man welcomed them into the world, declaring himself the creator of the world. They asked their master to entrust his name to them as well, and before the man could say what his name was, we fast forward 500 years into the future. Cain was in the forest when Axton appeared calling him. Empty-headed, furious, Cain retorted, questioning Axton's ridiculous clothes and his father's taste in fashion. Irritated, Axton suggested a fight to see who would still be standing at the end, an idea that Cain gladly accepted. Before they could start, Destra appeared, asking why they were fighting in their territory. She suggested that if they wanted to fight, they should choose a place where their father couldn't see them. Embarrassed, the two gave up the fight, agreeing not to brawl. They arrived at their father's house, where he greeted them with joy. He asked how they were and apologized for not visiting them sooner. The father, however, didn't mind, knowing they were busy with their own lives. He invited them to sit and brought out fruit to eat. Seeing the mess, Destra commented that the father needed to clean more often. She began tidying up the place using magic, which surprised Axton, who found it strange that after all this time, all she wanted to do was clean. When he remarked on this, Destra suggested that instead of cleaning, she could get rid of him. It had been 500 years since the man gave life to Destra, Axton, and Cain. They inherited his ability to create, and over time, each of them created life forms similar to themselves, filling the once empty world with life. Soon, they were revered as gods by their creations. The man asked how things were going, as he hadn't seen them in a decade. Cain commented that the people were almost the same as 300 years ago, farming and building resting places. But recently, more work had been needed due to the appearance of monsters. The man, surprised, wasn't aware of the monsters, so Axton explained that about 50 years ago, strange creatures began to appear and attack everything. They didn't know where they came from, but their numbers increased each year. The man realized why everyone was armed, something that hadn't been necessary for centuries. Cain mentioned that although they didn't need the weapons, they needed to set an example as rulers. He noticed some manuscripts and asked what their father was creating. The father abruptly snatched the paper from Axton's hands, making Axton suspect it was something precious. The father assured them that he would show it when it was ready, but for now, it would be a secret. He wanted to hear more about their creations. Destra, despite enjoying the visit, said she needed to go, as her creations were waiting for her. Axton also asked their father to visit his home when he could. The father promised to go once he finished his research and asked Cain if he was also leaving. Cain confirmed that he was preparing to depart. Shortly after they left their father's house, he closed the door and collapsed, feeling the weight of keeping his secret. Meanwhile, Elena was infusing her energy into Stetch's body, trying to cleanse the impurities. Suddenly, her energy was repelled by Memento, but she persisted, placing her hands on Stetch's chest and trying again. Elena was worried because Stetch's mana was resisting absorption, almost as if it had a mind of its own. Garrett asked if there was any progress, and if Stetcha was showing signs of waking up. but realizing he was pressuring her, he decided to remain silent. Shale took the reins of the carriage and asked the chief to rest. Upon entering, he saw Elena sitting quietly in a corner and asked if she was all right. She said she was, but it was clear she was tired. It had been 8 days since Stecha had been unconscious, and Garrett, though worried, asked Stecha to wake up as they had already waited too long. Suddenly, Shale heard a strange sound coming from the forest and alerted the chief. Upon checking, they saw a shadow in the forest, and soon one of their carriages was struck by a shadow horse. Garrett realized they were under attack and instructed everyone to prepare for battle. As they prepared, they heard the voice of an unknown man, who was surprised to find them and made a comment about Garrett being more handsome than on the wanted poster. Furious, Garrett asked if they were after the bounty on his head, but the group was searching for the missing Garrett mercenaries. They explained that a famous group like that had disappeared without a trace, and now they wanted Garrett alive, but the others dead. The mercenaries attacked, but were hit by arrows from one of Garrett's companions who injured them. Still in shock, Garrett climbed onto the roof of the carriage with his allies and asked Shale to bring them closer to the enemies. The man inside the carriage threatened them and created a shadow bird with his magic, commanding it to attack Garrett. Garrett realized that the man could command animal spirits as familiars and instructed his companions to keep their distance to avoid injury. Tasha, one of the opponents, was impressed by Garrett's care for his allies. The man then directed his bird to attack Garrett, who disappeared just after the bird pierced his shadow, realizing that this might have been how they had found his location. Annoyed by Garrett's vanishing ability, the man instructed Tasha to handle him, as controlling 2 creatures consumed a lot of mana. Garrett, on his part, spotted 2 opponents on the roof of the carriage and attacked, disappearing from their sight and placing a dagger at the throat of one while kicking the other. Tasha instructed her men not to go after Garrett, but to look inside the carriage, suspecting that he was protecting someone. This worried Garrett, but before he could act, they jumped down. Garrett quickly intervened, delivering a kick so hard that it made one of their noses bleed, leaving him in agony. Garrett made it clear that they could attack him as much as they wanted, but he wouldn't let them enter the carriage. When the man tried to strike him, Garrett vanished and reappeared immediately afterward, killing him. He apologized to Elena for involving her in the mess. While he was distracted, another man attempted to attack him stealthily, but Elena, noticing the threat, threw a dagger from a dead opponent at the attacker, saving Garrett. Impressed, Garrett praised her precision. Excited, Tasha raised her weapon and remarked that, although they seemed delicate, they didn't use friendly tricks. A strange aura emerged from Tasha, alerting Shale, who asked Garrett to be careful. Using this aura, Tasha broke and flung the roof of the carriage away. Garrett decided to confront her and asked Elena to try to wake Stetch while he dealt with the situation. Exhausted, Elena continued to infuse mana into Stetch, even coughing up blood due to the effort. Tasha, covered in the red aura, asked if Garrett thought he could stop her. Garrett, aware of Tasha's immense power, knew that trying to block the attack would be fatal, but hiding would doom Stetch and Elena. With no other choice, Garrett prepared to sacrifice himself. Suddenly, a burst of wind blew the enemies away. Stetch had awakened, apologizing for sleeping so long. Later, while resting at the camp, Garrett reflected on how Stetch had managed to defeat the pursuers with a single shot of his ability. Garrett suggested that Stetch be kind to Elena, as she was willing to sacrifice herself for him. Stetch, seeing Elena asleep, agreed, knowing he owed her a great deal. After Garrett left, Stetch confronted Memento, demanding answers about the black artifact. Memento, however, said that Stetch was not yet ready to know everything, leaving him furious and frustrated. Stetch began reflecting on the visions he had, deducing that Destra and Axton might be the gods of elves and dwarves, respectively, and that he had seen a supreme being who created them. While trying to make sense of the dream, Elena woke up. Stetch, happy to see her well, thanked her for waking him up. Elena, blushing, downplayed her efforts, saying she was just fulfilling her promise to protect him. Garrett, seeing the interaction between them, called them lovebirds and asked them to join him. Stetch, irritated by the nickname, commented that Garrett was a real nuisance. They then gathered to discuss the next step. Garrett handed Stetch a pair of binoculars, pointing to the supply caravan they were pursuing. Although it was far away, Garrett was relieved that they had managed to catch up with the caravan despite the delays. He asked Stetch to get ready for the mission. Later, Garrett explained the plan by drawing on the ground, something the protagonist found unusual, but the others understood perfectly. During the discussion, one of Garrett's scouts arrived out of breath, bringing bad news. He explained that approaching the caravan was impossible because of a trainer with inaccuracy, an extremely intelligent bird monster with eyesight almost as good as that of elves. Elena, though aware of these creatures, didn't know they could be trained. Garrett commented that it was possible to train inaccuracy, but it had to start from birth, and they only obeyed a specific trainer. Additionally, because they were rare, they had a large search radius. Stetch wondered if there were more problems, noticing that Elena was holding her trembling arm. Garrett explained that inaccuracy cost a fortune, which irritated him, as it didn't affect the plan. The scout said that the most effective strategy to defend a caravan was to assign skilled sorcerers for defense and attack, using a mana detection ability. He believed that the caravan's troops might have equipment treated with dispellium. Garrett agreed, noting that if they were using dispellium, it would reduce the effectiveness of the sorcerers, leaving them with few options. Elena offered to take down the Acuras, but Stetch insisted that she should rest, concerned about her condition. Elena disagreed, saying she wasn't so weak that she couldn't take down a small bird. Reluctantly, Stetch allowed her to take a single shot. With the bird out of the way, they would have a strategic advantage over the caravan, but there was still uncertainty about the dispellium. Stetch assured them that he had ways to get around it, even if it was present. Meanwhile, the caravan continued toward its destination, led by Sir Benedict, who noticed his assistant's fatigue. He assured him that they would soon reach the northern front, and asked him to hold on a little longer. The assistant reported that the Pidgeot was scanning the area around the caravan. After surveying the area, the bird returned, impressing the assistant and Sir Benedict with its performance. The Pidgeot prepared to make another round, but suddenly fell dead to the ground, surprising the group. Seizing the opportunity, the bandits attacked, putting everyone on alert. Sir Benedict was shocked by the sudden attack, wondering who would dare to rob a royal caravan in broad daylight. Even with their troops well armed and protected with dispellium, Garrett easily destroyed them. He smiled, satisfied with the progress of the plan. Sir Benedict, in a state of shock, suspected that the bandits were using an artifact powered by dark energy, which explained why the dispellium wasn't effective against them. He ordered his troops to follow him to support the front, while the rear guard held firm. Assistant Atoll screamed in terror as he realized they were in trouble because someone was approaching from the rear. The most worrisome thing was that the enemy was a sorcerer, immune to their attacks. Memento, observing, found it amusing that they thought they could defeat him with mere shots, but he knew that wouldn't work. They were concerned because if the enemy was a sorcerer, they would need to engage in close combat, but they didn't want to show fear. Atoll instructed his men to use the equipment coated with dispellium if they could get close enough. The protagonist asked about the artifact, mentioning whether it would take an hour, but Memento reassured him that it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes. Stetch, irritated upon hearing this, thought that Memento was becoming too cocky. He aimed at the opponent and fired a beam that hit him squarely in the head, causing his eyes to roll back and turn white. The man began to tremble, which worried his friend, who asked what was happening. Before he could get a response, his companion slashed his own throat and blood gushed out. Atoll, witnessing everything, was alarmed, unable to comprehend what was happening, while the protagonist was fascinated by the scene. Memento smiled sinisterly, and his face began to emit mana, ready to defeat them all. Assistant Atoll was paralyzed and confused, unable to understand what was happening to his companions, who, one by one, began to kill themselves. They were being possessed by Memento and ended up attacking each other. After absorbing the black orb and fulfilling the requirements, Memento unlocked a new ability called Seizure. This ability allowed him to leave the ring and enter another person's body, completely controlling them. The most terrifying part was that, for an entire hour, Memento could enter and exit people's bodies at will. Atoll should have paid more attention to what was happening. The protagonist, enchanting his sword, attacked and killed Atoll. Memento appeared right behind, possessing one of the bodies and feeling powerful. He didn't know having his own body would be so convenient. The protagonist questioned Memento about his surprise, asking if he had never thought of this before. Memento held the sword, bringing the blade closer to the body he possessed, and commented that sometimes when Stetch irritated him, he imagined taking over his body. The protagonist smiled, considering letting Memento do it, and slit the throat of the possessed man, killing him. Memento then remarked that if Stetch was so afraid to fight, he should retreat and stay with him, as he wanted to make the most of this new ability, which made Stetch uncomfortable. Benedict, meanwhile, was confused by the situation, but knew that the supplies needed to reach the front lines. He wondered who that ghostly being was, and why the soldiers behind him were fighting each other. Assistant Toll, still dazed, wanted a direct order from Benedict, fearing that those individuals would steal the entire caravan if they didn't act quickly. Benedict dismounted from his horse and organized the troops, devising a plan. He rushed toward Garrett to attack him, surprising him with his speed. Benedict attacked him with a sword, trying to corner him. Garrett, impressed by Benedict's speed, retreated, jumping back. Determined to prevent Garrett from using the artifact again, Benedict advanced and kicked him, interrupting his movement. Garrett was thrown against a tree and was surprised to see that Benedict had captured him before he could activate his camouflage. Benedict quickly approached and attacked with his sword, which Garrett managed to block using his dual swords. Benedict asked if Garrett was trying to sabotage the kingdom and if he didn't realize who he was stealing from. Garrett was perplexed to hear they were sabotaging the kingdom, recalling that the royal family of Venetia had been looting its people for centuries. Furious, Garrett asked if all they cared about was maintaining the front lines, even if it meant plundering their own people. Benedict, filled with rage, saw Toll running toward him and ordered him to attack Garrett. To his surprise, instead of attacking Garrett, Toll attacked him, leaving Benedict shocked and confused. Memento observed, impressed, as Stetch fired from another angle, preventing Benedict from reacting. The protagonist commented that the fight ended in less than 10 minutes after the ability was activated, which was positive as it avoided greater risks. Garrett, on the other hand, asked where Stetch was, knowing he was around, probably feeling nauseous. Garrett handed him a drink to help ease the side effects. Stetch accepted the drink and remarked that it could be useful, as nausea was one of the side effects of the ability. He asked Garrett and his men if he'd finished organizing everything. Garrett confirmed that they were almost done, and that his companions had done an excellent job thanks to his leadership, as they had suffered almost no damage. Stetch, drinking water, asked if they were nearly ready to depart. Garrett confirmed that they had gotten what they wanted, but asked why Stetch was so curious, suggesting that he could continue working for them if he wished. The protagonist, irritated, decided to take his leave, saying he would return to the Regia Valley, as the mission had taken longer than he expected, and he wanted to return quickly. Garrett explained that by sending the supplies where they were needed, many people in the kingdom too weak to defend themselves or starving would benefit. Since the journey was long, they should start moving soon. He pointed to Bernard, instructing him to take the group wherever they wanted in the kingdom, as Elena seemed exhausted and deserved a rest. Garrett then asked Stetch if he had decided where they should go, but Stetch was still reflecting on it. Meanwhile, in the Venizon kingdom, Lapters was resting when his brother asked if he had gone out again. Lapters was happy to see his brother and invited him to have a drink, asking why he didn't take a break. Looking at the table, he saw a bottle of All's Well 95, and his brother commented on the wonderful smell. However, Laptor's younger brother was there to know how much he had collected. Laptor said he got 3 artifacts but gave 2 to his personal guards and kept a beautiful sword for himself. His younger brother didn't like it, reminding him that he had already asked Laptors not to distribute artifacts freely, as the royal family was restricting the number of artifacts to avoid internal conflicts. Laptors thought his brother worried too much. He kept the most useful ones elsewhere and saw no reason for such concern, unless his brother also wanted an artifact. His brother replied that he didn't need one. One was enough to protect him. He wanted to know if there was any interesting news about their younger brother. Laptors commented that their younger brother wasn't doing anything important, was out of trouble, and had traveled but returned discreetly to the castle. As he picked up his drink, Laptors commented that this wasn't what Idril had said. At that moment, he stared at his brother and asked for honesty, wanting to know if things were really as calm as they seemed. His brother replied that, as far as he knew, things were calm, but Laptors didn't seem convinced. Although, to the public, the 3 princes of Venetia appeared friendly with each other, the reality was that the fight for the throne kept the castle in a constant atmosphere of tension and thirst for power. In this struggle, Laptors had a significant advantage over his 2 brothers, being the first in line for succession and having loyal servants like Idris and Mark, which further reinforced his power and influence. His 2 brothers, on the other hand, acted more like aides than true competitors. However, out of pride, either of them yielded easily. Gerald completely rejected Laptors, which earned him the disdain of his older brother. Even though he was the farthest from the line of succession, Gerald, the 3rd son, decided to go to the infamous northern borders, despite his young age. Alfred, the clever brother, on the other hand, pretended to support Laptors to ensure his own safety. He became the future king's greatest ally, demonstrating his value and skills. However, secretly, Alfred had no intention of remaining loyal to Laptors. Laptors, despite sensing this lack of loyalty, was more interested in knowing if Alfred was doing anything suspicious behind his back. Despite being competitors, Alfred and Gerald shared the common goal of removing Laptors from the throne, which motivated them to form an alliance. After some time, Alfred decided to withdraw, saying he had already taken too much of Laptor's time. Laptors replied that next time, he would open a bottle so they could drink together. In the woods near northern Venetia, Elena smelled medicinal herbs. Bernard told Elena and Stetch that they would soon find something that could be the the cure they were looking for. Stetch commented that the distribution volume of medicines had increased drastically and asked how Bernard knew all about it. Elena, an elf, insisted that she was fine, but the skull in the group stated that Elena's mana flow was abnormal. Stetch asked Elena to summon her bow. Even holding the artifact, the bow she summoned was small and kept shrinking, making it clear that Elena was weak, and if she continued like this, she would lose the ability to use magic. Stetch made it clear that he would not listen to her until she recovered. Elena was far from pleased with this, especially because she couldn't summon her bows correctly. Stetch asked how long it had been since they departed, and Bernard replied that they should be seeing the city of Kielden soon. Upon arrival, Stetch thanked Bernard for accompanying them throughout the journey. Bernard replied that, considering everything they had done for him, he should be the one thanking them. Stetch thought about revealing his true name the next time he met Bernard. Meanwhile, Elena was in bad shape, writhing on the ground, and the skull wondered how she could remain so calm with her mana flow so unregulated. The skull grumbled about how they were all a bunch of fools for not realizing the seriousness of the situation. Stetch asked to stop the carriage, saying he would go look for medicinal herbs or anything that could help Elena. He knew that simply ingesting herbs wouldn't help mana circulation, but maybe he could find something to aid the healing process, which led him to the city of Kielden. Upon reaching a stall, Stetch asked the medicinal herb vendor if he had anything to restore mana. The elderly man kindly said no. Stetch was incredulous. How could the medicinal city of Kielden have nothing to restore mana? The vendor explained that the city sold general medicines, but no one there knew how to restore mana. Stetch became even more frustrated for not finding anything to help Elena. At that moment, an old lady caught Stetch's attention, asking him to stop causing a commotion in the village. She explained that the city had no mana restorers. She mentioned that the main ingredient for the remedy he sought was the dunlight flower, which only grew at the top of rocky mountains, and no one had been able to reach it for months. Stetch asked if, by getting those flowers, they could make the remedy. The vendor confirmed, but the lady warned that it would be very dangerous to try and retrieve the flowers. Even so, Stetch ran off, saying he would soon return with the flowers to make the remedy. While in the forest, he wanted to understand who was erasing people's memories. The skull asked how anyone would know if their memories were being erased. Stetch thought for a moment and observed the surrounding plants. As expected, Kielden was surrounded by rare plants, a fascinating place for botanists. Suddenly, with a serious expression, Stetch drew his sword as something was irritating him. Stetch felt a presence approaching, something very fast and enormous, judging by the energy it emanated. He realized the creature was already very close and was preparing to attack him. A gigantic insect, a drachny, charged at him, but Stetch managed to dodge the attack by jumping to the side. He found it strange that none of the villagers had mentioned something so large and dangerous. The drachny kept making threatening sounds and prepared to attack him every time it had him in its sights. Stetch continued dodging the attacks, and after numerous evasive maneuvers, he prepared his own counterattack. He pointed the skull-shaped ring and unleashed a powerful air blast in the direction of the giant insect, creating a loud noise that echoed through the forest. After the attack, Stetch released the cursed devourer to feed his ring. The skull in his ring also found all of this very strange, as drachnies usually lived in hordes of 200 to 300. He wondered where the others were. Despite the issue with the Dunlake flowers, Stetch knew that leaving those creatures alone would mean the destruction of the village. It was strange that no one had noticed the situation until it had worsened this much. At that moment, he felt a new vibration, realizing he was no longer alone. Suddenly, an arrow was shot at him, but Stetch caught it in midair with his hand before it could hit his face, activating his automatic reflex ability. He shouted to whoever attacked him, demanding that they identify themselves or risk losing one or two limbs. Whoever it was knew that someone who could catch an arrow with their hands was very dangerous. Without receiving a response, Stetch prepared to launch another air projectile. The shot knocked the attacker out of the tree, and they fell at Stetch's feet. Even with a sword pointed at their face, the attacker said nothing. Stetch ordered them to raise their head and use the sword to pull off the figure's hood, revealing that it was an elf. Surprised, Stetch noticed that the elf didn't like being confronted by a human. It had been a long time since Stetch had seen an elf, and the clarity in the young man's eyes indicated more disdain than fear. Stetch told the elf to stand up and said that after trying to kill him, the least he could do was explain what was happening in the forest. The elf looked at him as if he didn't understand a word. Stetch continued, explaining that an elf friend of his was very sick and needed a remedy that could only be found at the top of the mountain. According to the villagers, everyone who tried to climb the mountain lost their memories. Stetch asked if the elf knew what was causing this. Without saying a word, the elf took advantage of Stetch's distraction and fled, leaping through the trees as fast as he could. The skull suggested that Stetch could easily freeze the elf's legs to stop him from escaping, but Stetch didn't want to scare anyone. The elf fled to his hideout, a beautiful place, and told his leader what had happened. He said that a human had entered the forest while he was on guard. The leader asked if he had shot without consulting her, and the elf confirmed, saying he didn't know what to do. He explained that the human had destroyed a drachni with one hand. The leader understood the report and asked if the elf had managed to kill the human. He replied no, and said things had gotten a bit strange. Furious, the leader slapped the elf's face, reprimanding him for not killing the intruder and saying he had wasted months of hard work. She asked why he thought they erased the memories of all the humans who tried to climb the mountain. Furthermore, she mentioned that the human had said he would find them. Meanwhile, Stetch was coming down the stairs and asked what was happening. He surprised several elves and asked them to continue the conversation. He wanted to know why they were tampering with people's memories. The two elves who had been talking earlier remained silent, which Stetch found strange. The elf leader, looking at him with disdain, began preparing her attack, a sharp air blade forming at the tips of her fingers. She jumped towards Stetch, ready to strike, while he reflected on how insistent elves could be. Stetch saw the elf trying to attack him, and to protect himself, grabbed her arm before the blow could strike. Realizing that her attack had been neutralized, the elven leader ordered her archers to shoot. Arrows came from all directions, but Stetch simply closed his eyes, concentrated his energy, and summoned powerful winds to deflect all the projectiles. The elves watched as the arrows were deflected without touching him, while the wind impaired their vision. The leader, surprised that a human had neutralized their arrows, began to question whether he was truly human. Stetch, still holding her arm, looked at her and said they didn't stand a chance of even scratching him and that they should listen to him. He explained that he wasn't there to hurt them and that, if they had answered his questions from the start, he would have already left. The elf responded that the child he had mentioned earlier didn't understand the situation. Stetch realized he was practically talking to a wall and released her arm. The elf asked if it was true that he wasn't an assassin sent by the humans. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace and said that if he wanted to kill them, he would have already done so. Now, he hoped she was ready to listen. They were in a large hall, and the elven leader said she understood but still found it hard to believe that a human and an elf could be friends. She asked him to name his elf friend. Stetch revealed that his friend's name was Elena Drainwar, which shocked everyone present as the name was not unknown. The elves were astonished, and the leader asked if the sick friend he had mentioned before was really Elena and what had happened to her. Stetch replied that Elena had overexerted herself, but he wouldn't say it was his fault. He then asked if the leader was responsible for erasing the memories of the people who tried to climb the mountain and what the reason behind it was. The elf tried to defend herself, saying they meant no harm and usually didn't attack unless provoked. They were merely protecting the forest cave from monsters and couldn't allow humans to get too close. Stetch understood that there were more dragons in the cave and that the elves were protecting the village. He said he would trust her for now, but that he would have to leave soon. The elf asked him not to go to their territory, but Stetch, smiling, replied that he knew the spiders wouldn't stand a chance against him and left quickly. The elves watched the human leave, while the elven leader commented that they couldn't waste this opportunity. The elf beside her asked what she meant, stating that they couldn't let a human enter the cave because if something went wrong, their plan would be ruined. Myriad, one of the elves, thought it was obvious that they couldn't hold the situation for much longer. He knew that if they didn't act, the village would be destroyed by the dragons. The leader then grabbed her younger brother Sid and ordered the other elves to take care of the place while they left. Meanwhile, Stetch had already returned to the place where he had encountered the first drachni. He was deep in the forest without encountering any more creatures and began to wonder if the first drachni had been an isolated case. Suddenly, a new drachni attacked him from above, and he quickly used his sword to slice through it, cutting it in half with an air explosion. He also used crosswinds to knock down rocks and trees around him. As soon as he dealt with the first creature, he noticed that a second drachni was about to attack him. Stetch found it strange, as these creatures usually moved in large groups, yet now they were acting alone. The second monster spat a jet of acid at him, which Stetch found unusual. Leaping to avoid the attack, Stetch dodged the strikes while noticing a glow between the trees. For a moment, his attention was drawn to the glow, and he almost got attacked by the again, but an arrow struck it, saving him at the last second. Tired of the situation, Stetch realized that, in addition to fighting the creatures, he was now also being attacked by an elf. Myriad raised his hands in a gesture of peace, while his brother looked fearfully at Stetch. Stetch, irritated, asked the elf what she was doing there with the younger elf. She replied that they had come to help him, but Stetch didn't want their help and preferred that they stay away. He launched a larger blast toward the giant spider and ordered the elves to get out of his way, as they were only hindering him. The elf was surprised that Stetch didn't want help, especially after witnessing the power of the attack he had unleashed. Stetch would accept help from Elena, but he didn't have time to learn to fight with other elves around. Myriad, visibly saddened, remarked that few people could adapt and assist like Elena, and that it was understandable that he had relied on her support all this time. Still, she explained that the place where Stetch was headed was also the Drachni's nest. Though he was strong, she doubted he could fight the entire nest without damaging the Dunlight flowers. Stetch, releasing the cursed devourer, asked how they planned to help him. Myriad, still frightened by seeing Stetch absorb the monsters with his devourer, offered to give him space to fight freely while they took care of the flowers. Stetch found this unusual, but not bad, since his mana had increased thanks to the cursed devourer. Myriad commented that it was rare to find a human without hostility toward elves, and that Elena had probably been accompanying Stetch for a long time. Curious, she wanted to know how that had happened. Stetch stated that there were many questions, but it would be better to ask Elena directly when she recovered. He then asked if the elves were helping only because of Elena. Myriad replied that it wasn't just because of her. She explained that the elves had lived in that forest even before the humans built the village, but when the Drachnies started nesting, the elves' lives were destroyed. The Drachnies were not only numerous, but also incredibly powerful. To deal with the situation, the elves adopted the strategy of starving the Drachnies, taking advantage of their tendency not to leave their territory. They tried to protect the villagers from the creatures. The skull commented that the elves were doing a good job, and Stetch assumed that the Drachni he had faced earlier had probably separated from the group in search of food. Myriad explained that they had done their best, and now, with Stetch around, there might be a solution. They then decided to enter the cave to hunt the remaining Drachnies. As soon as they entered, the attacks began. Stetch drew his sword and sliced one of the giant creatures in half, activating his energy. Myriad was also fighting, using both magic and physical attacks to fend off the monsters. The cave was filled with spider webs, turning it into a real trap, which irritated Stetch. Suddenly, a giant Drachni dragged Stetch with its webs. Myriad shouted for him to be careful, and immediately cast a stone spike spell, destroying the Drachni and saving Stetch. He was surprised to discover that Myriad was a mage. She explained that although she had enough power to use magic, she preferred to conserve mana and only used it in emergencies. Stetch realized that this ability would be useful against large groups of enemies, but as they tried to talk, more Drachnis appeared, complicating the situation. At that moment, a large Drachni leaped at Myriad, but it was quickly neutralized by blue lightning. Stetch turned to Sid and asked about the lightning. He remarked that the elf's younger brother was more useful than he had imagined. Myriad explained that, although Sid was talented, he was also very fearful. Stetch concluded that both of them were experienced warriors, and from that point on, he could take charge of the battle. He warned them that he was going to do something dangerous and asked them to be careful. Stetch gathered a large amount of energy and unleashed a fireball, transforming the previously calm forest into a chaos of flames and explosions. The three of them jumped into the air to avoid being hit by the blast. Myriad, furious, complained that they were almost caught in the explosion, but Stetch reminded her that he had warned them about the danger and remarked that she didn't seem so weak. Despite the chaos, Stetch realized that something was wrong. He had expected to find a field of Dunlight flowers at the top of the mountain, but all he saw was a field of spider webs. They were once again being attacked by more Drachnies. Stetch sighed, realizing that the place was infested. Sid, worried, suggested they leave before it was too late, but Myriad threatened to decapitate him if he said one more cowardly word. Stetch smiled, certain that, despite everything, these two were as brutal as he was. Stetch and the others were surrounded by several giant spiders, with more of them continuing to emerge from a specific point. He asked Myriad and Sid to take a look at the location. Upon seeing some different flowers, Stetch asked if those were the Dunlight flowers. Myriad confirmed, astonished by the amount of flowers. Stetch was pleased and asked them to gather the flowers while he took care of the rest. A violet-colored mana began emanating from him, and even his cloak expanded in size. He had reached level 2 of the Cursed Mantle, which enveloped his body in an aura of malevolent energy, weakening the enemies around him. Memento reminded him that he hadn't used that ability since a previous occasion, but commented that it was easy to use and hardly tired the body. He also mentioned that Stetch had evolved the ability to better suit his needs. Stetch asked if this was also an effect of the black artifact, and Memento confirmed that it probably was. Stetch accepted the explanation, prepared to face the giant insects. Myriad observed, impressed by the amount of negative energy Stetch could gather. Even the enormous monsters were being hypnotized by his sinister aura. Stetch, wrapped in a cloak that resembled bat wings, hesitated, unsure if it would work. Then, he fully opened the cloak, revealing 2 enormous bat wings, and a powerful violet negative energy radiated from them. The giant beasts were drawn to the energy, but upon making direct contact with it, they became practically defenseless. After launching his unconventional attack, Stetch landed on the ground and charged at the creatures, satisfied with the result. He decided to further intensify the attack on a gigantic scale. A large black orb covered almost the entire area, making the monsters tremble and lose their strength. Stetch then shouted to Myriad that this was the moment to collect the flowers. Myriad called her brother Sid to help gather the flowers, warning him that if something went wrong, it would be his fault. Meanwhile, the giant monsters were being dominated by Stetch's energy, but the alpha of the nest, the largest of all, seemed to resist. Even weakened by the negative energy, the giant spider was still struck by a shockwave, engulfed in blue light. This was Sid's active ability, which fired a projectile of electric energy. Myriad was also using her active ability, an electric whip that bound the enemy with electricity. She lashed the whip at the alpha, the mother of the brood. While Myriad fought bravely, Sid tried to summon his courage, aimed his arrow, and attacked the large insect, knowing he couldn't leave his sister alone. However, the insect countered with its spiny hairs, putting Sid in a dangerous situation. When the boy seemed to be in trouble, Stetch appeared to defend him, fearlessly facing the giant insect and launching his crosswinds against the creature. The insect gathered momentum with its legs and leapt towards Stetch, but Myriad, positioned above, struck it with her stone spike, an attack so potent it had already defeated other dragons. She was focused on collecting the flowers that Stetch needed to save Elena. After momentarily distracting the giant insect, Myriad shouted to Stetch that she was going to collect the flowers and asked him to return to the forest before more monsters appeared. Stetch refused, stating that he would exterminate them all and telling her to do her best not to get caught. Stetch then enveloped everyone with his air blast, aiming at the giant spider. After hitting it with the blast, he used a combination spell, a fireball, creating a storm of flames. In no time, the giant monsters were spinning in the air, engulfed by flames and intense heat. Seeing the devastating effect of Stetch's attacks, Myriad could hardly believe that a human was capable of performing such powerful magic. After Stetch launched the flamestorm and sent the giant spiders flying through the air, Myriad and Sid ran as fast as they could to get out of the cave. Even from a distance, Myriad could still feel the heat emanating from the site. As they ran, she thought about Elena and what she might be doing at that moment. However, something caught Stetch's attention. One of the giant spiders had survived the attack, and to his surprise, it seemed completely intact without a single burn. Memento commented that he couldn't believe the monster had resisted the flamestorm. He also mentioned feeling something strange about the creature. Even so, Stetch activated his cursed Devour ability, which began to drain the giant insect. Although he knew this ability was somewhat destructive, Stetch didn't mind and proceeded. Memento complained that this time, the magic didn't seem to be working, which irritated Stetch, but he wasn't too concerned, as he had dealt with anomalies before. He decided that if the magic wasn't working, he would switch to hand-to-hand combat. When Memento asked what was in Stetch's hand, he replied that it was salamander powder, something he had saved for a situation like this. Memento warned that this powder only worked on smaller creatures like Burnts, and that this spider would clearly resist the fire attack. Stetch, however, had already tested the effectiveness of the item and wasn't concerned with Memento's warnings. Charging into the attack, Stetch used his crosswinds to dodge the acid jet launched by the giant spider. He then leapt onto the creature with his sword, trying to pierce the resistant carapace, but the spider's agile claws blocked the strike, which surprised Stetch. Knowing he would need to penetrate the carapace to deal real damage, Stetch used an air projectile to create distance between him and the creature. Memento, noticing the difficulty, asked Stetch if he had a plan. Stetch asked for quick suggestions, and Memento suggested combining an ice projectile with another spell to create an opening. Stetch quickly launched the ice projectile, firing several sharp ice arrows at the spider. The waves of the attack began to tear through the creature's carapace, creating the perfect opportunity for Stetch to pierce the giant insect's body. As he approached, Stetch activated an explosive attack with his sword, lighting up the area with a flash of pale blue light. He was pleased, remembering an alchemist who had gifted him that power. As he split the insect in half, Memento asked Stetch to take a look at the creature's innards, as he suspected it was stronger than a typical monster. Upon cutting open the creature, Stetch found an object inside the monster. Memento deduced that the insect had devoured some explorers who were carrying that object. Stetch, for his part, was pleased to have found something valuable. Soon after, Stetch went to Elena and gave her the elixir made from the dunlight flowers he had collected. He explained that he had personally gathered the ingredients and asked her not to waste any of it. Despite the strange appearance of the elixir, Elena drank it all to recover as quickly as possible. Stetch watched her reaction and told her that she should rest, as it would take some time for her to feel better, but he assured her that he would be by her side. Outside Elena's room, Bernard was waiting. He asked Stetch how she was and if there was any problem. Stetch replied that everything was going well, thanks to Bernard's help, and asked if he needed anything. Bernard mentioned that someone was coming to see Stetch. Although Stetch wasn't in the mood to receive visitors at that moment, soon Myriad and her brother Sid appeared to see him. Although Stetch wasn't expecting anyone at that moment, he decided to receive Myriad and Sid. As soon as he saw them, he became irritated, knowing that entering the village like that could have caused problems for them. Myriad was aware of this, but also knew that Stetch was an honest human who had never lied. Even so, Stetch didn't fully trust them, believing that they still didn't trust him. Myriad tried to explain, saying she wanted to see things with her own eyes. She then asked, with curiosity, how close Stetch was to Elena, while looking at the elf who was lying down after drinking the elixir. Stetch replied that Elena and Myriad were like sisters, and that Elena, being the daughter of the leader of the elves of Keeldent, was loved by the entire tribe. Myriad explained that when a dungeon appeared in the depths of the Black Forest, she became stronger and stronger, and there was nothing they could do. Elena lost her father during that time, and the situation worsened even more when they lost contact with the tribe. Stetch mentioned that he had recently helped Cain, but left it for Elena to explain when she felt better. Shortly after, Elena began to regain consciousness and recognized Myriad's voice. Surprised and emotional, Myriad ran to hug her childhood friend. Elena, surprised to see her there, asked what was going on and how she had arrived. Myriad looked at Stetch and Sid, who were stepping aside to give the two friends some space. Elena commented that she had heard that humans had settled near the forest, but she hadn't had any further news. Myriad said they were taking care of the area to ensure it remained fertile, and this had attracted unwanted attention. Elena then asked about Stetch's relationship with Cain, and Myriad was impressed to learn that Stetch had actually saved Cain. She jokingly asked if Elena had been following Stetch everywhere to repay such a large debt, and Elena responded shyly, unsure of the answer. At that moment, Myriad realized that Elena might have feelings for Stetch, although Elena denied it. Myriad gave a shout of joy, catching the attention of Stetch and Sid, who were talking on the other side of the room. Myriad commented that if Elena had feelings for Stetch, it wasn't a problem, as he didn't seem to be a bad person, and she preferred that Sid not hear any of it, fearing he might freak out. She said it was wonderful to reunite with her friend, but that she would probably leave soon, not knowing exactly where her next destination would be. Myriad invited Elena to visit her in the forest whenever she wanted, and Elena accepted the invitation with a smile. Myriad then went to talk to Stetch and asked how Elena was doing. Stetch commented that she seemed to be much better, and that the elixir had helped. Myriad took the opportunity to ask Stetch to promise not to let anything happen to Elena, stating that he shouldn't protect her just because of a debt. Stetch replied that Elena didn't owe him anything, and that if she wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. Myriad realized he was a reserved person, and commented that she didn't understand how he had been traveling with Elena, suggesting that there might be more behind it. She then asked where he would go next. Stetch admitted that he hadn't decided yet, and that since they arrived, his main focus had been Elena's recovery. Myriad suggested that if he went north, something important was happening there. Stetch showed interest and asked about it, but didn't get a clear answer. Days later, Stetch thanked Bernard for bringing him there, and asked him to be careful on the way back, also sending his thanks to Garrett. Elena, now recovered, asked where their next destination would be, speculating if they would look for another dungeon. Stetch replied that he was tired of dungeons, and that they would go to Burdenbear. Elena, concerned, commented that Burdenbear was a human city, and that it would be dangerous if they discovered who they really were. Stetch replied that he needed to go there because someone crucial to his plans was in that city. In Burdenbear, a person was holding a wanted poster of Stetch, offering 40 crowns for his capture. The person pinned the poster to the table, and with hatred in their eyes, muttered that no matter what it took, they would find that. Damn traitor. Myriad said she could try to convince Stetch to head north because something strange was happening there. Stetch was curious to know what was going on in the northern lands. Meanwhile, on the northern borders, a battle was raging, and the soldiers needed to defeat a giant beast before it broke through the front lines. The soldiers were fighting with everything they had, throwing firebombs in an attempt to stop the monster, but nothing seemed to work, and the more they attacked, the angrier the beast became, making even the most experienced soldiers nervous. The monster was strong and skilled, relentlessly charging at the soldiers while emitting a horrible sound, a mixture of growling and screaming. The prince arrived and thanked the soldiers for their good work, saying that he would take over the fight from there. The soldiers were excited as the prince always used magic in battles, something rarely seen. One of the soldiers commented that this was their chance to see Prince Gotnia in action, with his enormous sword that had a ruby stone at its center. The monster, upon seeing that the prince would be its new opponent, showed no fear and continued growling. The prince, confident, energized his sword, which emitted a red light, and charged at the monster. He leaped to execute his attack with more precision. As he came down, he noticed that the beast's core was exposed, a glowing stone at the center of the monster's body. Without wasting time, the prince delivered another strike with his sword, which began to absorb the energy from the core. The soldiers watched the monster fall and celebrated the prince's victory, but they also noticed that the prince's sword was absorbing the creature's core. They found it both incredible and impossible. The soldiers congratulated him and asked if they could prepare a drink for him, but the prince refused and went to his tent at the military post on the border. Inside, a strange energy began emanating from his body. He felt immense pain, writhing as he held the sword, which seemed to be releasing energy contrary to his own. Even sweating from the pain, the prince did not let go of the sword. In the city of Burdenbear, night had already fallen, and Stetch and Elena were walking through the illuminated streets. Elena wanted to know their next destination, worried about the time they had spent there and the risk of being discovered. Stetch told her not to worry, saying he knew big cities like that very well. As he spoke, Stetch's ring began to glow, catching the attention of a ferryman in the distance. The ferryman saw the glow and recognized it as a signal. Approaching, he commented that he hadn't expected to see Stetch back in the city. Stetch, irritated, told the man to stop talking so much. The ferryman asked if Stetch wanted to be rude to someone he hadn't seen in years, and said it had been about 13 or 14 years since he left. Inside the boat, Stetch, Elena, and the ferryman sat in silence until the ferryman asked what Elena had done to get so close to Stetch. Losing patience, Stetch conjured a small fireball in his hand to intimidate him. The ferryman, looking at the fireball, asked if Stetch had learned new tricks, and Stetch confirmed. The man grabbed Stetch's arm and asked if he wanted a welcome party after betraying him years ago. Stetch, still impatient, asked where Sky was and where he could find him. The ferryman replied that if Stetch wanted to find him, all he had to do was look. He also said that everyone in the city was waiting to see Stetch dead one day, and that perhaps he was closer to finding what he was looking for than he thought. The ferryman, as he left, apologized and said that this would happen a lot while they were in Burdenbear. Elena, curious, asked why that would be a problem. Stetch just said they should hurry, thinking it had been 10 years since he was last there and that a lot had changed. As they walked, Elena found something and called Stetch. She showed him a wanted poster with the name of the person he was looking for. Upon seeing the poster, Stetch immediately recognized it, but found a scar on the man's face strange. He wondered what Sky had been doing to end up with a bounty like that. Elena then asked Stetch to explain who this man was and why he needed to find him. Stetch admitted that it was a complicated story, which only made Elena angry, as he was taking too long to say something he should have told her long ago. Stetch finally told her that when he was young and left the orphanage, he did everything he could to make money. That was when he met Sky Gilligan. With no one to support them, they grew close and gathered other street kids from the area. Sticking together was the only way not to be despised. They came from different backgrounds, but had the same goal, to never be looked down upon again. For that, each had their own way of fighting. While Stetch wanted to achieve his goals through success, saving money to fund dungeon expeditions, Sky wanted to be the protector of everyone who needed help. He was always researching and creating new ways to gain that power. One day, Sky said he had gotten what he wanted and showed a pile of gunpowder. While Stetch planned to save money to leave the city, Sky was planning to make bombs and blow up some stockpiles at the port. After a huge argument, Stetch left the city alone, and that was the last time he heard from Sky. Whether Sky was right or wrong, Stetch abandoned him, and that was likely the reason for all the hatred the people in that city had for him. After telling the story, Stetch was silent for a while. When he spoke again, he told Elena that they would go there, but that finding Sky now would be a waste of time. He warned her that things would get pretty messy from here on out. Elena, pinching her nose, asked if he knew the way. Stetch said it had been a long time, but nothing had changed. The street was still the same. Elena asked if he had grown up there. Stetch replied that Sky was good with his hands and made a safe place that even the kids could find, but the city was full of opportunists. It was Sky who created a secret passage. Stetch stood his hand along the brick and opened the passage, leaving Elena startled. Inside the place, which looked like a bar, Stetch stayed quiet, and so did the people until they recognized him. They couldn't believe that the slow guy was really there. Stetch waved and said it had been a long time, but everyone there wanted to take him down. He commented that he didn't need such a warm reception. Even so, Stetch prepared to as the people charged at him recklessly. He delivered a blow to a big guy so strong that it sent him flying. The impact caused confusion and dust. The others were scared, seeing the strength of Stetch, who asked if anyone else wanted to face him, telling them to come all at once. He began focusing energy into his hand with the ring. Stetch landed blows on anyone who tried to attack him, and no one could believe he was so strong. After all, he was just a former dungeon gatekeeper. The big guy on the ground couldn't understand how Stetch had gotten so powerful. All the commotion began to irritate Sky, who came out from where he was and shouted for everyone to shut up, saying that he had told them repeatedly to stay quiet while he worked. But his voice changed when he saw that Stetch was there. Stetch then said to Sky that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Sky Gulikin was the man with a 1.2 million bounty on his head, and his story was tragic. He was born in the slums of Gridlock, one of the largest cities in the south. His mother, Lasha Gulikin, was so beautiful that it seemed impossible to believe they came from the slums. Her smile always shone, even in poverty, but all of that was destroyed by a single nobleman. A bored noble decided to visit the slums to break his monotonous routine and found Lasha. That decision changed Sky's life. Even in the hostile environment, he was raised with love by his mother until he turned 10, when his tragedy began. One rainy night, upon arriving home, he found the door open and his mother lying on the floor. Her last words were for him to run, and he obeyed, fleeing without looking back. Soon after he left, he heard that everyone in the neighborhood had been killed. Years passed, and Sky lived for revenge. He met a friend in the slums of Burdenbear, and together they began to form their own faction. During this time, he received information about the person responsible for his mother's death, Duke Marcus Crossford, his grandfather. When the Duke learned that a child with his blood was living in the slums, he decided to eliminate that threat personally. The Duke's abuse of power only fueled Sky's anger, and his actions became increasingly out of control. When Sky learned that Crossford would be in Burdenbear, he planned his revenge using barrels of gunpowder, which eventually led to his fight with Stetch. However, his revenge failed, and his faction suffered a severe blow from the consequences of that failure. Now, after all this time, Stetch was standing in front of Sky. Sky could hardly believe it was him. Stetch greeted him, saying it had been a long time. The men who had been beaten by Stetch asked Sky to do something, but Sky just asked what they expected him to do. Nervously, the men said they couldn't let the traitor escape again. Sky thought for a moment while Stetch watched, waiting for his decision. Sky then pointed a gun at Stetch, but Stetch quickly used his crosswinds to dodge the attack and counterattack. Sky was surprised, saying it was impossible to dodge that shot, and noting that Stetch had returned with new abilities. Stetch responded that it had been a long time since they last met, and the first thing Sky did was shoot at him. Sky, for his part, admitted that he was happy to see him, but also angry, and he threatened to put a new hole in Stetch, holding his enormous weapon. Memento warned Stetch that this wasn't an ordinary weapon, and could cause more than just a wound. Stetch asked his old friend what he was doing now. Sky, irritated, shot again from the top of the stairs, but Stetch, using his crosswinds, defended himself while cursing Sky for his attitude. Meanwhile, the other men were preparing to defend Sky, fearing what Stetch might do. Before they could act, Elena, with her bow in hand, shot an arrow that hit one of the men, warning everyone not to if they wanted to stay alive. The man who was hit, surprised, complained about Elena's attitude, but was soon silenced by another. Stetch was preparing to perform a combined ice attack against Sky, who continued to point his weapon. Stetch used his crosswinds again, and Sky noticed ice forming at his feet, distracting him for a brief moment, which allowed Stetch to get close and strike, knocking Sky's weapon to the ground. Now disarmed, Sky had a sword pointed at him. Stetch reminded Sky that he had never won a fight against him, and never would. Sky, irritated, said that Stetch talked too much, and that this fight was a continuation of what happened 14 years ago. He asked if Stetch was there to finish what he had started. Sky begged Stetch not to waste time with words and to end it quickly, but Stetch replied that he was there for the opposite reason, to help Sky achieve the goal he had failed to reach years ago. Sky, confused, asked if Stetch was planning another gunpowder incident, to which Stetch responded that they were only interested in eliminating the prince. Sky, shocked, looked at Stetch and asked if he had lost his mind. The men who had fought with Stetch earlier commented that he seemed to have gone crazy since the last time they saw him. Sky, the man with the scar, asked if Stetch was hallucinating or if he had come back because he was truly mad. Stetch extended his hand to him, saying that Sky was the last person he wanted to hear those things from. Sky looked at Stetch, trying to figure out if he was joking or serious. Accepting the hand to stand up, Sky said they would listen to him. Stetch began explaining that the third prince, Gerard, was part of his plan. The prince had led him to a dungeon and used him until there was nothing left. Sky sarcastically thanked him, saying that Stetch had finally understood his point of view after 10 years. He commented that Stetch was trying to achieve his grand plan with only one woman by his side. Stetch ignored the provocation and asked if Sky would help him or not. Sky, running his hand through his hair, asked what he needed. Stetch explained that he needed Sky's skills and the support of his group. Sky laughed, asking if Stetch had no conscience or was just incredibly brazen. He wanted to know what Stetch planned to do with the resources he would provide, saying that everyone there wanted revenge, but opportunities didn't just come out of nowhere. Stetch responded that the plan was to attack Fort Cambini on the far west of the fort. Sky was stunned, thinking Stetch had lost his mind. Sky made a scene upon hearing this and said he had never heard a crazier idea in his life. Stetch, however, stood firm, saying he was more lucid than ever. Sky reminded him that Fort Cambini was perched on the edge of a cliff, had only one entrance, and was an impenetrable location, with a dungeon in the basement and a formidable military force. Stetch suggested they would disguise themselves as suppliers and enter through the fort's only entrance. Sky, incredulous, said that the soldiers at Fort Cambini were incomparable to anyone from the streets and that it was suicide. Stetch insisted, saying he had received information from an elf who had detected signs of monsters emerging from the northern dungeons. Most of the forces would be occupied with that, giving them a chance to infiltrate. Sky wanted to know how Stetch was so sure it would work. Stetch explained that he had cut off all supply wagons heading to the northern border, leaving the soldiers desperate. Now was the perfect time to strike. Sky was shocked to realize that Stetch was responsible for this and asked what they would do after taking the castle. Stetch said that the only one capable of responding to the attack would be Prince Gerard's squad, and he would probably come galloping to contain the situation. Sky wanted to know if Gerard would simply flee, and Stetch, seething with hatred, said that if he saw Gerard's face, he would make sure that never happened. Sky's men began to get excited, believing that now was the right time to attack. Stetch, seeing the enthusiasm, asked if that was devotion or worship of their leader, thinking Sky was embarrassed in front of him. Stetch wanted to leave and execute the plan as soon as possible. Sky said there was no rush, as even if they left immediately, they wouldn't be able to get out of the city that day. He asked if Stetch knew who the first prince's circle ruled the area, and any large movement would be noticed. They would have to wait until the following night to leave. Stetch, curious, asked where Sky was going. Sky replied that he was going to his workshop, where he had a stockpile of high-quality explosives ready for use. He also took Stetch's sword, saying he wanted to examine it ever since he saw it. Sky found it interesting how someone used gunpowder in a sword and asked who had made it. Stetch replied that it was a dwarf named Clyde. At that moment, Sky had a brilliant idea and suddenly ran off, locking Stetch and the others in the place. Stetch, furious, asked what he was doing. From the other side of the door, Sky shouted that it would be good for Stetch to relax a bit. Stetch and Sky continued talking from opposite sides of the door, but Stetch decided to stay there for a while. The place was empty, and Stetch felt like he was the only one not doing anything. When he saw Elena return, he asked if she wanted to take a walk and if anyone had bothered her. Elena told him not to worry. She commented that she didn't know Stetch had such an audacious plan and thought about what Myriad had said about returning to Burdenbear. Stetch defended himself, saying he couldn't avoid it and that without Sky's help, the plan wouldn't have worked anyway. He explained that he didn't want to say anything until everything was finished. Elena, saddened, asked if, when the plan was completed and Stetch settled the score with the prince, everything would finally be over. Stetch believed that if the plan worked and he managed to take revenge on the prince, everything would finally be resolved. Elena, however, was sad, but understood his intentions. Stetch wanted to say something to her, and she simply looked at him, allowing him to speak. Stetch said that, as his plans were coming to an end, he felt like he hadn't done enough to repay his debt. He also mentioned that Elena's father was probably looking for her. This made Elena extremely upset, something everyone could sense, except Stetch. who didn't understand what she was feeling. She stormed out, slamming the door, leaving Stetch alone. Memento, always present, asked if Stetch really thought that, even if the plan succeeded, they would be free. He reminded him that life wasn't a fairy tale, and whatever the outcome of the plan, the entire kingdom would turn against them. Memento also noted that Elena was aware of this, but didn't seem interested in giving up. With the plan orchestrated, the group made their way to the northern border. Stetch asked Sky to check the details again, as he felt something might go wrong. Sky, curious, asked why Stetch was so restless, but Stetch just wanted to ensure everything was in order. Sky then explained that he had made a special adjustment to Stetch's sword. He had inserted a feature in the center of the guard, which could only be used once in an emergency. Sky said it represented the pinnacle of his 14 years of experience, and Stetch should use it carefully. Memento thought that Sky had inserted some kind of magical circuit into the sword, but he placed an anti-transparency spell on the outside, making it impossible to predict exactly what it would do. Even so, Memento warned Stetch to be cautious. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the fort were complaining about the lack of supplies. It had been nearly 2 weeks since they had received anything, and they were on the brink of collapse. A guard spotted a carrier pigeon and went to check the message. The letter stated that the dungeon under Fort Cambini was at its limit, about to be overrun by monsters. The commander, Nicholas, organized the soldiers, even though many were exhausted. They prepared the 426th excavation team to deal with the dungeon, while others would focus on defending the fort. Stetch and Sky's group could already see the well-guarded outpost. Sky, ever the provocateur, asked Stetch to stick to the plan and stop worrying. Stetch, however, wanted Sky to keep his head down inside the cart and act cautiously. As they approached, the guards at Fort Cambini shouted, asking them to identify themselves and declare their reason for visiting. Stetch replied that they were merchants sent by the guild, bringing urgent food and supplies to the fort. Commander Angela, intrigued by the situation, went to check what was happening. She questioned how a simple merchants guild knew about the lack of supplies. Stetch, keeping his cool, said they had received direct orders from the Kingdom of Venecia for an emergency transport. He assured her that everything had already been paid for and asked them to inspect the supplies. Still suspicious, Angela asked for proof that they were truly merchants. Angela, still wary but with few options, allowed them to enter. She thought she had seen Stetch's face before, but couldn't place where. The large gates of the fort opened, and Stetch felt relieved to see his plan moving forward. The soldiers inside the fort were excited to see the arrival of food and supplies. After the inspection, Angela was satisfied and praised their work, saying the soldiers could now hold out a bit longer. Stetch was also pleased, but suggested they check the supplies to ensure everything was in order. When Angela, guided more by hunger than reason, went to the back of the cart, she was surprised by a gun pointed at her. The soldiers inside the fort began shouting, realizing they were falling into an ambush. At the same moment, a shot was fired, and the soldiers realized they had fallen into an ambush. The shot was the signal for the hidden henchmen in the cart to begin acting. Meanwhile, Elena remained serious amidst the chaos, but Stetch was excited by the commotion. Although the soldiers outnumbered them, they were weak and malnourished, which made the attack easier. Stetch wasn't holding back and unleashed his Tesla strike, from which several glowing spheres emerged and headed toward the soldiers. The men had no idea what those black spheres with green lightning would do to them. When the spheres hit, they were struck by a powerful shot. After shooting a soldier, Sky commented that he had spent his whole life like this, fighting. As he spoke, a group of soldiers armed with arrows took the opportunity to shoot in his direction. However, Elena quickly intervened with her own arrows, saving Sky with her perfect aim, hitting the soldier who was about to shoot him. She warned Sky not to let his emotions blind him. He apologized to Elena, admitting that it had been a long time since he felt this way, engaged in such an intense battle. Stetch's spheres were having an effect, and several soldiers were already on the ground, electrocuted. Although the Tesla strike wasn't lethal, it enraged the soldiers, who soon realized they needed to take down the mage first. A rain of arrows was launched at Stetch, who defended himself with his crosswinds. However, one soldier managed to penetrate the wind barrier and got close enough to stab Stetch with a spear. Even wounded, Stetch grabbed the spear and, looking at the soldier, said he would need more than that to bring him down. He then used his recovery ability, restoring his health and stamina. The soldier was in shock, seeing the green light illuminating Stetch and healing him completely. Without wasting time, Stetch projected an air projectile just inches from the soldier, sending him flying and causing him to knock over other soldiers in his path before crashing to the ground. With all the soldiers weakened and unable to fight, Stetch declared he would give them one chance. They could surrender and avoid further conflict. Exhausted and debilitated, the remaining soldiers dropped their weapons, accepting the surrender. Stetch smiled, satisfied, and declared the mission complete. Sky commented that the operation was simpler than he expected, but asked what they would do next. Stetch pointed to Elena and said that he and she would go into the dungeon to deal with the remaining soldiers. Sky, in turn, said that in the meantime he would set up traps and ask Stetch and Elena to return safely. He ordered his crew to confiscate all the soldiers' weapons, tie up the prisoners, and set them aside, as there were still valuable pieces of information to extract from them. As Elena observed the dungeon entrance, Stetch knew this meant the artifact at the core of the dungeon was extremely powerful. Memento commented that it seemed like there had been an intense battle in the area. Stetch noticed the smell of rotting flesh and other unpleasant things, and immediately knew which monster could survive in an environment like that. Elena called him, saying she heard something behind one of the doors. It was probably the soldiers who had arrived first. Stetch approached and saw that the soldiers were facing a monster that looked very much like a giant skeleton. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear upon seeing the skeletal monster. Nicholas, the commander, ordered everyone to retreat, warning that this was no ordinary skeleton. He feared for his life and that of his soldiers. Nicholas then revealed that the monster was actually a golem made of skeletons. The golem was grotesque, with parts of skeletons falling off as it moved, making the creature even more terrifying. Nicholas's soldiers were at a disadvantage against the golem. The creature was gigantic and extremely strong, far beyond what the hungry and weakened soldiers could handle. Even after repeatedly attacking the golem, it continued to regenerate, with its bones falling off and regrouping quickly. Nicholas, desperate, kept his soldiers at a distance, trying to attack the creature without anyone getting hurt. He used his strongest attack, managing to disperse the bones and expose the core of the creature, a glowing pink stone in the center of the golem's body. Without wasting time, he shattered the core into pieces. The soldiers celebrated the victory, grateful for Nicholas's leadership, but he remained on alert, urging them not to let their guard down. Just when he thought it was over, he was surprised by a flash of fire. In the center of the flash, Stetch appeared, and Nicholas, confused, asked who this man was. Memento observed the scene and commented that the magic used by Stetch didn't seem to involve wind and likely used some kind of artifact. Nicholas, intrigued, wanted to know how Stetch had infiltrated the fort, which was supposed to be impenetrable. Stetch then replied that he wasn't there to waste time and asked Nicholas not to make things more difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, Nicholas attacked with a powerful strike. He wanted to know who this intruder was and why he was interfering with the soldiers of Venetia. Looking at Elena, Nicholas asked her to explain what was happening. She just smiled slightly, without saying anything. Stetch reacted quickly, launching an air projectile that sent Nicholas flying. Elena realized that Stetch's attack was invisible and had almost no cooldown, making him a frustrating opponent. Memento suggested that Stetch was using some kind of telekinesis. Despite the impact, Nicholas managed to stand up, ordering his soldiers to stay back. He knew that although Stetch was strong, he was still human, and no human could withstand so many attacks without getting hurt. Nicholas prepared for the next attack, but before he could act, Elena fired her arrows, forcing Nicholas to retreat. Stetch thanked Elena for the well-placed shot. Nicholas's soldiers said they would help their commander deal with her, unaware that Elena wasn't an ordinary opponent. She used her windburst ability, raising a huge amount of dust that obscured everyone's vision in the area. As Nicholas's soldiers tried to recover, unable to see what was happening, Stetch took the opportunity to crouch and regain his energy. He then activated his animal instinct ability and attacked several soldiers at once, moving quickly through the sandstorm created by Elena. Nicholas, frustrated, shouted for his soldiers to get out of the sandstorm, realizing they were being attacked without being able to see the enemy. Meanwhile, he was attacked by Stetch, who used an ice spell. Nicholas thought he could dodge the spell, but Stetch surprised him by emerging from the mist with a sword, revealing that he wasn't just a mage. Stetch struck Nicholas with the sword, but the blow was shallow, giving Nicholas time to counterattack. Stetch barely managed to dodge Nicholas's lethal strike. He shouted for her to avoid direct contact at all costs. Aiming for Elena, Nicholas prepared a potent strike. The elf saw the attack forming but was unable to react in time. Nicholas hit her, then bellowed an order to eliminate them from a distance. Atelier saw that the scoundrel had attacked Elena and surged forward to counter. This was precisely the enemy's plan. He managed to ensnare Atelier with his attack, but the trap triggered Atelier's ring. The Cursed Devourer activated, absorbing energy from the cursed items to amplify his skills and physical abilities. With this surge of power, it was easy to escape the attack. He moved faster than his opponent could see, appearing face to face with Nicolas, who was stunned that Atelier had broken free with brute force alone. He began to think that this man was not even human. The soldiers could only see flashes of light, so fast was the fight. The two were on equal footing, trading blows and abilities in a ferocious struggle. Atelier thought him a complete monster. Memento told Atelier that he had the advantage in terms of raw strength and urged him not to stop. It was a battle between two monstrous opponents. The soldiers, finally grasping the kind of battle taking place, realized they could not just sit and watch. Elena, also analyzing the fight, noticed the change in their behavior and knew they were planning to attack. As the soldiers began to loose their arrows toward the brawl, she saw an opening. It was time to repay the attack she had received from Nicola. Elena's arrow flew directly toward him at his unprotected back. At the same time, Atelier almost immediately perceived the volley of arrows the soldiers had launched at him. He deflected them with a simple gust of crosswinds. His opponent was not so lucky. He failed to see the elf's arrow in time, and it struck him. Seeing the chance Elena had given him, he decided to press his advantage, attacking the opponent fiercely. With a single, crushing blow, Atelier sent the distracted man flying. He was unable to react as the force of the attack threw him a great distance. The soldiers could only watch as Sir Nicholas was violently struck down. After defeating his opponent, Atelier ordered them all to drop their weapons and surrender. Just then, however, the soldiers noticed something else stirring. They grew frightened, for the monster that emerged was truly strange. It immediately grabbed one of the soldiers, who cried out for help. Atelier observed the creature, unable to tell if it was melting or absorbing the man. Memento explained that the thing was a guardian. It might look like a blob of fat, but he could sense its core. Despite its appearance, it was a golem. The dungeon had been hungry for a long time, and since the humans from the fort had only lingered near the entrance, the guardian had decided to march out and hunt prey for itself. Elena realized the monster was about to attack and wanted to know Atelier's plan. He replied that it was the same as always, already preparing a ball of fire. He then launched it at the guardian, which took the blow directly to its face. Memento warned that it would regenerate. Non-lethal wounds would not destroy it. They needed to find the core. The golem's flesh reformed, and it lunged at Elena and Atelier. He asked Elena to try and locate the core within its body. She tried, but realized the energy surrounding it was too thick to see through, and her arrows would not pierce its viscous form. Atelier did not like this. It meant he would have to search for it manually, and that slimy body was the problem. He told Elena to prepare something big. Since it was not human, there was no need to hold back. Atelier unleashed his ice wave attack, taking advantage of its long range. The blast froze the creature, setting it up for the next blow. He yelled for Elena to shoot at that very moment. The elf was already prepared. She confirmed her aim and let the arrow fly. The golem reeled from the impact, thrashing wildly as pieces of its frozen form shattered and fell away. Despite the damage, it retained immense strength, and its fury only grew. Atelier noticed it was gathering energy for a final effort, but from the creature's movements, he knew it was more than a desperate struggle. It was an attack. He yelled for Elena to jump. The monster unleashed its assault, hurling massive stones high into the air above them. The rocks hung there for a moment, then began to levitate under some unseen force. Elena felt the pressure build as they started to accelerate upwards at a terrifying speed. She managed to grab hold of one, clinging on for dear life. Atelier fired his piercer into another stone, securing his own handhold. Looking over at the elf, he remarked that it had been a close call. This was a golem from an ancient dungeon, and it was ravenous. As if to prove his point, the golem launched a tendril of its viscous body, which wrapped tightly around Atelier's foot. He hadn't expected the move. Elena saw it and cried out his name, Stetch. He realized the creature's substance was not just sticky but acidic. Memento warned that it would melt his very bones if he remained caught. With no other choice, he let go of the rock. He told Elena not to come down, promising he would return as soon as he defeated the thing below. He urged her to hold the escape scroll tight. Once again, Elena found herself alone. After releasing his grip, Stetch was pulled downward by his ensnared foot. Finding the situation merely an irritation, he severed the part of the golem that held him. Memento noted that the only thing beneath them was the guardian itself. With a target that large, any downward attack was guaranteed to hit. Stetch unleashed his full power, channeling an airburst. He peered down, watching for the right moment, but grew frustrated when he saw the attack wasn't enough. Then he noticed a strange cloud of gas concentrating around the creature. Seizing the opportunity, he conjured a fireball, feeding it with crosswinds. The attack blazed like a falling star, descending from the heavens until it engulfed the golem in a torrent of flame. Even from her perch high above, Elena could feel the sheer power of the explosion. The scale of this battle was still something she found difficult to comprehend. After unleashing his spell, Stetch descended to the ground. It was shrouded in darkness, darkness, and he asked Memento if he could see anything. Memento drew his attention to the core. A grim expression, one that belonged more to Memento than to Atelier, crossed his face as he muttered that all these damned golems were the same, and this was how you killed them. However, the remains of the monster were beginning to stir, crawling toward him. His sharp eyes detected the movement instantly. He attacked with two powers at once, an ice wave and an air burst. The combination formed a blizzard, releasing the frozen winds of the tundra to inflict a crippling frost upon the entire area. He unleashed the full force of the storm, determined to end it all. He told Memento he knew exactly how to exterminate every last one of them. He thrust his sword into the golem's core to cleanse it. A massive explosion erupted, blanketing the dungeon entrance in a thick cloud of dust. The people waiting on the surface felt the violent vibrations and saw that they originated from the dungeon. They watched as something shot out from within the swirling dust. They were startled to see it was Stetch and Elena appearing via an escape scroll. Everyone rushed forward, demanding to know what had happened. Atelier explained that he had finished the job and that the dungeon entrance was likely destroyed, warning that the ground might now be unstable. It was clear to everyone that Stetch was not a man to be trifled with. His old friend, however, didn't seem to believe the entire tale, though he did concede that Stetch had undoubtedly grown stronger. He handed Atelier a bottle of water, commenting on the fact that he had defeated the Guardian and returned alive with only a two-person team. Taking a long drink of water, Stetch replied that if he couldn't accomplish at least that much, he never would have picked a fight with the prince in the first place. His friend smiled, revealing that he had laid some sweet bait for the very bastard Atelier was hunting, and that they would be finding him soon enough. Stetch pointed to the bundled items, guessing they were barrels of gunpowder. Sky explained that it was more than just gunpowder. It was a special event prepared to welcome the royal family. They had finished dealing with the soldiers, and were now distributing equipment among his band. Sky had also planted several explosives around the area, prompting Stetch to remark that his friend was as prepared as ever. Sky felt they had done enough preparation for the moment, and asked Stetch to finally hand it over. Stetch tried to feign ignorance, but Sky grabbed his arm, saying he was talking about the artifact and asking if he wasn't going to show it. Stetch wanted to know how he had noticed. Sky thought it was too conspicuous to miss. An object he couldn't tell was made of leather or metal. He wanted to examine it, but thought it better for his friend to get some rest first. Stetch wondered why he was being so empathetic. Sky replied that it was written all over his face. He looked like he was about to die. He added that he had left two tents open for them to rest, as it would be some time before the prince arrived. Entering one of the tents, Stetch realized his friend had been as observant as always, but his problem was something else entirely. He took off his boots and noticed his leg looked strange. Memento advised him that the recovery ability only healed wounds, not poison. It couldn't help him with this. Despite having taken every antidote he possessed, none had any effect. Memento explained that common antidotes were useless against a guardian's venom. It was a mixture of a minor curse and poison. Since the one who cast the curse was now dead, it should eventually purify itself, but there was no telling how long that would take. Stetch was incredulous. With such an important battle approaching, he couldn't understand why this was happening now of all times. Seeing him panic, Memento warned that his anxiety would only numb his body further. It reminded him not to forget that he wouldn't die as long as it was there with him. 3 days passed, and the prince's small caravan was already on its way. Gerard, who had received a letter 3 days earlier, still found its contents hard to believe. It claimed the soldiers of Cambini had been massacred in the dungeon. He presumed that if he was too late to rectify the situation, the consequences would be severe. He remarked to the guard accompanying him that Cambini wasn't just part of the northern border. It was a special case where they also had to maintain order within the dungeon. The prince was far from pleased to hear that if the fort had truly been breached, it would become the largest hole in their borders. The guard continued, explaining that if the fort became useless, countless monsters could march into Venetian lands, and in the worst-case scenario, they could even reach the capital. However, that wasn't the biggest problem. News that the borders had been weakened could trigger a conflict with neighboring nations. The prince worried about what his guard thought of it all, though he hadn't asked the question to punish him. One of the men announced that they could see Cambini on the horizon. Gerard asked if it appeared damaged, but they could see no harm to its surface. He was relieved, thinking they had arrived in time. As they approached, Sky's band, disguised as soldiers, began to shout with joy at the sight of the prince. The prince yelled back that he had brought reinforcements after receiving their correspondence and asked for the fort's commander. He was told that the commander was currently holding back monsters in the dungeon, and they didn't know how much longer he could last. The prince said he understood and ordered all reinforcements to enter the fort. After they were inside, a man posing as a soldier ran up to the prince, claiming it had been a close call and that they would have been lost if he had been a day later. The prince found it strange that he couldn't see any of the other soldiers. Smiling, Sky remarked that he was surprised the prince hadn't figured it out. After speaking, he used his ignition ability, conjuring a small flame. Prince Gerard, not expecting this, was briefly startled. Sky's flame shot toward a specific area lined with gunpowder barrels. The prince turned just in time to see a massive explosion. The blast tore through the wall, trapping him and a few men inside, while the majority of his soldiers remained outside. He didn't know if it was a coup or a trap, nor who could have done it. Sky appeared before him, declaring that art was an explosion and that the look on the prince's face had made the journey worthwhile. Gerard demanded to know who he was. Sky said he would love to introduce himself, but someone else there had important business to settle with him. A man appeared with a sword in his hand, his face hidden by a cloak. The prince did not know who he was. Stetch pulled back the hood, asking him how long it had been. Recognition dawned in the prince's eyes. Revealing his face, Stetch said it had been a while, addressing Gerard as his dear client. Seeing that Stetch was alive, Gerard immediately drew his sword. He lunged forward, and the two men unleashed their powers. Stetch told him that he was the one who should be angry. Gerard yelled that the ring was his and that he hadn't gone through all this trouble just for Stetch to take it. Stetch told him to shut his mouth. Sky told Elena that the prince belonged to Stetch, so she was to handle the soldiers outside. She then instructed her band to enter the fort's walls and form a circle. The prince was seething with rage. Stetch called him a disgraceful coward who had been too afraid to face his own judgment. As he listened to the taunts, the prince was already plotting how to eliminate this unforeseen problem. Stetch told Gerard not to hold back, promising to show him the very pain he had endured that day as he activated the cursed mantle. Gerard felt the pressure of the assault at once. Stetch unleashed a blast of air, and the prince prepared himself to block it. As he launched the attack, Stetch roared, questioning how a wretch like him dared to ruin another's life. He was so lost in his anger that he failed to notice Gerard surging forward. As Stetch parried the sword blow, he realized the prince's strength had increased. The prince declared that while Stetch might be better than a common person, he was nothing compared to the monsters Gerard had faced on the northern border. He said this while pressing his attack, but for a brief moment, he lowered his guard. By the time he realized the mistake, it was too late. Gerard managed to land a blow and create distance. Stetch reeled from a strike to the face as Gerard charged again with his sword, Gold Mera. But Stetch was ready with his own blade, the Penetrator, and released an attack called Explode. Their swords clashed in a shower of light. The prince pressed his advantage, trying to finish Stetch, but his attacks were constantly repelled. This infuriated the prince. That a mere sword had defended against a strike from his artifact was unthinkable. The fight continued, with Gerard's relentless assaults and Stetch's deft defenses. He launched another flurry of strikes, coming at him like a wild beast. Memento warned that this attack was dangerous. Stetch defended himself with another blast of air. The prince asked mockingly if he had more tricks up his sleeve, questioning what kind of sword could cut through wind. Stetch countered by asking if electricity was better. He then cast Tesla, which at first seemed to confuse Gerard. After Tesla, he used Arc, electrocuting his adversary with waves of shock. But this only stoked Gerard's fury. Stetch said it would be good if the prince could feel even a fraction of the pain he had suffered. Gerard, wanting more power, began to absorb it from his sword, nullifying the energy Stetch had unleashed upon him. Stetch watched in disbelief. Gerard vowed that he would end him and then take the artifact that rightfully belonged to him. Memento was enraged by the imbecile's arrogance, wondering who he thought he was talking to. Stetch made it clear to Gerard that the ring had never been his. Stetch noticed the prince's movements were incredibly fast. In a fraction of a second, Gerard was upon him, striking him and smashing his face into the ground. He then threw Stetch a great distance with the force of the attack. Once the shock of the blow passed, Stetch prepared to strike again. The prince saw him readying his next move and blocked the incoming attack. He told Stetch to know his place, claiming that if it were not for that ring, he would have been dead long ago. Stetch retorted that he was not aware his place was the prince himself, then activated the Cursed Devourer. He followed it with Enchanted Body and launched himself at Gerard, who could not believe he still had more tricks in reserve. They were face to face when Stetch activated Pontus. The sword fight was intense, but with his artifact, Pontus, now active, Atelier was gaining the upper hand. Gerard felt it immediately. His opponent's blade had grown impossibly heavy. Before he could adjust, Atelier unleashed an air projectile, launching the attack with immense force. Caught completely by surprise, Gerard was blasted back by the potent strike, sent flying a great distance. The attack had wounded the prince. Atelier waited, expecting a retaliation like the ones that had come before. He taunted Gerard, asking if this was truly all the Prince of Venezia had to offer, he who was lauded as the defender of the northern borders. He wanted to see if the prince could defend himself as well. Minutes earlier, one of the prince's men had ordered an all-out assault on the fort. All the soldiers who had remained outside now swarmed the walls, creating a fierce crossfire between the prince's troops and Sky's band. But the fort held strong, its defenses barely scratched by the attack, and its defenders still had plenty of gunpowder to spare. The prince's soldiers were being picked off by brutally powerful arrows. With Elena on the walls, her aim true, the band felt utterly invincible. Sky berated his men, who were looking ragged despite their confidence, warning them that they could still lose this fight. Just then, one of them spotted something approaching in the distance. A shape was moving in the area near the fort. As it drew closer, they could make out a lone figure. Sky strained to recognize the man. He issued new orders for them not to lower their guard, suspecting enemy reinforcements were on the way. The man arriving was none other than the General of the North, Mark McDowell. Known as Mark the Iron Wall, he was supposed to be in Syntagma. Sky felt a pit in his stomach. He had thought things were going well, and now the prince's own right-hand man was here. He told his band to get organized and not to attack without his signal. McDowell reached the troops stationed outside the fort. He wanted to know if Prince Gerard was inside. His men told him that due to the enemy's interference, they were unsure of the situation within the walls. The general scanned the surroundings, ordering the rest of them to maintain their formation. From their perch, the men in Sky's band saw the general moving into position and asked if they should attack. Sky told them to prepare and keep their attention on him. Elena watched every development intently. Sky ordered that if things turned ugly, they should start firing on the enemy soldiers, but under no circumstances were they to touch Mark. Elena saw that the general was directly below them and questioned why she shouldn't shoot him. Sky explained that the large object on his back was an artifact. It was the source of his reputation as an undefeated legend, and because no one had ever beaten him, the true abilities of his artifact remained a mystery. It could likely absorb the damage from the shield and release it back at them. He was deliberately inciting them to attack, so their only option was to ignore him. Mark walked around the perimeter of the fort, and just as Sky predicted, not a single arrow was fired in his direction. The soldiers soon reported that their preparations were complete, and they awaited his orders. The general announced that they would now begin. Sky saw the movement of cannons and noticed they were aimed unusually low. He knew they were plotting something. His suspicion was confirmed when the soldiers began firing arrows, not at the fort, but at their own general's shield. Then came an order that defied all logic. Mark commanded his men to fire the cannons upon him. He was pleased with his plan to breach the fort. After taking those first cannon blasts, he began to absorb their power. The general was finally putting his plan into action. Sky watched, his blood running cold, realizing things were about to get much, much worse. Staring up at the fort, a look of grim excitement on his face, Mark prepared to unleash his attack. The fight between Stetch and Prince Gerard raged on. Atelier wondered aloud if this was truly all a Prince of Venice had to offer. Mockingly, he said he would like to see if the prince could defend against this, then enchanted his blade and lunged. Just then, he heard his friend shouting, telling him to get away from the entrance. Stetch turned to see what Sky was warning him about. At that moment, the general was ready to attack. He unleashed his power at its maximum potential, and the fortress wall collapsed into rubble. As the prince's troops saw the breach and prepared to invade, Sky gave the order for his own band to take up arms and stop them at all costs. The prince's soldiers swarmed into the fort, and the general himself entered, intent on resolving the situation. He landed near the duel, taking in the scene. Stetch had no idea who this man was, but he disliked his presence immediately. General Mark, seeing Prince Gerard's condition, prepared to attack Stetch, who could tell this newcomer was no mere soldier. The general surged forward with everything he had, and the impact of the blow sent Stetch flying a great distance. Even the prince was stunned to see McDowell. The general noted the prince's fatigue and handed him a potion. As he drank, the general explained that simply healing external wounds would not restore his stamina. He needed to rest. He also relayed a message from his brother, informing Gerard that he was now in his debt. The general remarked that he had arrived at the most opportune moment to ensure it. He told the prince that he had made a mistake. He could have easily escaped using Goldmira's power, but he had acted otherwise, a result of having lost his temper. He assured the prince he would take care of the enemy while he recovered. From a distance, Stetch glared at the general, wondering how reinforcements had arrived. Someone must have leaked their information. Sky moved to stop Stetch from re-engaging, explaining that the man was the General of the East. Sky was confused by his presence, but warned his friend not to use physical attacks against him. The general called out, asking if they were done with their little chat. He activated a shield that unfolded from his back and charged forward with blinding speed. Sky was astonished by his velocity. Stetch thought his friend would never dodge in time, but then a sharp pain shot through his own leg. Before either could react, the general struck them both at once, sending them hurtling away. Sky was left unconscious. The The general noted that one was already down. He told Atelier not to drag this out, saying he could give up if he wanted. Atelier realized he would have to distract him with magic and launched a fireball. General Mark noted that Atelier held a sword, but chose to cast spells instead. He absorbed the attack and several more that followed with his shield, now certain his opponent was some kind of mage. The general was well prepared. He produced 2 spheres and threw them before Memento could even finish shouting for Atelier to stop him. The spheres erupted, forming a thick curtain of smoke. Atelier asked Memento what it was. Memento explained that it was Dispellium. It seemed the general's body was not the only thing he trained. Atelier covered his nose and mouth, trying to inhale as little as possible. The general's voice taunted him from the haze, saying it was already too late. The particles were inside his body. Memento's voice was grim. He noted that in physical abilities, stamina, and strategy, they were no match for the general. Atelier told him to be quiet and make a plan. Memento advised him to forget the prince for now. If they lost here, the entire plan would go up in smoke. In that moment, Memento prepared to initiate possession. Prince Gerard's right-hand man was a skilled warrior, and he wasted no time lunging toward Atelier. A single punch connected with Atelier's face, sending him reeling from the brutal impact. The general drew his sword, preparing to strike down from above, but Memento had already initiated his possession. The general noticed a strange, joyful look on Atelier's face and suspected a trick. Just then, something struck the side of his head, near his ear. It was Memento, now inhabiting Sky's body. He had found the man's modified weapons, built for speed over raw power. Atelier found the sight of Memento in Sky's form jarring, but Memento cut him off, saying this was no time for his opinions. From Sky's lips, Memento told the general to prepare himself. On the outskirts of the ford, Sky's band fought fiercely, holding back the prince's reinforcements to prevent them from overrunning the area. Amidst the chaos, Memento kept firing at Prince Gerard's general, who finally charged at Sky's position. But inside Sky's body, Memento was far quicker. He noted that he did not know what the general was wearing, but nothing seemed to pierce the armor. The general grew frustrated as Sky's shots hammered relentlessly against his shield, worrying about how much damage it could sustain. Memento then called for Atelier to engage the general. Atelier charged forward, unleashing his curse devourer. Memento, still unsatisfied, had Sky launch an attack from above to catch the general off guard. Sensing Atelier's presence, the general spun around, his eyes falling on the strange piece of metal Atelier wielded, which seemed to have no edge or piercing point. Atelier mocked him, asking if he truly thought his cumbersome armor could block everything, and then activated his enchant ability. He moved on the general, his blows landing on the shield with potent electric force. The general could feel the power in each strike, and found Atelier's abilities intensely irritating. Atelier was faster now, closing the distance to the shield. Once he was close enough to make contact, he unleashed his artifact's power, commanding it to increase Pontus. The ability made anything he touched impossibly heavy, and the general felt the weight of his shield multiply tenfold. Seeing the opening Atelier had created, Memento surged forward in Sky's body to attack the struggling general. With the man having difficulty just holding his shield, Memento struck at his hands, landing heavy blows on his arm. At the same time, Atelier intensified the power of his artifact. With one hand pressing down on the shield and the other holding his sword, Atelier pressed his advantage. The general tried to hold the impossibly heavy shield with one hand, while using the other to parry Atelier's enchanted blade. But as the sword neared, the general released the power of his own shield, creating a blast of force that pushed Atelier back. The general admitted that Atelier was an admirable enemy, saying he never thought he would be pushed this far. Just then, Prince Gerard arrived, shrouded in a crimson light that mirrored his sword, Goldmera. The general saw his prince and called out to Stetch. Hearing the prince use his name, Atelier wondered how the bastard had suddenly gotten to his feet. In a blur, the prince was upon him, his hand reaching for his neck. Atelier was faster, piercing the prince's fist with his sword, but he found he could not pull the blade free. The prince's flesh had already regenerated around it, trapping it in his grip. With terrifying eyes, the prince told Atelier that he had him now, but Memento's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the center of the handguard. Atelier remembered that Sky had installed an emergency feature, and Memento urged him to use it. Atelier declared that they were about to see just how good Sky's invention truly was. With the outcome of the entire battle hanging in the balance, he prepared to activate the device. He triggered it, and the world erupted in a massive explosion. Ski's voice came to Atelier in flashes, an insistent pull from the darkness. He felt his eyes flutter, and Ski urged him to wake up. As his vision slowly focused, Atelier realized he was still alive, though his stomach was churning violently. Ski asked what in the world he had done this time. He explained that Atelier had activated the last resort feature, while Ski himself was unconscious. He regretted not having seen it in action, but the evidence of its immense power was all around them. Ski was secretly thrilled, recognizing the destructive blast as a true work of art. Seeing Atelier's condition, Elena rushed to his side. Ski watched, unpleased. There were two of them down, yet only one was receiving any attention. He thought his friend was a lucky bastard, but was glad he was being looked after. Atelier told Elena not to worry, explaining that he was fine, but simply too drained to keep talking. She found this reassuring. He then asked what had become of their enemies, wondering if they were dead. He mentioned that he had used his rarest explosive, enhanced with a bit of wind magic. Suddenly the elf tensed, her ears catching a new sound. Footsteps were approaching, their source hidden within the thick smoke still lingering from the explosion. A figure emerged, carrying the prince over his shoulder. It was the general. General McDowell was far from pleased, his hard gaze fixed on Atelier and Ski. The feeling was mutual. Ski hated the sight of the damned monster. Elena took stock of her mana, realizing it was nearly depleted. She could manage one more shot if she had to, but the distant boom of cannons shattered her focus. She had thought they had dealt with all of them. One of Ski's crew ran toward them, shouting that they were in trouble. He panted that enemy reinforcements had arrived with long-range magical cannons and were shelling them from outside the perimeter. The flashes and thunderous reports of the artillery echoed in the distance. Ski said furiously that they had no choice but to run. Elena protested that their objective was right there in front of them. Ski countered that he disliked it as much as she did, but it was the only logical move. He gestured toward the general, who was already back on his feet, shield raised to protect the prince. Both sides were exhausted. If those enemy reinforcements reached their position, it would be over. Elena asked what the plan was. Ski told her not to worry, just to get everyone ready to flee. With that, he and Elena threw a volley of smoke bombs. The devices exploded, blanketing the area in a thick, disorienting haze. It was a homemade mixture designed to block most forms of magical detection. Ski told Elena to head for the stables at the side of the courtyard, entrusting Atelier to her care. One of his men shouted that their preparations were complete. They were just waiting for his signal. Ski warned his crew that he had better not see a single one of them get caught by those imbecile soldiers. He then yelled the signal to go, and the retreat began. The soldiers saw the movement in the smoke and received the order to pursue. One of Ski's men gave a final report, confirming the team was breaking out and wishing them all luck. Ski acknowledged the message, promising they would all meet back at the hideout. He was certain no one would be left behind. On the other side of the smoke, the soldiers urged General McDowell to rest. He ignored them, demanding to know the prince's condition. They reported that it had not improved, but at least it hadn't worsened. The general was not satisfied. In that moment of distraction, he sensed an attack. The sword, Gold Mira, was lunging at him. He instinctively raised his shield, which absorbed the full impact. He couldn't understand what was happening, why the prince's own sword would attack him. Acting on a will of its own, the blade seemed intent on killing anyone nearby. Its new target was the wounded and unconscious prince. The general cursed the prince's recklessness for allowing his weapon to fall into such a state. He prepared to counter with his shield, hoping to contain the sentient sword. The struggle was immense. Gold Mira was an incredibly powerful artifact. The nearby soldiers could only watch in disbelief as their general battled the prince's blade. It was a bizarre spectacle, almost as if the enchanted steel bled each time the shield struck it. Enraged, the general noticed several new cracks spiderwebbing across the sword's surface. He raised his shield one last time, determined to finish it. Elsewhere, Elena, Atelier, and Ski navigated a city on high alert. They found every inch of the place swarming with guards, forcing them to move with extreme caution. Ski found the whole situation infuriating. He had expected it, but he never thought it would be this difficult. The guards were everywhere. Still, they found a way to the hideout safely. Opening the door, Ski felt a wave of relief at being back in his sanctuary. Atelier immediately demanded to know how Ski could be so cavalier in a situation like this. Ski just told him to stop whining. When the men inside saw Ski, their faces lit up, happy to see their boss was all right. Ski assured them he was fine, and then asked why they were the only ones here. He wanted to know where the others were. They explained that things were complicated outside and that it would probably take some time. All they had were a few men scouting outside outside the city, and the rest of them inside the hideout. Sky paused to think. He also couldn't see the slowpoke, who was usually by the canal, and asked if they had gathered any more information. One of them asked if he remembered Python, the one infamous for defending the cargo bears. He told Sky they had been captured a few days ago. Sky couldn't believe it. He said they weren't the type to be easily taken down by a few guards. The man explained that General Idril Henrietta had taken care of them all by herself. It dawned on Sky that the Crown Prince's shield and spear were working in concert. Those bastards had ruined everything this time. He looked at Atelier and asked if he was sure about this. When Atelier asked what he meant, Sky told him flatly that he couldn't be here. Atelier didn't like the sound of that, but Sky pressed on, explaining what would happen if the Venetians attacked from all sides, as they were doing now. Just then, one of Sky's men produced a wanted poster for Stetch. He noted that their luck was holding, as the likeness was terrible. Atelier's plan, which had seemed so perfect, now faced an overwhelming number of obstacles. His friend told him there was no point in dwelling on it now, they just needed to plan for the future. Atelier despaired, saying that in this situation, he didn't think he would ever be able to face that bastard Gerard again. Sky's expression turned grim. He told Atelier that if he had nowhere to go in the south, he should head north. He suggested the Chromatos Empire, explaining that even Venice would have trouble conquering their territory. He also told him to realize that even if they eliminated Gerard, it wouldn't be the end. What Atelier needed was the strength to defeat an entire army. As an apology for breaking his sword, Sky said he had brought a ship for him. Atelier considered this, thinking there was no way Sky would go to all this trouble just to trick him. He pointed out that Sky's port had been rendered useless by the kingdom, so he asked where this ship was. Sky told him to wait a moment, as it was almost time for its arrival. Elena noticed the approaching vessel was cloaked by some form of invisibility. It was a perception-altering magic, and she had never seen one on such a large scale. A woman on board called out to Sky, asking if this was his friend. She said she had been worried, but he didn't look so bad. She introduced herself as Claudia and her beloved ship, the Charlie. He introduced himself in turn as Stetch Atelier, and explained that the woman beside him was his assistant. Claudia said that either way, he had arrived just in time. If he had been any later, she was planning to move on. Sky thanked her, promising to reward her when the dust settled. She waved it off, saying she was just doing her job and that he could buy her a drink later. Looking at Atelier, Claudia asked if this was his first time going north and if he had ever been seasick before. He looked a little frightened, admitting that he had never been on a ship. Once they were on the open sea, it was clear Atelier was not adapting well. The crewman asked him to go below deck, complaining that his constant vomiting was distracting them. Atelier felt like he was going to die. He asked Memento if there was a better, less exhausting way to do this. Memento replied that using Recover might make him feel a little better, but he would remain seasick as long as he was on the ship. Elena, concerned, went to see if he was feeling better. He asked her why she wasn't feeling sick, since it was her first time too. She explained that Captain Claudia had told her it had to do with one's physical constitution. She handed him a potion, saying the captain had sent it to help with his nausea. He wanted to know how long the journey would take. Elena told him it would be about 2 weeks. In a fit of drama, Atelier declared he was likely to die before they arrived, but Memento reminded him that he would just be revived. After some time had passed, Claudia came to check on Atelier. He told her he was feeling better, thanks to the medicine she had sent. She told him there was no need to apologize. In the end, they were all fugitives heading for the north. Atelier asked Claudia if she had come just for that. She replied that she also wanted to tell him he needed to be determined. She apologized for being blunt, but even after they escaped the magic storm, it would be a hard journey. She also added that it would probably rain that day. Atelier looked up at the beautiful sky and asked how that was possible. A short time later, the rain began to fall. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the sea grew turbulent. Elena asked what he was planning to do once they arrived. He told her he would first visit the guild to check if he needed a new adventurer's license. She, in turn, said she would study the culture of the north. Then a strange noise interrupted them. She warned him that there was something outside, that she could hear it approaching. The crew was taken by surprise, believing it was too early for them to be there. The captain announced that lunchtime was over. She ordered everyone to grab their belongings, go to their quarters, lock the doors, and not come out. The two of them were left completely bewildered. Claudia cursed, wanting to know why those bastards had shown up so early. She told her crew to get their weapons. She warned that if any of her passengers were harmed and Charles's reputation was stained, they would all become shark food. Seeing their chief draw her weapon, the crew understood the gravity of the situation and agreed they should arm themselves as well. They sensed there was a reason for her secrecy, but they would follow her orders, gathering their things and heading for their rooms. One of the men on the ship asked Atelier if he knew what was going on. Atelier told him to wait and be quiet for a moment. He tried to listen, but everything had fallen silent. The quiet was too complete, he thought, which could only mean one side had already won. He opened the door just a crack to see what was happening. He recoiled in shock at the sight of an Aqueen, one of the enormous sea monsters. He asked if the ship was always attacked by them. Claudia replied that those Aqueen always appeared when they passed through this area, calling it a post-meal exercise. She added that you could never be sure, so everyone had to remain alert. The Aqueen rarely fought alone, she explained, but there could always be a stray one lost from the pack. She confessed that their frequent appearances were becoming incredibly stressful. As she spoke, another monster lunged forward to attack him. Atelier grabbed the young woman nearby, pulling her to safety as he hurled the beast away with immense force. The others wanted to know what had happened. Atelier explained that one of the creatures was still alive. He then saw a flash of power heading straight for him. Before he could understand what was happening, he felt a weapon pressed against his neck. A young man told him to stop being a bastard and to leave her alone. Atelier insisted it was all a misunderstanding. The girl then struck the young man across the mouth. She called him an idiot and explained that Atelier had just been trying to save her. She told him to stop threatening people. The young man could only say that he had thought she was in danger. Atelier noticed that when it came time for an apology, the cat seemed to have gotten the man's tongue. He simply glared at Atelier with unconcealed anger and said nothing more. Fuming, the young man stormed away, leaving the girl with Atelier. She apologized for his behavior. Claudia admitted that as the captain, she should never have allowed passengers to get involved in such a dangerous situation. Atelier then asked if she could use the invisibility spell she had employed when he boarded. He reasoned that it would probably block the Aqueen's attacks. Claudia replied that if she could, she already would have. Unfortunately, she explained, it was a wide-range spell that didn't last long and consumed a great deal of her power. Another day dawned on the ship, and Elena greeted Atelier with a good morning. He thought it would be a better morning if not for his seasickness. She wanted to know how much he knew about the North. He admitted he didn't know much, only that they ate shaved ice with syrup on top as a snack. Elena added that she knew there were sleds made by dwarves that could be used in the snow. Atelier found this strange and asked if she had learned that from a book. She said her roommate had told her, describing the woman as kind and smart. Atelier was curious about who this roommate was. Elena pointed to a person standing behind them. Atelier's mind raced. He wondered if the man he had seen the day before was from the north, but if he was, why was he on a ship heading north from Venice? He did not seem like the sort of man who would conduct business in back alleys. Just then, the young man asked if he could speak with Atelier. Wary, Atelier wanted to know what the man wanted. He explained that the girl had asked him to offer her thanks. He said only that, adding that it was enough, before turning his back and walking away. Atelier was annoyed that this was the only conversation the man wanted to have, but he let it go. Captain Claudia's voice rang out, ordering everyone to their posts. Atelier wanted to know why everyone was so busy. Elena said that judging by the crew's chatter, the weather was about to worsen drastically, and far more quickly than it should. This was clearly not a simple problem. Captain Claudia was trying to quell the rising panic, reminding her crew that they still had time before entering the zone of magical tornadoes, but her crew was agitated. The signs were not good. The flow of the wind and the water currents were completely different from what they had expected. She ordered the helm turned hard to starboard. If something was threatening their journey, they would take a detour, even if it cost them more time. The captain was analyzing the situation through her binoculars. She noticed something strange. It was a flag, but there was no chance one should be in a place like this. From a distance, she saw a great light emerge from the sea. Finally, she could see it with her own eyes. It was a terrible time to behold the ghost ship, the Grey Skull. With the Grey Skull ship confirmed, Claudia knew they would all perish if they did not work as a single unit. She roared for everyone to take their positions, insisting they had to strike before it was too late. She then activated her Cunea artifact. A shimmering, rainbow-like light enveloped their vessel as she commanded the cannons to be loaded. The crew quickly confirmed they were ready. Claudia instructed them to hold their positions and not to fire until she gave the signal. After a final assessment of the closing vessel, she decided the moment had come. At her signal, the cannons roared to life, unleashing a barrage to defend against the approaching threat. To her dismay, she realized the enemy ship was protected by some kind of shield. By giving the signal to attack, she had revealed their location. The Grey Skull now knew precisely where they were and began to close the distance. The vessel was greatly feared, and a wave of concern spread. Atelier wondered what was happening, asking if it was the ghost ship. The passengers, too, were gripped by worry. Captain Claudia shouted that they were under attack and that anyone capable of fighting saying must help. She warned everyone to listen closely, announcing that from that moment on, the fight would be hand-to-hand. The crew and passengers began to aid in the defense with whatever weapons they could find. A demonic skull-like creature suddenly attacked them. Elena scarcely saw the blow coming for her, but Atelier perceived it just in time, preventing her from being harmed. He threw himself at the thing threatening Elena and slammed it furiously to the deck. He was intrigued, unable to tell what these creatures were, for they looked like a mix of corpses and skeletons. He tried to unleash his curse devourer, but in that same instant, he realized his abilities seemed to have no effect. Then, more of them appeared, surrounding him. Memento tried to get Stetch's attention, asking about a noise he had heard. Stetch was slow to respond, so Memento shouted his name, loud and clear. The sound startled Atelier. He wanted to know where Memento had appeared from. Memento simply said that Atelier should be pleased, because it had taken a very long time to wake him. Memento added that he was short on time and would be brief. He explained that Atelier was, at that very moment, trapped within an illusion without even realizing it. Atelier was confused. Memento elaborated, telling him that everything he had seen so far was a fabrication. The reason he had not yet broken free and returned to reality was because of his own lingering doubts. He urged Atelier to think on it, even as the illusory enemies pressed their attack against his lowered guard. Atelier wondered if everyone else was also trapped in the illusion. Memento asked if he now understood why the enemy would choose close-quarters combat when they could have used bombs, or why his own abilities refused to function. Memento admitted that if he had sufficient time, he would have allowed Atelier to come to the realization himself. But time had run out, and Memento declared he would now wake him. Aboard the ship, everyone else was still caught in the illusion, believing the voyage was as quiet as ever. This, one of the intruders remarked, was nothing less than what they could expect from their captain. It was impressive to think that an illusion cast from kilometers away had lasted until now. Another told the group to stop worrying and prepare to leave, for the captain wanted the girl, who they had heard was the daughter of some merchant. One of the men asked to wait a bit, suggesting that since they were already there, they might as well fill their pockets before departing. He was told to do it quickly, but he replied that he would take his time. One of them then perceived Atelier's presence. He was awake, a fact that left them thoroughly impressed. Not only was he awake, but he was already launching an attack. The illusion should have taken hours to break, yet there he stood demanding to know what business they had on that ship. The bandits decided it was best to ignore the damned man for the moment. There would be time to deal with him later. This was not how things were planned. The man called Atelier a mage and told him not to move, warning that he already knew what would happen if he disobeyed. Atelier was furious, and he ordered them to shut their mouths. The man with the dagger warned him not to get any closer, threatening to hurt the girl he was holding. But then a strange voice spoke directly into the captor's ear, telling him it was over and questioning who they thought Memento was. The man found this strange, as he had not seen anyone move. Memento then ordered him to remain still, explaining that he needed at least one of them alive to find out what they were planning. After leaving the enemy's body, Memento found he had obtained no significant memories. He reported to Atelier that he had come away with nothing. The men were merely small fish, ignorant of the kidnapping plot. But there was something more. Memento explained that as the ship's illusion had unraveled, a powerful magical defense had been erected, one that most attacks could not penetrate. Atelier asked if there was nothing they could do with magic. Memento confirmed that it would be impossible, unless he were to cast enhancement spells repeatedly. Atelier decided then that he had to wake the other passengers. Surely, unless they were complete idiots, they would sense that something was deeply wrong aboard the ship. Elena was just regaining consciousness, and she startled at the sight of the changed scenery. Frightened, she asked where the enemies were. Atelier urged her to take a deep breath, assuring her that everything was all right. Elena then turned to Stetch, demanding to know what had happened on the ship. After Atelier recounted everything he had seen, she was horrified to learn that the men had intended to kidnap Cassia. Atelier had not known the girl's name until that moment. Elena could not understand why anyone would do such a thing. Unaware of the true motive, Atelier asked Elena to explain the situation to the captain. In the meantime, he had questions for their captives. When Cassia's friend awoke, he had no idea how he had gotten there, having assumed he would be safe in the cabins. The girl was furious with him, telling him to watch his words and asking what he expected her to do when they both woke up in such a place. He retorted that, as the association's aide, it was her problem, and that she should have been more cautious. As they argued, Atelier came down to speak with them. The young man demanded an explanation. They had no memory of the events that had just transpired, and the entire situation was confusing. Just from the man's altered tone of voice, Memento could tell they were suspicious. Atelier then explained everything everything that had occurred on the ship. He told them that a group had attempted to kidnap Cassia and that he had defeated them. The girl was terrified to hear how close she had come to being abducted. Atelier then pointed to the men who had sought to capture her. The young man insisted he did not know any of them. The clothes, the ship, none of it meant anything to him. His mind was a blank. The captain was livid. She declared that from that moment on, those wretched men would not get near her ship or the young woman they were escorting. Atelier stated that, as she could see, the evidence was right there before them. Claudia swore she would not forgive the bastards. She raged at how they had dared to deceive them with the tale of the gray skull ship, snarling that even tearing them limb from limb would not be sufficient. Atelier knew her combat forces were not capable of sinking the enemy vessel, so he told her he would handle the problem himself. He asked the captain to leave the men on the other ship to him, urging her to concentrate all of her power on moving their own vessel forward. The captain found it strange that he wanted to resolve everything alone, but he was already in motion, casting his curse devourer. He followed it with avalanche, intending to consume the entire complicated affair. Meanwhile, Captain Claudia gave the order for full steam ahead. Some distance away, in a Venetian palace, Laptoris was reading reports in his room. He asked who had opened the door, certain he had not summoned anyone. It was his younger brother who asked what he was going to do. Laptoris in turn wanted to know what he meant, stating that he could not respond if his brother did not speak clearly. His brother was annoyed. He pointed out that they had foreseen what would happen at Fort Cambini, yet they had dispatched Marquis McDowell, who should have been in the east at the reinforcement tower. Considering the distance from the capital to the fort, it was no mere coincidence. He demanded to know where on earth Laptoris had obtained that information. Laptoris replied with audacity that it was obviously from Conrad's revelation, and he wanted to know why his brother was feigning ignorance. His younger brother conceded that, as his subordinate, he was well aware of that. He was also aware that Conrad could not see the future completely, only fragments of it, and that sometimes the visions were misinterpreted. To act on such an interpretation and mobilize troops without discussion, he knew, was incredibly dangerous for the kingdom. Laptoris was impressed. He had not thought his brother capable of such extensive reasoning about the realm. What a confident line of thinking his younger brother possessed. Laptoris had assumed his brother was acting so cold and fierce only because he had used his subordinate's abilities to gain credit on the northern front. It seemed he had been mistaken. His brother remained serious for a moment, not responding, simply continuing to listen. Laptoris went on, saying there was no need to be so pessimistic when the outcome proved his decision correct. They were already in a situation of considerable loss. They ought to be grateful that nothing worse had occurred. All the younger brother could think was that they were supposed to be grateful for sustaining such heavy losses. While many things concerned him, his primary search was for the truth of how Laptoris had stolen Conrad's premonitions. Until that was discovered, it was no exaggeration to say that their every step from that moment on would be monitored by his brother. Laptoris told his brother that if he had nothing more to say, he could withdraw. He had no time to waste in such chaotic circumstances. With a grim expression, his brother turned his back and said he would do exactly that. He left, slamming the door behind him. He knew that until he uncovered the truth, he could not make a single careless move. He had to find the answer, and quickly. The ship had reached the north, and the port city of Mir was now in sight. Atelier felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was truly here, in the empire of Chromatos. The captain, Claudia, called for Atelier and Elena to join her on the deck for a moment. She had something important to say before they reached the port. She took Atelier's hand, thanking him profusely. She explained that thanks to him, everyone aboard had managed to arrive safely, narrowly escaping death during the mass hallucination. Atelier advised that while their kidnappers had failed and were unlikely to attack another vessel, she should still be discreet as a precaution. The captain promised she would keep that in mind and offered him a folded piece of paper as a token of her gratitude. She explained that while her life was consumed by her work, if he ever left a message on that paper, she would read it before anyone else. She gave him her word that if he ever needed anything, she would drop whatever she was doing to help him. Pleased by the offer, Atelier accepted her thanks. The captain then assured them they needn't worry about the immigration process. They simply had to show the guards the identity passes distributed during the voyage. With that, they all said their farewells. As they disembarked, Elena expressed a quiet hope that the South might one day be like this. She asked Atelier where they were headed, and he replied that their first priority was to find lodging. After that, they would begin gathering information about the area. Their conversation was cut short by a voice asking if they might be followed for a moment. When they looked up, they saw it was Cassia and her companion. She smiled, and asked if they were now on their way to her home. Her smile widened as she stated that it was only obvious. He had saved her life, she explained, and she could not possibly let him go without a proper thank you. She apologized for her forwardness, but said she needed to ask what had brought them to the north. As Atelier considered how to explain, Memento's voice echoed in his mind, suggesting a simple story. He had attempted to kill the southern prince, failed, and fled, but all Atelier said aloud was that it had become difficult for him to live in the south. Cassia nodded in understanding, assuring him that his reasons were not important to her. She remarked that most people who took passage on that smuggling ship were starting new lives in the north with nothing to their names. Remembering that his own funds had been depleted financing Sky, Atelier conceded that her assessment was more or less correct. In that case, Cassia declared, she would help them. She would provide transportation, lodging, and funds, everything within her power to ensure their success in the north. Atelier found the offer to be absurdly generous. She then said that, while she should have done so sooner, she wanted to introduce herself formally. As she spoke, Elena was completely captivated by the view of the bustling city. The girl presented herself as Cassia Hadenbrook, the successor to the most renowned merchant family in the north. By the time her introduction was complete, their carriage had stopped before an enormous house that was more accurately described as a mansion. Elena, too, was visibly impressed by its sheer size. Atelier remarked that being the successor to such an established merchant family was a significant position indeed. Cassia was pleased they seemed comfortable, but when Elena addressed her formally as Miss Hadenbrook, she insisted they treat her as casually as they had on the ship. Seizing the opening, Atelier said that in that case, he had a question for her. He explained that while he understood her offer, it seemed far too extravagant to be a simple gesture of thanks. He suspected there was something more she wanted to say. Cassia, looking slightly abashed, admitted he was right. She reminded him that the rest of the crew had failed to reach the Skull ship. She had tried various methods to get information, but beyond confirming the order to kidnap her, she had been unable to discover who had issued it. She added that not even Malcolm, who was in charge of her protection, had succeeded in his interrogations. As if on cue, Malcolm produced something from his pocket, showing it to them. It was a dagger, an item he had recovered while they were fleeing from bandits who had attacked them just days before they set sail for the north. Until they found that dagger, Cassia explained, they had assumed it was a simple robbery. Atelier observed that the dagger's quality was far too fine for common bandits to be carrying. He then asked about the name of the original owner engraved upon it. Cassia told him the name was Augustine Riverwood. He had been her father's closest friend and business partner. Tragically, she continued, they had heard just days before leaving the Empire that he had been killed in a bandit ambush. Between the initial attack by bandits, the discovery of the dagger, and the knowledge of an assassination order, it was all connected. To top it all off, the kidnapping attempt using the Skull ship made it clear that her family was being deliberately targeted. Atelier questioned if it could all be a coincidence, asking why she was so certain something more was at play. Cassia then revealed the true reason. Her family was in the process of restarting trade negotiations between the North and the South. Atelier found that hard to believe, citing the great mana storm that supposedly made travel between the continents impossible. Cassia clarified that while it was not easy, it was not impossible either, as some exchanges had already been made in the form of smuggling. Citing differing views on semi-humans and the immense profits at stake, some of the North's most powerful merchants had begun making moves in secret. Her father was leading them, a group that included Augustine and several others. As her family's representative, she had traveled to the South in secret to finalize the contracts and negotiations. She explained that just as everything seemed to be falling into place, people began to be killed, a chain of events that culminated in the attempt on her life. It was all a bit obvious, was it not? Atelier agreed that regardless of how obvious it seemed, to make a move as risky as kidnapping her, knowing her precise location, meant that whoever was behind the plan had to be a traitor among them. Atelier surmised that this meant she had a secret motive. Cassia pleaded for their help, saying she truly hoped they could find the person responsible. She assured them not to worry. Her original offer would stand even if they refused this new request. This was a separate matter, a commission of sorts. Atelier asked if there was a specific reason she had chosen them. After all, they had only just met on the ship and had absolutely no knowledge or experience of the North. They seemed like the worst possible candidates for a problem so vital to her family. Cassia countered that this was not the case at all. They were, in fact, perfect, precisely because they didn't know who was behind the incidents. In her current situation, hiring anyone local to investigate would immediately alert the enemy, which would be pointless. Atelier understood her logic. The enemy wouldn't be able to find any information on them, no matter how hard they tried. That was why she had brought them here. Cassia explained that besides Agostinho, a great merchant who was part of her plan, there were two other individuals she needed them to watch. She would provide everything they required and promised additional rewards. Memento's voice echoed in Atelier's mind, noting that it was a good proposal. Their plan was already to gather artifacts in the north, where the flow from dungeons was strong. To find information on the great merchants, they would need to move around anyway. This was a chance to travel freely while receiving support. A clear victory. Atelier agreed to the commission, stating they would be traveling a great deal regardless and could investigate during their journey. The girl was immensely relieved, feeling as though her heart might have stopped from the anxiety. Malcolm added that this was excellent news. Atelier wondered if they weren't concerned, entrusting someone like him with a matter of such importance. Malcolm explained that he was already aware of Atelier's capabilities, which was why the young miss had decided to trust him, adding that he followed her judgment unconditionally. Memento observed that the man was completely different from when they first met. Atelier agreed, noting his sudden change in attitude. Cassia told Malcolm to stop saying things that might make their guests uncomfortable. She had to fulfill her promises, and so she asked Malcolm to guide them in their preparations. After they had been allowed to live in luxury for several days, Atelier felt it was only right to accept a dwarf-forged sword offered to him. Cassia seemed fine with this, expressing only surprise that he was taking a single blade. Atelier confirmed that their first target was one of the two main suspects, Nobelia Riverfell. She affirmed this, identifying him as a great merchant who dealt in wares from Salis, the city of the dwarves. Atelier then asked if she knew the location of the nearest adventurers guild, as he was thinking of acquiring a license. She offered to issue one for him on her own authority, saving him the trouble of the test. He questioned if that wasn't illegal. She replied that while it might be, the stigma of illegality seemed to apply only to the world's poor. For Atelier, who had been living the life of an adventurer for some time, hearing such a thing from a great merchant was quite unsettling. Malcolm returned to inform him that the carriage was ready, stocked with rations, money, and other necessary equipment. He handed Atelier a sphere, explaining it was a communication crystal with a direct line to Cassia for him to use whenever he needed. He also gave him an adventurer's license. It was for rank A and would be usable as soon as the verification process was complete. Atelier guessed it was a way to prevent forgery, made with a gem that glowed only when touched by its registered user. Malcolm wished them well, stressing that a great deal depended on their success. Atelier told him to relax, reminding him they were experienced veterans from the south. As the carriage departed, Atelier called out that they would see them later. Once on their way, Atelier warned Helena not to display her artifacts. He explained that acquiring such items normally required a large party to conquer a dungeon. It would be wise to be wary of anyone who took too much interest in them. They eventually entered the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, where Atelier noted that despite being on the right path, the pay for the available commissions was surprisingly stingy. He approached the counter and told the guild master he wished to accept a commission. The hulking man looked menacing and remarked that he had never seen Atelier's face before. He demanded to know his rank. Atelier replied that he was rank A. When he announced his rank aloud, every eye in the guild turned to stare at him. Atelier had another question, wanting to know if anyone else had taken this particular mission. The guild master replied that about 5 others had, and that honestly it was a miracle so many were willing to work under such conditions. He told Atelier the group was to gather at noon on the west side of the post, and that he had better hurry. Outside, they noticed a commotion. Atelier surmised that the sudden appearance of a stranger with a rank A license would certainly not have been met with joy. He figured this gathering was where he needed to be. A very surly-looking man approached and demanded to know who he was. Atelier stated that he was there to accept the commission, the bodyguard hired for the journey to the Duchy of Raken. The man took his license and grumbled that someone decent had finally shown up. Even for a rank A, he could only pay 200 quad, complaining that times were tough. When Atelier began to question the terms, the ill-tempered man told him to forget it, hurry up, and get on board. Several carriages were waiting, and the man began shouting orders, telling everyone to do their jobs and pay attention. Atelier thought to himself that the people of the north and south shared the same temperament, a fact he was not pleased to discover. Another adventurer introduced himself as Cloget, adding that he was still only a rank B. Atelier assured him that was very decent, a sentiment from a rank A that seemed to please the young man. Atelier explained that he hadn't done much to earn his rank beyond simply surviving, believing that one should not take on adventures that went beyond one's known capabilities. Cloget seemed to interpret this as a lesson to keep surviving, believing that if he continued to look for opportunities, he too would eventually become rank A. Atelier reflected on this. It was certainly easier to rise in rank with money, but then again, if one had money, there was no need to be an adventurer in the first place. Elena had a question. She had noticed several different commissions posted, and she wondered why he had chosen this one in particular. He answered that it was not just because the commission made a stop at the Nobelia Riverfell Merchant Association. For a simple merchant to be delivering goods to the main branch of a major trading house was, on its face, ridiculous. This meant it was a good opportunity for them. Once the commission was complete, they could deal directly with the Merchant Association. The owner of the commission was constantly shouting, making sure the carriages stayed as close together as possible, warning them not to lose sight of the one in front. The B-rank adventurer began to comment on the sudden blizzard, calling it bad luck to have such weather fall on their New Year's shift. Atelier realized this was the perfect time to show off a few tricks without anyone noticing. He made a small cut on his finger with his blade. Elena saw him sprinkle a powder on it, and he explained that it was an herbal powder for hemorrhaging, commonly used in recovery potions. But, he added, it could also be used this way. The scent of blood would now grow stronger. This was the opportunity he had been talking about. He told Elena there was no need to worry. He could perform a detection scan of the area. Elena then sensed presences approaching their position. Atelier asked for the distance. She told him they were about 150 meters away and asked how he planned to act. He replied that there was no point in doing anything if no one was watching. He needed to wait until they were closer, so the others could see. So they continued on their way as if nothing was wrong. Soon, one of the other men called out, pointing to something he had spotted. It was an enormous monster, and there were several of them. The carriage owner identified them as snow monkeys, saying it was unusual for them to appear so suddenly. He shouted for everyone to prepare for a fight, warning that they were also coming from behind. Atelier drew his sword, his time as a simple lookout now over. Elena also readied her weapon. Memento asked why he was using a sword when magic could end this much faster. Atelier replied that it was better to show them some of his tricks. He then positioned himself before one of the enormous snow monkeys. Atelier was confident. To him, this was just a bit of fun. Upon reaching the stop at the Twin Merchants Association, the guards halted the carriages to inspect the goods. A few of the men who had been in the convoy recognized Atelier and called him over. They told him he had done a good job and that their own work there was almost finished. One of the men expressed his disbelief that Atelier had defeated so many snow monkeys, remarking that it was what one would expect from an A rank. He then asked what they planned to do when this was over. Upon hearing that the men were planning to explore a dungeon, Atelier said he would pass, claiming he was not very good at teamwork. The man replied that it was his choice, but they could use another for the team. They began to talk amongst themselves about an old man who was present, wondering if he was also there to drink. But it turned out the old man urgently needed to speak with them. Atelier and Elena watched the man approach. Atelier asked what the problem was, noting that it was not yet time for them to be paid. The old man explained that someone wanted to see them both. He led them to another location where a man greeted them, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. He introduced himself as Ruth, the manager of this branch of the Twin Merchants Association. Atelier watched him, thinking that he had approached them much faster than he had anticipated. The man continued, saying he had heard what happened from Coleman and wanted to first extend the association's gratitude for protecting the merchandise. He said they had helped them out of a tight spot and that they were very lucky. Atelier dismissed the praise, saying it was a commission after all, and they had only done their job. The young adventurer noticed his ring and how brightly it shone. Atelier asked Elena if anything had caught her attention. She said she saw nothing special, but he confirmed that he had been looking too. The adventurer from before asked them what was wrong. Memento, who was possessing the merchant, warned that the possession would end in 10 minutes. Atelier hadn't even noticed so much time had passed, thinking he would have longer to search. Memento told him not to give orders so arrogantly. Elena found the two of them strange, suspecting that he possessed an artifact that housed a soul. Atelier had just found him, Nobelia. He realized Cassia had been right. His companions had been living discreetly all this time. Elena wanted to know what the possibility was that he was the one behind the attack on Cassia. Atelier replied that they still didn't have enough information to judge, as there was nothing in the records. He wondered if he could search for some information. Memento warned that while possession was a good skill, it was not omnipotent. If they tried to forcibly search the host's mind, it could be destroyed. Atelier said he knew that, and besides, he didn't need to look into Ruth's mind. It didn't seem like he knew anything about Nobelia's situation. In the end, what they needed to know was where those letters were being sent and who the recipient was. Memento explained that the method of sending the letters would be decided by Nobelia. That would explain why the only thing Ruth knew was where to place the letter. He didn't know where it went. This meant they had to go and look for themselves. Atelier asked where they should go. Memento told him it was on the outskirts of the city, not too far. They would place the letter, which would serve as bait, in the designated spot. Atelier noticed Elena looking back and forth between them and asked if she had a question. Memento wanted to know what it was this time. She said she had been thinking about something and that Memento Mortem was a very long name to pronounce. She told him it would be better if he had a name that was easier to say. This left him quite irritated. Far from there, Alfred was burning with rage, demanding to know when his subordinate had begun to betray him. No matter how much Conrad denied it, the prince was unwilling to believe him. Alfred hissed that only the two of them knew of the prophecy. Unless he himself had gone mad, it could only mean that Conrad had been the one to leak the information. Conrad asked, his voice wounded, if the prince truly believed him capable of such a betrayal. The prince hesitated for a moment, then let go of the man's cloak. He concluded that his subordinate had no reason to betray him. He apologized, admitting that his judgment was clouded by the string of recent incidents. It was strange, he thought, how Mark had vanished right after treating his wounds. The whole situation was descending into madness when a voice called out for him to come quickly. Alfred demanded to know what was happening. A guard informed him that the third prince had just awakened. He went to see Gerard, who was still terribly weak and covered in bandages. The injured prince wanted to know what had happened. Alfred was startled by the question. He recounted everything that had transpired, then asked bitterly if his brother was satisfied with the outcome. It was all because of his damned pride. Hearing these words, Gerard instinctively passed a hand over the shoulder where his arm used to be. Alfred had more to say. Their father had asked him to deliver a message as soon as Gerard awoke. The message was for Gerard. For losing his composure as General of the East, he had failed to protect the front line, not only allowing the enemy to breach the fort, but also causing immense losses to their army. Their father would be unable to ignore such failures. He would be held responsible for all his actions, and his title of General of the East would be stripped from him. Meanwhile, Memento and Elena had been following a man for 2 days. Elena told him not to suddenly declare they had been tailing the wrong person. Memento asked if she was doubting him, wondering if it was an occupational hazard of hers. He thought it was hardly normal for a man to be searching for letters in the middle of the night. He was certain he had read the map correctly. They just needed to know their destination. He asked what the closest place was from their current position, but Memento himself was not entirely sure. He pressed on, saying not to tell him he had come all this way without knowing where he was going. He then ventured a guess that the nearest place was likely the Duchy of Raken. Elena wanted to know how he could be so sure. When they arrived at the Duchy, they were both impressed. Memento remarked that this was to be expected from an elf so skilled in the art of the hunt. Elena told him to just focus on tracking. He noted that their target was heading into an alley and that he had better deal with it before things got complicated. The two of them followed, entering the alley as well. Suddenly, Memento sensed they were being watched. He alerted Elena, who confirmed she had felt it too. A large man appeared, demanding to know how they dared to skulk around. He said he had never seen them before, and that they were not planning to pass through without paying a toll. The commotion alerted the man they were following. He immediately broke into a run, fleeing as fast as he could. Memento was frustrated that their target had noticed them. He told Elena to go on ahead. He would follow as soon as he was finished there. The large man sneered, claiming he was not going anywhere. Elena had no time to waste. She stomped on the brute's face and dashed off in pursuit of the fugitive. Memento warned the large man that he should not get distracted after starting a fight. The man seemed to be in serious trouble. Though he was outnumbered, Memento was not afraid. He told them all to come at once so he would not waste his time. The man was running for his life with Elena right behind him. She activated an ability, her strides lengthening, allowing her to cover a great distance at an incredible speed. The chase began. Elsewhere, a woman named Nobella Riverfell wondered where he was. Help me reach 2,000 likes. I know that you who arrived here can do this when you are motivated.